In a multi-story building in the evening, someone suddenly jumps up from their seat, looks around in surprise, and asks if they were told anything about fishing, while a man in business attire anxiously asks again. Tomorrow. The man sadly shrugs and admits that he has never fished and has no equipment, after which he is told. If he doesn't have it, he needs to buy it but at his own expense, and tomorrow is Sunday. With surprise on his face, they say, "Senator Shuru," and note that he is 24 years old. Next to him, opposite Sanada, sits a man in a shirt and tie who roughly urges him, demanding he repeat what was said. And when Sanada asks if he will be paid for overtime, the man angrily asks the same again, clenching his hands on the table. The main character leaves the tackle shop, holding a bunch of fishing necessities and dragging a heavy bag on his back, and bitterly says that this is a disgusting job. No matter how much he works, no one is satisfied and no one encourages him, and the salary is a complete disgrace. He exhales as if he has finally come to terms with the thought and realizes that he probably should look for another job because it would be cool if he were finally appreciated here. He sighs heavily and decides to go to bed early today, staring into the dark corridor near the door. Suddenly, the main character gets lost as if something is missing in the air, and in his memory, he abruptly stops and smoke swirls before him, as if from a torn space, while behind him are the stone walls of a castle crumbling and falling apart, and through them stretches another layer of smoke. The protagonist shifts his gaze forward and sees the ruins of a castle and open gates before him, from which cold air blows, and the stones around seem to still breathe after an explosion. The guy, shocked, raises his eyes higher, not understanding exactly where he is, and as if swallowing panic, impulsively asks which country he is in and what just happened here. Sanada feels short of breath, and a thought arises in his head. This is not the case when a person softly dies in their sleep from exhaustion, and definitely not nonsense about reincarnation in another world, like in a stupid manga. The protagonist suppresses the conclusion within himself and resists denial. It cannot be. It is not true. In the morning he woke up, met with the boss and colleagues, sighed, and continued looking ahead, until suddenly everything turned upside down. Then they got into a boat and started fishing, and he managed to catch a flounder, which with a human intonation said that this is the magic of creation, which shocked the man until a black hole in the sea opened right in front of him and sucked him in. The man falls to his knees and suddenly realizes. He knew all this in advance because he ended up in another world not through reincarnation, but through simple teleportation. He freezes, looks ahead, and decides to wait a little longer until he has certainty, but still moves on, carefully examining the walls, which in some places are destroyed and have exposed dark debris. The main character, with a barely noticeable smile, says that this could be another country, for example, Germany, but immediately freezes in a stupor because something flickers right in front of his face. It turns out to be a spear stuck in a crack between the brick and the wall, and next to the main character stands a group of armed people in armor, who carefully keep him in their sight. Crowds of people have gathered near the Senate and pressed him tightly against the wall. He raised his hands up, and the tips of the spears froze right in front of his chest. One of the knights, tightly gripping a sword, points at him and solemnly declares martial law, then asks Sandon if he is an invader of the royal army. Sanada, overwhelmed by paralyzing fear, asks again whether the royal army is in front of him or an attacker, and confusedly admits that he does not understand anything at all. He admits that he is actually an ordinary employee of a Japanese company, begs, "Please don't kill me." And at that moment the knight calmly stands in front of the boy, shielding him. The man in armor smiles maliciously and says that he is indeed valuable. They will not kill him immediately. Then he punches the palm of one of the other knights and joyfully exclaims that he hit the mark. Then he lifts his helmet, revealing the face of a woman who smiles and asks Sanada to relax. It's just a joke, but everything depends on whether he fulfills their demand. Suddenly the girl sharply grabs the boy's hand and declares that he is going with them, and the main character freezes in shocked breath. At that moment he catches a thought that he could not understand before because of fear. The phrase sounds almost like a foreign language, but he strangely still understands its meaning. It is then that the main character finally realizes, all these knights are women, and the girls say that they also deserve a reward for their journey. The guy is gathering his strength and realizes that he will find a way out, and the captain is asked if they will do it if only one cell remains empty, while at the same time the main character is held too tightly and not released. Sanada tries to break free from the grip, jerks his arm and painfully bangs, and the girl, with a dissatisfied face, looks at him intently and coldly, making him understand that he can no longer endure it. The girl sighs and asks the guy if he just tried to escape, asking him to keep himself restrained, and squeezes his hand even tighter, and Sanada screams out loud from the pain. The girl tells him that they will not do anything bad to him if he does what they say. And from these words, Sanada freezes in shock, not believing that such power can be in a woman. In a moment, the main character is locked in a cell with one window and locked doors, and above him appears a girl in just a shirt who orders him what he must do. In the distance, two more girls are watching, and one of them throws to the captain that she will be the next, but the second sharply objects and insults her, declaring that she is the next. Both girls eventually end up right in front of Sanada and start a conversation about how wonderfully this guy's hair smells like flowers. So they want the same, and Sanada understands that it is about shampoo. The captain, barely smiling, again orders the guy what exactly he must do, and she demanding urges him so that he does not make her wait. Later, the guy is asked what happened, and the main character recalls that an unusual scent suddenly hit his kendo equipment. It is like a Japanese sport, and the girl's gear resembles kendo protection. So why does it have such a unique smell? Suddenly, the guy vomits right on the girl, and she angrily reproaches him that he caused her a lot of trouble, and the girls instantly understand. He dirtied the captain. The girls beg him not to do that anymore, and the next moment one of them kicks the guy right in the stomach, and he writhes in pain. The main character lies on the floor and twitches, convulsively gasping for air, and one of the girls, addressing the captain, asks not to break him prematurely and says that she wanted to do everything humanely. Suddenly she grabs his cheeks with one hand, leans over him, and frantically asks if he dared to humiliate a woman by threatening to beat him until he cries and apologizes. The girls surrounded the tied-up naked boy together and whispered, boldly evaluating. His face is a 7 out of 10, but his body is wonderful. The main character hesitates with his thoughts and recalls that they say whatever they want. Although back in school during swimming lessons, he once said something similar about a girl. Now he mentally apologizes to Yashida because he found himself in the same trap and clearly understands how important his words were then, while the girls continue discussing his physique. The girl quietly asks the boy not to worry, since they will do everything with the help of magic until she herself is satisfied. The boy wonders what it would be like if he returned to his world, then clings to her words about magic. He asks what exactly she just said, and the girl, extending her hand, instantly illuminates the surroundings. A glowing circle flares up in the air right above him. Suddenly, the girl grabs his head and smiles, as if to say this will be fun, so he needs to try, and in the next moment he feels magic streaming through his body. The main character understands without options. He has no choice, and whether it is the power of magic or something else can only observe, because it was that flounder who brought him into this world. But suddenly the door seems to be broken down. A crowd of people bursts into the cell and pushes each other inside, and a man with a dissatisfied face looks over the girls and sharply asks what they are doing there. One of the girls reports that the suspect was wandering around the castle courtyard, so he was detained. This is a routine interrogation. And she angrily demands an answer again, asks about the patrol, calls them fools, and then orders to take their posts, so the girls leave. The man looks at her in surprise, and she orders him to get dressed, and only then does the tension subside. He realizes that apparently her goal is not torture, and the girl calls someone to enter the cell. The one who enters turns out to be Princess Christia. She enters silently, and the main character freezes in shock, noticing that her hands are in handcuffs. The protagonist cannot comprehend what such an important person is doing in prison, and he is overwhelmed by even stronger despair as he looks at her figure and the reality of what has happened. He involuntarily thinks that she is incredibly beautiful and refined. Her hair shines as if merging with the light in the corridor, and he is sure that Christia is from a completely different circle of people, with those typically rich girl vibes. Suddenly, the protagonist sees in surprise how the girl sharply begins to speak, asking how they dare to keep her a member of the royal family in such a miserable place. Her face burns with anger. The main heroine instantly understands that this princess is extremely angry and has a capricious, stubborn character. The guards respond to her more calmly but firmly. On the contrary, it would be indecent to put the warrior princess from Regalta under house arrest, so they must take all precautionary measures. The princess dismisses the remark and declares that the eastern garrison is still holding, so they must not think that this is already the end. After the fall of the royal capital, when asked if she is still holding on, the girl angrily says that if only General Houston had not betrayed them, and the protagonist in response marvels that before him is truly a warrior princess. The girl is informed that only 3 days remain until the execution, so she asks this man for help, hoping to find support in him, and the young man is shocked because he realizes he will not be released. The girl sighs and says despairingly that everything has gone extremely badly for her, and the main hero stands silently and cautiously nearby, as if waiting for the right moment. The main hero tells the girl that she seems to be in a difficult situation, and at these words she involuntarily recoils in fear. Then the young man eagerly asks what exactly happened to her, and the princess looks at him in surprise. The girl allows the young man to speak without ceremony. She is a princess in captivity, so there is no point in raising the question of her social status. The main hero replies that then he has a few questions, and the girl allows him to ask them, after which the man asks where they are now, and she sharply answers. They are in prison and calls him a fool. Then the main heroine stands silently in front of her for a few seconds, while the girl awkwardly bows her head and apologizes. She explains that this is Regalta, the royal capital, and asks if he was brought here from some other place. The main hero thinks that actually a flounder brought him here, or rather, sent him, then sighs and says directly, the truth is that he is not from this world at all. The girl blinks in surprise, and then Sanada introduces himself. He is 24, works in a black company, and by order of his terrible boss they were forced to go fishing. The man tells how he first climbed into the fishing boat, fighting seasickness, how he caught a fish and how it, being quite unusual, seemed to wink at fate. Suddenly the girl tightly hugs the boy who calls himself the main hero, and both freeze in shock. And he, unable to hold back, asks what exactly that means. The girl asks Sanada to stop and sit calmly, because the poor guy seems to be delirious in reality and has experienced something terrible. She asks with surprise how they even dared. Since Sanada is only 17, he cannot be older than her. And the main hero wonders if that is really so, because in a world where magic exists, he was sure she would believe him. The princess sharply emphasizes that his clothes and his family must look decent, so it is no wonder that such a collision can hit his psyche. After that, she hugs him even tighter and asks him to sit like that until he finally calms down. The protagonist, still feeling the warmth of her hands, cannot tear himself away from thoughts. Once he thought she was too hot-tempered, but now he understands she is actually an extraordinarily kind person. Still, Sanada did not know how to feel about being treated like a child. The girl shrugs and asks if he is not ashamed, looking too cute while doing so. The girl with a sweet face asks him to calm down, assuring him that she will not do anything bad to him. Then the main character lies down in the position for testimony, and the thought flickers in his head that it does not bother him and that, probably, she will just interrogate him. In the next moment, the princess asks the main character what happened to him, and Sanada himself wonders why he is so worried, but realizes this is not the situation at all. Now he needed not a play on emotions, but information, and he tells the girl that he is calm and ready to talk. The main character asks the girl if there are any men here at all, because since he arrived in this country, he has not seen a single one. The girl admits that she also thinks so. Men seem to be hiding. She explains that otherwise they could be kidnapped by imperial soldiers just like she was kidnapped. The boy notes with surprise he has not seen a single male soldier so far. The girl says that men cannot be soldiers, but at the same time notices it seems he himself does not know this. She asks Sanada to listen to her, and the boy immediately agrees and focuses attentively on every word she says. She explains that in their country women serve as soldiers, just like in the Lurgat Empire, their enemy. The girl continues, men are incapable of using magic and are physically weaker than women, so she calls a man in this role the weaker sex. The protagonist understood this and said to himself in surprise, could it be that he, a weakling, is afraid that he will not survive in this world? The captain irritably dismisses them from the plan and announces that the interrogation is canceled. They are returning to patrol, and the girls behind sigh and think how pathetic she looks, although the other one is barely pleased. The main character is Senator Shuru. He is 24, he works in a black company, and on his day off, by order of his boss, he fishes in open water. His boat quietly stands in the middle of the space with no land nearby. Senator Shuru Sanada sighs and thinks that all this is nonsense, until suddenly a flounder begs him to help, and Sanada is shocked that the fish suddenly spoke. Senator Shuru claims that he is the first to catch this fish, and then the fish solemnly replies, it will grant him one wish. The man looks at his own hands and thinks about how much he wants to become skilled to be able to do various things, and this sounds even a bit comical. Nearby, the fish seems to be conversing with the voices of the water. This is the magic of creation, the very thing Senator Shuru strives for. The shocked heroine asks how he knows her name, and he replies boldly and embarrassedly, which mage exactly do you mean? Suddenly a black hole opens in the water, and the main character falls off the ship and plunges right into it. Falling, hitting the current, and screaming, this is how he is transported to another world. Landing in the new reality, the main character still remembers the princess's words. Men cannot use magic. They are physically weaker than women, so it turns out that men are the weaker sex. The man shudders as soon as he realizes that he has entered a world that, as it turns out, is completely ruled by women. The main character asks again and insists. Flounder gave him magic, so he is human, and she clarifies where he is from and asks him not to talk about the other world. Sanada says that he is from a country called Japan, after which she admits that she has never heard of it and asks, where is that? The girl apologizes because, probably, this is too difficult for him, so she asks him to tell about his country in plain language. Sanada notices that he is now standing with his back to her, so he straightens up and will give her the smartest answer. The protagonist explains to the girl that this island nation, surrounded by the sea on all sides, has about 126 million inhabitants and is economically powerful thanks to developed industry, science, and technology. The princess snorts and again clarifies about the same island country, sincerely surprised, because the population there is 3 times larger than in the empire, and the whole story turns out comical, so she starts laughing loudly. She decides that he was pretending to be a fool just to cheer her up, but the boy objects, saying that she misunderstood him, and the princess apologizes to him. The girl admits that there are only 3 days left until her execution, and she is happy to spend them with him, as if escaping from despair into warm conversations. The man perceives this and immediately catches the meaning, and the princess sternly tells Sanada, he will not be killed, they will make him work and, as a reward, give him to the nobility or send him to the border as a pioneer. Sanada asks the princess if she can use magic if she is awakened, and at the same time how the 2 of them can escape from this place while he is chained. The princess looks uncertain, since she is definitely in the top 5 magic users. The camera captures special shackles on him. They not only hold him but block magic so much that even his physical enhancement becomes unavailable. Moving to a desperate plan, he admits that now he is no better than the weaker one, and in a direct voice asks if they will be able to escape from the pursuit immediately after the escape if they remove these shackles. Then he lowers his gaze without waiting for an answer. The princess again sincerely apologizes, pressing her hands to her chest, because her own situation partly caused them to allow the empire to invade. She asks for forgiveness once more before him, worried and guilty. The main character sharply waves his hands, trying to relieve the tension, and states that only those who caught him and the same fish are to blame. So now everything looks like an absurd trap, not their fault. He suddenly remembers that the fish told him about creation magic, and if he learns to use it, he can help, but still, what exactly is this process and how is it initiated? The girl explains that young people start with deep self-analysis and studying their own traits, and this is well known to everyone, while the boy thinks that true self-analysis begins when he calmly looks at himself, without trembling or self-deception. He mentally addresses the flounder and asks how to apply magic, imagining that he can just shout a clear, open command, as often shown in typical manga, and then everything needed will become available. Sanada begins to speak and instantly before him unfolds a transparent table, as if lit from within, listing his skills and the level of each, line by line. The girl freezes in amazement when the boy makes a surprised sound, and her shock only grows. She sees that the very same panel has actually appeared, not just in his imagination. The main character mentally breaks down in shock and thinks, so this is the magic of creation. The flounder did not deceive him. He is also surprised by the very fact of the search. He wonders if he can craft something like panacea, but right now it all looks like it is beyond his power, so he closely watches the crafting time. He is overwhelmed by an even greater shock when he realizes 247 years have already passed, and when he finishes the creation, he himself will have long been dead. The princess anxiously asks Shiro how he feels. He breathes out happily and nudges the princess. "Look at this," nodding toward the girl and the board, but the board passes through her, and she looks at the boy confusedly, as if asking what exactly she should look at. Sanada, looking puzzled at the girl, wonders if she even sees this panel at all, then tells her that it seems he is also capable of using magic. The girl looks at him intently, and the main character again catches himself thinking that she has acquired that pitiful expression, and he already wants to stop all this. Then the princess hugs the protagonist tightly again, and he finally understands. It was meant to be this way and not otherwise. With the most serious face, she asks him to stop talking nonsense. Supposedly, a man has the right to use magic, so she understands how painfully one might want to escape reality, but Senada must pull himself together. He realizes that if this continues, the princess will stop talking to him, and he feels her addressing him by name. The princess, with a calm face, asks the protagonist if he has calmed down yet, because it is clearly visible that he is becoming uncomfortable. The girl gently suggests to the boy to rest a little. "I will lie down too." And agreeing, he lies down next to her, and she lies on her back and closes her eyes. The heroine suddenly realizes that she fell asleep standing right in front of him. So he waves his hand to her and says goodbye, confident that he has fallen into the trap of his own game again, and hurriedly opens the panel while there is still a chance. Through the barred window, a strip of light falls into the room. The hero peers into the panel and slowly contemplates what he has read, as this is the simplest thing he can do now. The screen talks about water. The theme is water, the category is food production. It can be obtained by combining oxygen and hydrogen, which are in the air, and also produced as drinking fresh water, reducing the time to 30 minutes per liter. The protagonist runs through every moment of production in his mind and the chance to minimize it, then decisively stretches his hands forward, trying to embody his inner self into action. The main hero feels as if the air is pulsing somewhere, as if magic breathes in time with the heart, but it is not quite the same, and he thinks, "Is this how magic is supposed to look?" Closing his eyes and holding his hands still. He does not know any spells, so he acts instinctively. His fingers move slightly, and he activates the magic of creation. A ball of energy flares up next to him, forming something invisible to outsiders. Switching his gaze to the control panel, he sees that a few more seconds have been subtracted from the countdown, and this time the hands continue to move down, hinting that the process is not going in his favor. Off-screen, the main heroine from Sleeping Princess, Lisa, immediately understands. The timer has already started, and exactly 21 minutes remain. The protagonist thinks aloud. After activation, the production magic runs by itself. The field on the panel has become smaller, and fear awakens in it. Perhaps he will no longer be able to participate. The man stands up, looks down, and sees that the vomit is still in place, and the stench is becoming unbearable. So in the corner, he notices a bucket as the only solution. The main hero looked at the bucket and immediately understood that it cannot be used like that because it is intended for natural needs. A man with an unpleasant feeling looks back and thinks that it is too dirty here, although he himself caused it. If he does not clean up now, they might catch some contagious disease. He shifts his gaze to the control panel and wonders if there is another way besides the panacea, specifically a vaccine or antibiotics, and then suddenly comes to the thought. Penicillin can be made, but if there is a note about 47 hours, should he wait or just consume the resource? The protagonist looks at the crossed-out drug production panel and estimates under what conditions it can be unlocked, since the remaining production time is only 16 minutes. The man realizes, as soon as the water is ready, he can make a rag or a mop, and this process will take as much time as the preparation requires. He soberly calculates. Without the necessary materials, it will take too much time, up to 6 hours, so it is better to use something else. Sanada turns around, glances at the sleeping princess, and decides to act. Only 8 minutes remain before the water is produced. After that, the protagonist pulls up his pants and freezes with the thought of what exactly he is doing in this place. There will definitely be a commotion on the boat. He disappeared so suddenly that Sanada will wonder if this will be called a sea adventure, and the day was a day off. Insurance might not work. So the main thing is that no one connects everything to him. The protagonist stands gloomily and awkwardly holds his underwear in his hands, squeezing them as if they are his only support, and sadly thinks that his parents are probably worried whether he can return to his world. The boy feels disgust at what happened and realizes with horror. He will really have to wipe the vomit with his own underwear to bring himself to order. Suddenly the princess wakes up, sharply looks at the protagonist who is standing naked, and cautiously asks if he is crying. The boy, shocked, looks away. Trying to save the situation, the protagonist embarrassedly explains that it is not as she thought. But the princess raises her hands. It is visible that the handcuffs are raised up, emphasizing her safety and his helplessness. The princess suddenly emerges from behind and throws herself around his neck, hugging tightly, and even the Senate is torn with embarrassment. She smiles and says that he is sweet. The girl asks the boy if he tried to comfort her when death was looming, and he immediately understands. She perceives his actions as a farewell. The princess tells him that there is no need for that, and the protagonist confidently replies that it is not difficult for him at all, he simply pities her. So the girl involuntarily wonders. The protagonist squints from his thoughts. He tried to look like a decent guy as best he could, but why did he do it? And the girl briefly answers that he is simply charming. The quiet girl, blushing shyly, whispers to Sanada to act and does not object. Then slips her hand under his shirt. The boy freezes in shock, because what he did not even expect is about to happen. The protagonist, looking at the princess in surprise, suddenly realizes he could never have imagined that this day would really come. Blushing, the girl looks at Sanada and, lowering her voice, says that she feels a little cramped. So he can help her. The man smiles and replies that he will gladly do it as soon as he receives the message. Water production completed, and then he only needs to choose the place where it will appear. The protagonist nervously lifts the panel and decides not to hesitate. He simply pours out the water, points to the desired area, and the water immediately gushes out without any delay and swirls across the floor. Sanada, moment by moment, realizes that a certain vessel is definitely needed to create water, but tries to throw these thoughts about magic out of his head, forcing himself to focus on the real. He pulls himself together and returns to the present, looking at the embarrassed girl as if she has become a different person, quieter, softer, completely unlike the one from a minute ago. After everything, the girl lies next to the boy and says that she liked everything, so let him call her Chris. And the boy, silently clutching the blanket, just looks away until she falls silent, staring into the silence. He calmly closes his eyes, holds her close, and says that now he regrets nothing. The man stands up and looks at the girl, and it seems to him that she speaks to him as if he were a beloved. After that, it is impossible not to become attached. The main heroine does not believe that she will be executed in 3 days, and he looks at her for a long time while she sleeps, dissolving in quiet tension. The boy thinks about what will happen if he simply takes off their handcuffs and stubbornly believes they will be able to. The main hero has been living in prison for the 2nd day, and when the girl asks him to step back a little, he looks at her in surprise but still agrees, gets up, and the girl immediately takes the handcuffs, preparing to escape. The girl takes a fighting stance, sharply kicks the leg of the bed and breaks off a large piece, after which she looks at him intently and picks it up in her hands. The protagonist is surprised to realize that the girl can do such a thing, and it takes her breath away. The girl admits that probably after they spent the night together, she decided not to give up, and Sanada asks if that is really so. With a truly serious face, the girl shows the piece from the bed and declares that she intends to use it to cut her own wrist. The main heroine, stunned by these words, looks at her in shock, and the girl explains. If she removes the handcuffs, she will be able to use magic healing magic, probably not, but she will cauterize the wound with fire magic and stop the bleeding. With the first strike, she aims to shatter as many bones as possible, and then force him to tear off the rest of the skin and flesh. The man trembles and begs the girl not to rush. He is sure that he will still get rid of these handcuffs, but his gaze slides to the panel where the inscription blinks. Manufacturing time almost 2 hours. The main hero, through tears, suddenly realizes that about 2 hours remain and promises to help with his own magical abilities, while the girl understands. He is acting again as if magic can solve everything. The boy presses the girl to himself with his hand on her shoulder and asks her to wait another hour and 57 minutes, while the girl anxiously thinks that he has completely spoiled. Chris tells this boy that she agrees and adds, one way or another, they will still run out tonight, at least let him fall asleep. The girl tells Sanada that he has exactly 2 hours, after which they will act according to her plan, and the boy agrees, weighing the words by eye and confirming his intention. The girl addresses the main character and solemnly reminds him that 2 hours have already passed. but he stubbornly replies that it is not her time yet, so let her wait an additional 27 minutes for him. She asks in surprise how he even knows the time if no bells are heard, and the boy confidently says that he determines it exactly, showing a wristwatch on his wrist, which makes the girl freeze in complete confusion. Suddenly, she sharply puts a piece of wood on the surface, catches her breath, and shouts at the boy to stop fooling around and finally surrender, ordering him to hold the sharp object so that it does not move. But the main character does not back down and asks Chris to wait a little longer because he does not understand how to make her wait an additional 27 minutes. And then the girl shouts in despair that this is the only way out. The man shouts at the girl to spend another night with him, and she indignantly asks what he is even talking about, since now is definitely not the time. The main character trembles and turns to Chris, confessing his fear. He is afraid he will not cope, so let her give him courage, and the girl understands this. The princess confidently tells this boy that she will give him such courage, and Sanada realizes with relief her method worked. The girl sharply pushes the boy to the floor and kindly asks if he minds, because the bed broke, and he awkwardly mumbles that the stone is cold. Chris replies that she will warm him, and the main character immediately understands. He is really getting warm. Suddenly he demands her to stop, because otherwise everything will end too quickly, looks at the timer and clearly understands. He needs to hold on exactly 22 more minutes until the device starts emitting a series of short, sharp signals. In a moment, the panel emits a notification sound, and the boy freezes in place, lying motionless and breathing heavily. He realizes that it was a fortunate coincidence everything managed to finish according to the timer, and in his thoughts sounds, "Well done." The girl asks if he has already finished, and the boy answers simply and confidently, "Yes," after which Chris orders to prepare, but he interrupts and asks to show. The girl unfolds everything needed, and he turns his palms outward, choosing them as the point where everything should appear. A metal object with a dull click falls right onto the protagonist's outstretched palms, touching them with a significant, tangible force. The girl shudders with surprise and asks if it appeared out of thin air, and Sanada sees true bewilderment in her gaze. She is stunned. The protagonist has been working on this since yesterday. Using creation magic, he carves thin grooves on the steel surface, employing the skill of tool making. When the metal rod disappears from the window, the boy tells the girl that he made it specially to break her handcuffs, and now she tries to comprehend his creation magic with amazement. Suddenly, the girl takes a very serious look and concludes, this can only mean one thing, that he is a woman, but the boy denies it, since she just checked it herself. In the prison cell, a barely audible rustling is heard, and the main character cuts the girl's handcuffs and whispers, "A little more, let her try to break them," and in the next moment she actually manages to separate her hands. The girl looks at her glowing hand in amazement and feels the magical lock weakening, after which she calls Senatu a good boy. After that, the girl releases a magical impulse into her palm, and the handcuffs burst with a crash as she moves her hand aside, from where energy flows. The energy strikes directly at the door. At the same moment, a cough sounds. The guard falls to the floor, and the boy immediately asks if he is asleep. The girl replies that it was a sleepy haze, so he simply fainted for about 6 hours. Then she asks the protagonist to step back. He agrees, and the girl is already raising her leg, preparing to carry out her plan. She steps onto the bed and breaks it in half, which shocks the main character, while the girl freezes on the fragments. The girl squeezes a piece of wood and tells the boy that her physical strengthening works as always, so they leave here. The girl's hand bursts with magical energy, and she shoots upward so sharply that the main character freezes in shock. Chris instantly jumps to the window, and with one strike breaks all the remaining bars. The protagonist exclaims that this is incredible. Chris turns to Sanad and asks if he is surprised, because not many have such magical power, and the girl laughs loudly. The girl is the first to climb out the window. Standing on the street, she extends her hand to the main character, and he is surprised at how she pulls him out with one hand. The main character exhales through his teeth, spreads his arms to the sides, and finally realizes that he is free, and Chris does the same. Zenata secretly watches the girl and peeks around the corner right at the guard, feeling that it is too late to think, yet she cannot help but ask herself, was it a good idea to follow her? The girl tells him that ahead is a chapel guarded on all sides by several people, and underground hides a secret passage that will lead them out of the castle. She will deal with the opponents, and he should wait. Suddenly, the girl rushed straight at her opponents and quickly dealt with them, and in Sanad's mind flashes the thought that maybe he should have stayed in prison. But it is already too late. The path forward is open. The main character recalls what the night girls did to him and realizes it could have been worse. So when Chris Kamlai opens the door, he follows him in, cautiously listening to the silence beyond the threshold. The main heroine abruptly catches up with him, sharply realizing he must go with her, and they stop right in front of the bronze statue on the pedestal. As soon as they find the secret passage in the floor and climb in, the boy realizes that the entrance locks, closing forever behind them. He understands. This excerpt begins at the pedestal of the bronze statue in Monson Park, and then they must head to the fishing harbor Philippa. The main character runs through the names in his head, but gets confused until Chris explains that they will buy a boat in the harbor and sail east, and he finally puts the puzzle into a complete picture. And yet the meaning only dawns on him when he notices he will be at sea again, just like in his world, at the last moment before the decisive jump. The main character says he dreams of Chris, and Chris replies to the girl that it is unbearably hot on this sand. Tanada barely rises, opens her eyes, and jumps up. It is too hot. They are sailing in a wooden boat, and she confidently stands on the bow of the ship, keeping her balance. Finally, the main character remembers everything in detail. He was swept away by the current, and that was when his path was cut off. The young man looks around and realizes that wherever he looks there is water everywhere. So after escaping the castle through the underground passage, he begins to hate the sea. They reach the fishing harbor, where Imperial soldiers had noticed them more than once, but Chris mercilessly destroyed them each time like a demon. Tanada stood before the bodies of enemies she had killed herself, and then they moved on, staying in the shadow of the harbor. When they stole a boat from a fisherman and sailed away triumphantly at 3 o'clock in the morning, the main character mentally apologized to the fisherman for the harm caused. The night wind tore the sail, and the main character, seeing a sailboat for the first time, asked the girl, can she take the helm while he figures out the steering? The girl turned around, asked again if he would really give up the steering, and smiled, and he understood. The current had already scattered them so that here they finally were where they needed to be. But the main character was very mistaken. At that very moment he heard a notification sound from the panel, like a warning that something in the system had started working. The panel reported that water production was complete, so he should mark the place of its appearance. The hero realized that the water was ready and indicated where to pour it from the chamber pot that should appear at the chosen point. Autoponder is the ability by which seawater can be turned into drinking water in just 5 minutes. So dehydration does not threaten him, and salt can also be produced in only 2 MP, although the experience gained from this is minimal. Before creating this file and cauldron, he had upgraded the tools category. The most it was precisely this category that was unlocked and brought to the highest level among everything he currently has. He wonders whether it is worth trying to bake bread again. It takes 6 MP and lasts a whole hour, while with salt and water the process takes only 50 minutes, so intuition suggests that in life this is much faster. And now the MP that did not recover during production is gradually returning exactly 1 MP per minute if only salt and water are used. So he begins to clearly understand how everything works. Soon he will reach a new level and continue doing things that will really benefit him, extracting the maximum from what he already knows. The main character tells his companion that the water is ready, and the girl thanks him with a sincere smile, saying that it turns out they are still alive, so he must be her guardian angel. Anada imagines himself as an angel and asks what kind of guardian angel he is, and the girl laughingly replies that he is cute, and the boy, blinking embarrassedly, realizes how deeply these words affect him. The man realizes that her phrases affect him like nicotine. He begins to get used to it, and the thought creeps into his head that maybe he really is that cute, when suddenly Chris shouts his name. The main character freezes in surprise, and the girl loudly announces that she finally sees the island, and her fingers confidently point forward through the fog. The boy jerks sharply and asks where he is at all, because nothing is visible far away, and the girl immediately grabs the oars and starts rowing quickly, cutting through the dark water. Zenata is shocked at how quickly she manages it, and her husband, looking intently from a distance, realizes there really is an island and their boat is approaching the shore. The boat is moored to the shore where palm trees grow, and beyond stretches a dense forest and mountains rise. The main character and Chris lie down on the sand. The main character says this is a real tropical paradise, and the girl agrees with his words. Suddenly the girl jumps up, confusing Sanada, and Chris finds himself at the same level as the food hanging on the palm tree. She lands holding fruits in her hands and tells him. He has the magic to create things, but food is the basis of survival. So Sanada understands that these are the same ridiculous physical abilities. The boy holds 2 fruits in his hands and soothingly says that everything is fine. You need to go into the shade while the girl, holding back, watches carefully. Chris explains that you need to survey the area around. If there are inhabitants, ask them, and if it is a deserted island, stay away, because disgusting monsters may be waiting. The man is surprised by her words about monsters, because behind his back something rustles in the darkness, and he sees some strange, sticky substance moving. The main character, looking up in amazement, asks if it is a slug, and the girl clarifies. Is this your first acquaintance with slugs? The boy admits that he has only seen slugs in games with gachas. That is, only in images, and he hesitates when the girl asks if this is exactly the type of image with slugs. Senada asks if these creatures are dangerous, and the girl explains. If you get closer, the slimes will hiss and pour digestive fluid, so if you don't wash it off immediately, the skin will start to tingle and burn. He understands that slimes are harmless monsters that feed on human excrement and garbage, and therefore should not be killed. Senad agrees with this conclusion. The man says that the island can be circled by staying along the shore, but the forest stretches all the way to the sea. Then the girl orders him to jump, and he asks if she is the one speaking. After an argument, he backs down, and they decide that she will jump with the main character on her back. The girl suddenly jumps very high, crossing the dangerous zone, while the main character sits on her back and shudders from fear. She orders him to hold on tight so he doesn't fall off. In the terrifying silence, the main character asks if they can't just walk on the ground, and the girl replies that it will be much faster that way, although the risk still looms over them. The boy tries to object to something, but suddenly panic overwhelms him, and he begs his companion to be more careful. The protagonist hits his head on something hard with momentum and flies backward, and Chris, confused, asks what happened if he managed to say anything. Suddenly the boy squeezes the girl even tighter. She shudders from surprise and mockingly calls him a bad boy, reminding him that it's too early for them to relax. The main character screams, sharply pulls his hands away from her, and sincerely apologizes, but the girl only smiles slyly in response. They are already moving forward. The main character reports that they just exited the forest, and ahead are dense thickets. Chris pours magical energy with both hands, then sharply orders Senada to stay away and not approach her. The girl makes a slicing motion and, swiftly launching an attack, engages in hand-to-hand combat, while the boy wonders if this strike is really windy, as he feels. He suddenly realizes that everything is repeating, and in a moment they find themselves in front of a cliff. The girl jumps over the walls again, and the boy is sitting on her back, so he understands she doesn't even stretch out her hands. The main heroine considers her own magic a simple trick, while they wander around these monsters for half a day, and meanwhile he drags a stick over the surface, and the air responds with a series of sharp hissing sounds, as if a trap is about to trigger. When you add up all the distances, it comes to about 25 kilometers in a circle. A deserted island with no signs of human habitation. In the center, a small mountain up to 200 meters above sea level, and no monsters except slimes, but there is plenty of vegetation here. The girl with a warm, slightly impatient look suggests eating, admitting that she is already hungry herself, and the boy responds by calling her. "Look here," pointing with his finger at the food drawn on the sheet, and the girl exhales in shock. "That's bread." She cautiously asks if he made it with his magic, and with delight admits that it is really very cool. The boy smiles and agrees, explaining that this is his first time, so he can't vouch for the taste, but he has already tried it. After that, he again maintains the image of a decent and hardworking boy. The girl, somewhat confused, says that it is very cute and that she likes Chris's reaction, then adds, "As soon as they finish eating, they will go explore the mountain." Senada agrees without hesitation. They begin the ascent of the mountain, and the girl suggests a cave. "It would be very useful for you," and explains that from the river they will be at a sufficient distance, so water can be used conveniently. The main hero looks around and says that there are only stones here, so nothing even remotely resembling a cave is visible. The girl moves closer, fills her palm with energy, and says that then they will have to do it themselves, and then with a loud strike activates magical power, causing a flash and cracks on the mountain. She strikes again and again, blow after blow, until the mountain collapses and disappears in a cloud of stone dust, and the boy, shocked, steps back and says he will go to the beach for water and food, while the girl shouts in response, "Got it." The main heroine, carrying fruits, still trembles from her own confidence that it was a stone fist, and her magic scares even herself. The girl smiles, looks at Sanada, and says that he is fast, adding, "Just finished everything. The main thing is that you made it in time." The main character enters the building that his friend has already built and freezes in shock. There are benches and a table in the room, and everything is laid out evenly, as if with a ruler, and the girl asks the boy what he thinks about it, because she thinks this place will be enough. The man smiles and says that this is more than enough, over 50 square meters, and she even managed in such a short time to make a table, chairs, and even a stone bed. The girl's cheeks turn red, and the main character immediately understands. Chris became embarrassed because of his words. When the girl sits down and the boy asks what they will do next, she replies that this is exactly what they talked about on the boat. She assumes that they were washed ashore to the southeast, so if they sail east, land should appear, and then they can join the border garrison in Bavanda Castle, although she is not 100% sure. The last thing she knows, the forces of Bavan Citadel dealt a heavy blow to the Imperial Army and forced it to retreat. They are on guard, so she can say for sure the confrontation continues. She calmly tells them that behind the strong walls there are fertile fields and supplies that will last for 10 years, and if they go there, nothing will threaten them anymore. The main character understands. If Chris herself says this, then everything will definitely be fine. But the boy thinks that now they need to go out and get some leaves for their bed. The main thing is not to delay. The main character stands in the doorway of the cave and looks at the girl, who confidently walks forward. Chris turns to them, and while she gathers palm leaves, briefly scans the river to find animals that can be eaten. With a grainy smile, she explains, to keep energy, they need more than just fruits, so they must get something else as well. The main character smiles in response and promises to look for plants from which he will make bags for gathering fruits. After some time, he manages to find a vine, and he sets about weaving a sturdy sack for the harvest, which can be carried on the shoulder or back. It will take 8 hours to make. When the bread is ready, he will receive 6 experience points, and then he will also make a bag for gathering the harvest and a bit more before leveling up, which makes the main character shine with joy. Zenata understands. After this, he will be able to make even more different things, but instead of calm, he is overwhelmed by the thought of the finale. And he thinks too long, raising his gaze to the sky, grasping at the main thing. The main character tells his companion that he has returned, and sees how the girl, already in bed, replies that one can sleep peacefully here, and he immediately understands. There is only one bed here, and Chris planned from the start to sleep together. This thought makes him feel warm and light. The girl proudly explains that this is a real bed, not the miserable one that was in prison, so she can finally relax. The man approaches her, trying to discuss something, but the girl sharply interrupts him, cutting off the phrase halfway and diverting the conversation so he does not have time to ask uncomfortable questions. She reports that she could not catch up with anyone and apologizes guiltily, as if her own failure destroyed hope for having raised expectations for dinner. Chris says cautiously, as soon as they leave the island, fights will become inevitable, so they must be ready, and Sanada tomorrow definitely. Sanada asks Chris to leave him here because he does not want to bother her, and Chris, confused, looks at him with incredible surprise. Sanada's words finally reach Chris. She leans closer and asks him what exactly he means, and why he asks for such a thing. Sanada answers honestly. In battle, he is useless and will only become a burden. Chris has already had to fall into a trap even with his strength, and if she also has to take care of him, she might lose time. He adds, if he levels up magic, he will be able to craft a good boat or even other things needed in battle. But Chris cannot just sit and wait. Every moment counts. The main hero solemnly promises the girl that he will handle everything necessary, so let her not look back and go east, while he focuses on his kingdom. Suddenly the girl begins to tremble with excitement, biting her lips convulsively from pain, and calls the boy by name, as if she is about to rush and hug him. She tightly embraces him with her arms, apologizing through tears with a trembling voice, and the hero, with an impassive face, presses her back. Night slips away in dark waves, and the man lies powerless in bed until the girl sits next to him and says that he has become incredibly brave, and what he did for her deeply impressed her. The man sincerely believes that over the past few months, his technique has advanced so much precisely, thanks to her mentorship. The girl smiles tenderly and says she has never seen a man take the first step himself, asking if it is too much. And in a moment the boy breaks the silence with a voice message. Chris anxiously asks what is going on, and Sanada calmly replies that he just finished making a collectible bag, after which another message pops up on the screen, and the boy is glad that he finally leveled up, although he sees no changes. The boy thoughtfully furrows his brows. MP supply has increased, so he will be able to produce what he previously could not, but no new skills have appeared, and the girl asks what he feels. He solemnly reports that it seems 6 loaves of bread, which were supposed to be enough for breakfast, will turn into 9, and the girl immediately laughs with relief. Now there will be a normal breakfast. The girl, rolling up her sleeve and playfully stopping the boy, says there is no need to hurry because at least Mana recovers faster in bed, and they both, realizing their own naivety, start laughing. When night falls, the main character sits in a cave with Chris, and the man says that tomorrow will be a long day for them, after which he suggests going to sleep, and she immediately agrees. The protagonist cuts a branch with fruits, and without delay, places it in a full basket behind him, as if that would be enough for the journey. The man thinks that they have no idea how far this place is from the shore, and he is sure. She will have enough water and food for at least a week, so if at least 2 liters of water are needed per day, that makes 4 jugs. One more thing was suggested to him by experience. Fruits can only be taken like this, and you can't do without a knife. It's hard to do it with bare hands, but he still lacks MP to make a knife. In this case, a knife made from a split stone will do just fine. It will make his life much easier. And the boy is already thinking that for greater convenience he should change his class to a tool user with a polished stone. The girl turns to him and seems about to say something important. The girl drags the body of a huge beast and tells the boy that she killed it with a magic arrow, and admits that she doesn't know how to cut and disassemble such a giant prey, since the size suggests. Maybe it really is a boar. Chris explains that she let its blood out, but apparently chose the wrong hole for that, and the man is surprised and concludes that she is like a princess. He says there is nothing to be surprised about, since she can't do anything. Anata replies that he can handle the fish, but asks what to do with such a monster. How to remove the skin and take out the organs from the huge carcass, and the girl suggests doing it her way and goes to the stream, raising her hand over the boar's body, preparing for the next step. Then the girl strikes with a palm filled with magic and cuts the boar's body in half, as if slicing dark flesh with a precise blow of light. The main character sharply turns to the girl and reminds her. First the skin and organs, and she immediately understands everything and begins to cut the boar into pieces, standing before a pile of meat for which there might not be enough salt. But they decide to preserve the prey by smoking it. Thick smoke continuously pours from the wooden structure, and the main character and Chris silently watch it rise to the sky. The man explains that he asked Chris to saw down a fallen tree, and they easily turned it into a box that looks surprisingly cool, after which he asks her to use fire magic. He assures her that he is fine, everything will be okay, but honestly admits it will be hard for him without her. The next morning the girl stands in the boat, and the main character carefully helps her load all the necessary things while the water gently rocks the vessel. The girl sighs and says, "Here we are," then asks Sanada if he is okay, since last night he looked exhausted, but the boy replies that he is completely fine. Chris eagerly recounts how it was her first time with a man, that they just got close, and nothing bad happened. He was truly amazing. The boy sharply asks the girl to stop, addressing Chris by name, as if afraid to say too much at such moments, and most importantly not to cross the line. The man smiles and wishes the girl good luck, and she asks him to take care of himself, half-jokingly stubbornly hinting that she would gladly keep him hostage. He waves to her and wonders if this is a trap, or if he has been captured, when suddenly the boat moves away from the shore, leaving them behind with the waves. The boat drifts farther and farther away, turning into a tiny dot on the water, then completely disappears beyond the horizon, and the main character looks there for a long time while the boys nearby silently watch. The man says that now he will have to carry the stone for lighting fires himself, as well as the cauldron, fishing rod, mirror, soap, and razor. Because there is a lot of work to do, so he must keep up the pace and quickly level up. He is confident he can. The girl lies on the shore exhausted, and the main character, in shock, asks Chris if she has already returned. He clarifies if it was a shipwreck, but the girl denies it. She wanted to see him, so she immediately quickly destroyed the empire, restored the kingdom, and came here the same day, though a bit tired. The girl tells him that she handed the kingdom over to another person, and suggests building his own kingdom on this island, just him and her. So says Sanada. She is hungry and wants to try star soup, then asks what the boy would like to start with, so he touches her and sharply notices that she is wet, too wet, and falls silent, trying to understand how it happened. But the main character touches the slime with his hand, and it makes a sharp, characteristic sound, after which he freezes and looks attentively at the strange creature. He looks in surprise, but the slime instantly spits its own goo right at him, and the main character screams as the sticky mass hits his face. The liquid covers him completely, and he involuntarily wonders if he accidentally fell asleep, until he is seized by a clear conviction. It was a dream, after which he sighs quietly. The boy raises his eyes to the sky, and suddenly realizes that Chris is gone. He is alone on this huge island. The sound comes from the forest, so in panic the main character grabs his sword. Chris took it for him from a soldier at the fishing pier, and nearby the fire Chris lit is still burning. The protagonist looks into the forest and feels fear overwhelm him, but understands. He relied too much on Chris. Fortunately, he has already prepared the flint in case the fire goes out. The man looks at the door and thinks that the entrance should have been made with a door first, remembers the boar that Chris killed, and concludes that if such a beast attacked him, he would have no chance a cold shiver takes him. The flint needs about 8 hours to prepare it properly, and he lacks the courage to enter the forest at night and tear trees from the thicket. But in the morning he will be able to go for dry branches and do everything necessary. The sword is too heavy for him to swing freely, but the very fact that the weapon is now in his hands calms him, so he whispers to himself whether it will be like this every night. When the boy hears the strange sound from the forest again and begins to guess what exactly is moving there, he suddenly has an idea how to deal with the danger before it gets too close. After all this, morning comes. The boy wakes up from a message, stretches, and uncertainly says that it is already noon, because he was so scared that he did not sleep until morning. The main character begins to prepare already this evening. Now he is confident that he can finally sleep peacefully, since everything with the spears is already finished. Anata looks at what has been done and thinks that it is really good work. If that sword is heavy, it can simply be remade into a spear, and then everything will fall into place. It turns out that the sword has no tip, exactly the part he used as material, so an amateur still cannot handle such a weapon. Sanada is training to master a new, light spear. The main character intends to use the spear as a stick when he goes into the forest, but in addition, he still has one unresolved problem. In the forest, the boy stands and gazes forward, then touches the tree bark and freezes in thought, wondering if it really suits as material, and he activates magic. Suddenly, the hero sees with surprise that the tree disappears, but the next moment it falls from above directly onto him, striking with unexpected force. After an hour, the main character, sitting in silence among the trunks, decides. From now on, he will think before turning trees into material. When the protagonist hears a notification and realizes that his new hook is ready, he makes a doorway the place of its appearance, aligning the space in front of him. Here stand not real doors, but pseudo-doors. The man proudly stands before them, as if demonstrating his decision, and confidently raises his chin. The man opens the door and thinks that everything is fine, but suddenly remembers. It was supposed to be placed on the other side. The main character walks along the shore with a list in his hands, eats a banana, and looks at the sea, pondering what benefit he might get from this. Perhaps he has already understood something. He glanced up for a moment, then realized that he hasn't eaten rice for a long time. He looks at the panels and realizes, rice can be cooked, but that's not enough. More than bread is needed, and cooking will take 2 hours. Suddenly a wave washes grass ashore, and he recognizes it as kombu, seaweed for sushi, and stops, thinking. If he doesn't try now, he will never find out. He decisively decides to try. He makes a decision. He will try anyway because he believes that dashi can be made from it using magic. And then tonight he will have onigiri and kombu, finally real Japanese cuisine. And with a victorious laugh, he encourages himself. Dude, it will work. Guy suddenly realizes that he actually misses miso soup. It seems as if he has never eaten it his whole life. The main character thinks that Japan is incredibly far away. 5 days have already passed, and Sanada still remains on the island. The man laughs and says, as if calming someone tense, just a little more, just a little. He has almost finished what he waited for so long. 3 days after Chris left, and he didn't make a fuss, and finally, he is already at the finish line. His creative magic suddenly reaches the third level, and the main character bursts with joy. He happily pats himself on the shoulder as if he just broke his own limit. Now he was given not only more MP, but also unlocked a new category golem production. So he will immediately start work, and everything will be ready in 48 hours. And from now on, he will not work alone. He asks a friend to come out and calls him a faithful assistant. A stone golem appears before Sanada, a type of mass small-batch production that arises as if from a well-thought-out, cold scheme. Thick smoke billows from the golem. The man stays in place and waits patiently. And then with heavy, echoing steps, the golem begins to turn toward him. The protagonist mechanically thinks that he must have imagined it. The golem should look much more complex and formidable. The man looks at it, and they stand side by side, shoulder to shoulder, and look over the edge of the cliff straight at the sea. And he also does not look away for a long time, as if trying to understand what the waves are hiding. He looks much better than his Mo statue. Sometimes his green eyes flash, and he can lift objects weighing up to 500 kilograms. The guy just smiles at that. The protagonist wonders what exactly to call him. Oyua sounds like a curse, so he recalls Evastia and Stanisha, but something still bothers him. And then he realizes the main thing. His golem is a living person, and from today his name is Iwao. He asks the golem if his name is normal and waits for an answer. Sanada shows the cave where he lives, then says that the next step is to show him the whole island. Let him come along. The golem steps heavily with a dull slap hit, and the man at first thinks he is too quiet, but still feels warmth. Finally, there is someone who will listen to him, and that is good. They reach the place, and Sanada explains that this is the Moon Coast, a special land where they part ways with Chris. About a week passes since he arrived in this world, and now he finally understands. This is not Japan at all, and this thought hits him in the head. He bursts into research and knows enough about the Moon Coast to check everything on site. But when he asks the homunculus if he is listening, the homunculus just walks away, leaving the man completely surprised and confused. The golem pointed a finger toward the forest, and the guy asks if he wants to go there just into the dark forest or choose another direction. He inquires about the southern side of the island and realizes that it is inaccessible. One could have sailed by boat or found some other way, but they have neither a boat nor an alternative, so he is forced to find a way out differently. Then he points to the sea, and Sanato understands. The child has just been born, so she is interested in everything around, even the reflection of the waves. Suddenly, the main character notices a dark spot on the horizon and realizes it is a ship heading straight toward them, cutting through the watery distance. He is troubled by the thought, coincidence or not, because they are already close to the island, and the ship is shortening the distance each time, and this frightens him, and it sounds like some strange riddle. Anada gazes at the horizon and confidently thinks, the ship is heading straight for their position, not changing course. Tyro hopes that there are good people on board, and orders his friend Iwao to immediately return and defend the cave. The young man decides not to go further and stays to watch the ship, urging his slow companion Iwao, who reluctantly goes back. Making his way through the bushes, the hero notices with his eyes that a boat is being lowered from the ship, and immediately understands they are preparing a landing. Cairo concludes that all the people in the boat are women and sees. Their clothing does not look like soldiers, rather like fishermen's. Anada freezes in horror at the thought that these people might be pirates. The pirate looks stern and composed. A focused gaze and restrained determination reveal that he has already made a decision. She looks at the shore with a barely noticeable smile, as if she already has a clear plan. The captain ordered one part of the crew to moor the boat, and the other to survey the river, after which the sailor was told to go with the rest along with her. The sailor tells the captain that they were lucky to come across an unknown island, and she herself agrees. This is the perfect place to hide from pursuit. Anada is shocked and suddenly realizes that it is really true, because before them are pirates looking for a new hideout. The hero anxiously thinks that now his neighbors might turn into criminals, and the captain, wasting no time, orders him to go on a reconnaissance mission. He begins to panic because he imagines how pirates will eat all his fruits, and then he will never be able to go fishing again. The young man realizes that their cave will soon be found, so he suggests to Iwao to set up an ambush on the mountain before the pirates sail away. As soon as the hero decides to leave, he suddenly comes face to face with one of the pirate women, barely managing to recover. Both are completely stunned. The meeting was unexpected, and they freeze in place, not taking their eyes off each other. The entire pirate crew shudders upon seeing a real person in front of them, as they were sure the island was uninhabited. The pirates. Everything happens around the hero, and his voice becomes the center of this dangerous commotion. The hero screams in panic for them not to come closer, otherwise the stone golem will go mad. But the pirates only laugh joyfully, thinking that a real man is before them. The woman calls the man a real find, and sharply orders her own team to attack the golem together without wasting a moment. The captain delivers a powerful blow, and one of the pirates instantly flies aside, losing consciousness on the spot. The captain looks over the team with dissatisfaction, and next to him stands his assistant calm as always. But this time she loudly shouts another demand for action. He shouts furiously at his subordinates, trying to suppress the panic in their voices by force. The captain apologizes for scaring him, asks him to calm down, and assures that she will not harm him. She adds that they will leave as soon as they collect water and meat. The hero thinks that the captain really looks kind, but he is not naive enough to believe words blindly. He is a former employee of a black company, and that taught him not to relax. He explains that water can be taken from the stream, and meat can be obtained while hunting deer, goats, and wild boars. The captain thanks him and solemnly promises again not to touch him. Stone Golem Iwao stands at the entrance to the cave and breathes out with relief, realizing that now they are indeed safe, and listens to the silence, waiting for the next move. After the clash, the pirates recover in a narrow passage. One groans in pain, and the other leans toward her and asks tenderly if she is okay. One of the pirates bursts out in anger and reproachfully rushes at the captain, shouting that she is hysterical because of her they were expelled allegedly. They just wanted to relax. I watch the captain and wonder how strong she is, but I do not understand why she plays a pirate, since rumors say she was once a naval officer. One pirate says with a smile that the guy is not so bad, and the other laughs in response so loudly as if she is ready to just take and break his neck. Meanwhile, in the cave, the hero feels someone's gaze on him and confidently understands that they are whispering about him, because the captain seems to consider him better only because he has a good face. The pirates look at their friend with surprise and ask if she is speaking sincerely, and also clarify who exactly told her about this. The second one laughs loudly, hoping that the guy survived, and boldly claims that the captain loves only weaklings. Suddenly, their assistant Janice appears in the doorway, looks at them reproachfully, and sternly asks if they call themselves weaklings. Pirates jump up with a clatter from fright as soon as they see Janice, and begin to babble anxiously that it was all jokes. Danny snaps in an angry tone, calls them idiots, and asks what will happen if the captain hears their conversation. She says she understands their feelings because they finally managed to break away from the fleet, but at the same time believes the captain behaved rudely. The pirates immediately agree with her and nod energetically, as if that's exactly how it was. Hannah declares that the captain lacks flexibility, so she has her own secret plan. Zero orders his golem Iwao to use the rock throw attack. The golem slowly lifts a stone, and the hero immediately realizes, with such speed, his movements are insufficient for an effective long-range attack. The conclusion is this: Iwao is a tank, and he needs a shield, but it is clear that making the shield will require as much as 18 hours and significant mana reserves. Renata decides to postpone work on the shield because if he suddenly needs something else, the process could turn into serious problems. Renata decides to make it temporarily simpler, so he makes 4 wooden torches to provide at least basic lighting. The young man lights one torch and freezes. The flame burns many times more powerfully than he expected, so he orders to keep using the torch and shows others that it works much better. Iwao orders to stop the aliens, and having found out that the lighting, although primitive, is still very useful, concludes that this can be taken advantage of. Enro receives a notification that his tool-making skill has reached level 3. Is still very useful, concludes that this can be taken advantage of. His magic level is almost 4, and usually he would already be happy, but now the joy is stuck in his throat. His thoughts are torn by a faint whisper of anxiety. He sits in his cave and eagerly waits for the pirates to finally sail away. But at this moment, something changes, and he feels it immediately. Outside, a sharp, loud explosive sound rings out, and Enro peeks outside, holding his breath. He runs out of the cave and sees a real explosion unfolding on the shore, throwing fire and black smoke into the sky. Hanada begins to panic, imagining that these might be pirates with a bomb or cannon, and that he will still get into trouble, so he rushes off and decides to go straight into hell. He grits his teeth and decides that he is not a clown. He adds extra protection to himself and tries to raise his armor rating a bit to have a chance to protect himself. Mario notices a man at the entrance outside the cave. A shadow moves, and he realizes, "Someone is there, young man." The man suddenly shouts into the darkness, asking, "Who is there?" The pirate captain sleeps a heavy, peaceful sleep, covered with straps and weapons as if nothing threatens him. The pirates burst into the room, out of breath and shouting that they are in mortal danger. The captain asks Janice what happened, and she suddenly becomes serious. Apologizes and says that a terrible thing has happened to them. The crew has strange spots on their hands. Strange spots appear on the hand of one of the pirates, and the captain, in despair, grabs his wrist, paling at the thought that it might be some disease. On the shore lie 4 sick people, and the captain looks around in panic. If the cause of this plague is on the island itself, then things are really bad. The captain shouts that they cannot just abandon them like that, and coldly orders Janice to be silent, warning, "If they do that, everyone will die here." Cecilia suggests turning one of the huts into a hospital room and sealing it, and orders the patient to hold on, because she herself is in pain while she finishes preparations and locks the entrance. She sharply turns her back, orders the patient to climb inside, and firmly promises that she herself will carry her to the boat, sick. The pirate woman feels bitter shame and guilt, and quietly, almost whispering, apologizes to her captain. The male pirate lunges at the captain, and the pirate woman, without hesitation, stabs with a dagger in the moment of the struggle to stop the attack. Caught off guard by all this, she grabs the captain from behind and presses him with her dagger, shielding him from the enemy and forcing the attacker to retreat. In fear, she shudders and turns to the traitor, sharply asking what she is suddenly doing. She is thrown aside by an invisible blow, and with a scream breaks free from the burning pain, not managing to understand where it came from. She instantly realizes it was a gust of wind, the only thing that could bypass her magical protection. She disappears right before her eyes, and with a smile says her name, as if it had all been planned in advance. Contemptuously, they decided that Cecilia was unfit to be captain, and even called her Janice Glia. Joyfully declares that the captain hit everything, and now she will die here. But the captain only silently shakes the heat from her face, as if nothing happened. The captain angrily asks if they really think they can defeat her Cecilia, exploding flame. And from her words, the air thickens with flame. In her hand, a powerful fireball flares up, and the merchants shudder and scream in horror. This is her signature technique. Cecilia unleashes the full power of her fiery blast, and the explosion tears the space with a dazzling wave of light. The explosion raises a cloud of sand. The traitors cough and see nothing, having completely lost sight of the captain. The cries of the enraged crowd roar, "Do not attack, because in this confusion you will only maim each other," and the swirling smoke momentarily hides people in darkness. No chance, one of the pirates realizes with annoyance that their captain has fled, but Janice clenches her fists and does not take her eyes off the empty passage where he disappeared. Hannah says she was badly beaten, and she doesn't have long to live anyway, so it's better not to get involved in the fight, and orders to obediently continue acting. She orders them to return to the ship and tell the others that Cecilia and her dogs have caught a mysterious disease. She smiles through a smile as she introduces herself as the new captain and immediately gives her first order. It was a predetermined mission to destroy her allies. A golem with a torch in hand peers out from a dark cave, illuminating figures with a damp, trembling flame. Cries burst into the night, asking who is there, and a wounded boy swinger, staggering, crawls out of the bushes. Senato. Nada sharply orders to stop with a threatening voice, asking what the girl wants, and Cecilia heavily lifts her head and barely utters his name. Cecilia honestly admits that it sounds confident, but still, like a pirate, asks him for help even before completely falling. She hadn't even opened her mouth when the girl suddenly collapsed to the ground unconscious. Kaloum notices that she is wounded. Blood flows from the wound, so he understands this does not look like a trap. Casting aside doubts and fear, Kaloum shouts at the top of his lungs, convincing himself and others that none of this matters. He asks Ivao to help and immediately decides to carry the wounded girl to his cave. In the cave on the bed, the girl tosses in pain, clenching her fists with all her might, while Kaloum stays nearby and does not take his eyes off her. The hero notices that the wounds on her thighs and back have become much worse, and no matter how much she didn't want to, the girl admits she was betrayed by her own subordinates. The young boy panics, realizing that he must act immediately. The bandages will require 35 minutes, and he still hasn't found how to make medicine, so the girl utters a decisive phrase. Carol says she has no medicine at all, and now she pours all her magic into strengthening the body. But it is not at all comparable to the healing magic she so desperately lacks. The message sounds as if she has more strength than an ordinary woman, and with luck, she will be able to endure. Sanada sees that the wounds are terrible, but she stubbornly does not give up, and the hero restrains his anxiety and supports her morally. Cecilio firmly states that he will help her, and Cecilia shrugs and apologizes for the whole situation, fully aware of her vulnerability. He calls himself Shiro, Sanata, and the golem is named Iwao, and immediately says that first they need to stop the bleeding on the thigh. Peru asks her not to move and explains that to examine the wound he will have to cut the clothes, and the golem is already handing over the cut pants to speed up the treatment. Enro despairingly and stunned sees. The wound is over 10 centimeters, but the blood flows almost not at all, and this makes it even more frightening. Cecilia explains that this is thanks to her physical strengthening. Without it, she would have already died from bleeding, so she asks to bandage the thigh to stop it completely. He bandages, compresses the fabric as carefully as he can, and with pain in his voice says that this is all he is capable of. Hinata doubts the quality of the homemade bandage and decides to check the wound later, because he is gnawed by fear that she might have lost consciousness. So he immediately calls the first stone golem to guard the house. Hinata adds another stone golem. The first remains to guard the house, and the second is to go for food and water and bring everything necessary. The protection doubled, and the creation magic rose to level 4. So Hinata rejoices, although he understands that now he will spend much more MP to maintain the spell, and carefully monitors the feeling of magical tension. He looks at Cecilia, who is sleeping and patiently waiting, as if time is already on the edge, and catches himself thinking, is it not too late to wake up now? Cecilia can do this better than him. She finally senses the right moment and controls the awakening, and Hinata cannot guess as precisely when exactly it is time for her to get up. He freezes and commands, "Stop and watch." And then, while the injured man presses against the pillow, it's just the right time to shave the stubble with a 3-edged triple-blade razor, but suddenly he stops. He realizes that she has already woken up. He asks if she noticed his silhouette through the crack, and panics and begins to hastily justify himself, saying that if she gets angry, her wound might reopen. Cecilia blushes and hides her face in the blanket, and Sanada quietly asks if she is okay. Cecilia jumps up from embarrassment, covers her mouth with her palm, and screams. She cries out from shame, hides her face in her hands, and begs for forgiveness several times, because the hero's words sound like accusations. The hero apologizes for spying and asks her not to come near him, but he himself does not understand what exactly she is talking about. She trembles and explains that she did not know. It just turned out that the hero cares about unwanted hair, and this humiliated her. He, with shaving foam on his cheeks and chin, endlessly repeats her strange phrases, trying to piece together the connection in his head, but only becomes completely confused. Suddenly the meaning dawns on him. She meant shaving, not spying, so he compares this to how he behaved earlier towards the girl and decides to do it. He decides to quickly finish shaving, but Cecilia screams again. She simply cannot endure such a sight, and her scream sounds once more. He shouts at him to stop insisting that such things cannot be done in front of a woman, and Sanada thinks that for a pirate this is even cute. He hands her a glass and assures her that it is mango juice. Drinking greedily, she gratefully accepts the taste and listens as he explains. She hasn't eaten anything for a long time, and this juice is very nutritious. Cecilia happily says that the drink is incredibly tasty, and she feels strength piercing her body. Then with a smile adds that the mango was picked exactly at the moment the second Iwo did it. He asks her if it hurts, and Celia replies that her arm aches a little only when she lifts it. Then he suggests she sit more comfortably and show where exactly the pain starts to radiate. They offer to feed her, but Celia shyly refuses, looking away, and the young man explains that wounded people were previously not even allowed to speak. Celia utters his name thoughtfully and quietly says that it is incredibly beautiful, as if choosing her words very carefully. Cairo admits that he is hearing it for the first time. In his opinion, his name is too masculine, and he doubted it would suit her, but now he sees she is right. She literally clings to him, and this is not just a hint. The girl consciously presses closer, not letting him move away. Carol objects, and Sanadi instantly notes in his mind, Her reaction is accurate, and it is easy and even funny to embarrass her to the point of frenzy, though she tries to add something. Carol is completely confused and tries to say at least something, but the words fall apart into incomprehensible babble while Sanati watches. Nada notices that she has fallen asleep and decides that it happened because of the juice and his jokes. He thinks she should be given a drink first, so he lies down next to her and also falls asleep. Besides, Nada thinks that she will not be able to eat solid food, so he will cook porridge for her and also plans to make a small vase quiet neat for coziness. The young man ironically concludes that he has become someone's nanny and checks his stats. They have noticeably increased. Satisfied with the good numbers, Leonardo thinks that very soon the 5th level with new categories, including healing ones, will open. Leonardo understands. If he makes another Iwao, the skill of creating golems will increase, so he will be able to assemble another type of golem. He took up pottery with the golem because food is more important than anything for Cecilia, and he dreams of going fishing very soon. Several days have passed since Cecilia ended up in the cave, and Leonardo is intently monitoring her condition, preparing everything necessary for the exit. Cairo says it's time to change the bandages, and Cecilia replies that the wound has already healed and the pain has completely disappeared. He carefully examines the bandages and makes sure there is not a trace left on the skin. Only a small scar remains at the site of the wound, and the heroine, barely touching it with her finger, says it itches a little. She happily shows him that she can move freely, takes a few confident steps, and demonstrates how easily her hands and body work freely. He says with a sincere smile that he helped her a lot, and adds that she should somehow thank him for it. The heroine awkwardly looks away and says she does not need to thank him, then stubbornly reminds him of her promise, not to touch him and not to rob him. He replies with a smile that he still has nothing valuable, and his principle is simple: not to offend the poor. Celia offers to take him anywhere, even to share the hidden money in Sanatum. He laughed as if he was going to stay here for a long time to work on his creative charm, and he didn't even think that he would ever have to leave the island, and he was completely embarrassed. The barista, with sly interest, asks if Celia will take him as her husband. Celia, stunned, exclaims that he is a fool, explains it's just a record in the family book, not a physical place, and then insists that everything has a literal, not romantic, meaning. All red with shame, he asks in a trembling voice if she means it seriously. Monroe apologizes and says that her reaction is funny, then threatens to stab him with a knife if he says that again, even if she is poor, and finally decides to act. She explains that since they plan to build a boat, she needs to teach him how to steer it and how to swim properly. He happily agrees and promises. If he lends her a knife, she will make the boat in a day and they will be even. She worries if she is ready to cope, but the girl replies that with her magic it will be relatively easy, and the hero notices a strange silence on the shore. This means that the pirates have already left. She assumes that they forgot about her and abandoned the island, and the hero carefully surveys the area to confirm the suspicion. He agrees that she is right, but just in case advises to check the beach. Everyone thinks that to survive, one must be extremely cautious and paranoid, and he himself stubbornly holds to this opinion. She connects with a smile. Fishing under the protection of 2 golems is true madness, but she feels like a VIP. Celia shouts to him that she found a good log for the boat, and this surprises him a little, as she easily lifts the find, as if the weight is not felt at all. She is already carrying a giant log on her shoulder. Sanate, confidently walking forward under the heavy gaze of the golems. This is not a panic scream because the wound will open again. She quietly calms him, whispers that everything is fine, and casts magic on the log, after which she ignites it with heat. The birch bark flares up with flames, and he easily, without extra effort, cuts it into pieces, as if proving to himself that enough is enough to endure this. Finally, he understands the logic. She burned the birch bark so that the material would become softer and cut faster, and this thought instantly forms in his head. Suddenly, he realizes that he can really assemble the boat in a day. So he decides to prepare dinner and diligently writes down the recipe, standing over a stack of paper and supplies. Each man catches a big fish, but at the same time realizes that at his level it is still impossible to cook it using the creation technique. So he explains why other conditions and more powerful magic are needed. Chris explains that this is a white fish, similar to cod, which he called nema. He tells the recipe. Coat the fillet in flour, then fry it with garlic and olive oil, and continue cooking further. Next, add onion and a little water. Let the dish simmer quietly, and before serving add tomatoes and season well. The soup is already ready, and he invites her to sit at the table and taste it. He arranges playful battles with her for dinner and calls her dear, and she shouts in shock and embarrassment that they are not married yet. Soda asks if it tastes good, and hearing an uncertain, mumbles in response, chews, and continues eating while the young man offers her a little more. She eats it herself for dessert and again makes Cecilia incredibly embarrassed, so she blushes sharply. Hush now cannot say a word at all, completely confused, and the young man just looks at her bewildered. No man has ever seen someone fall with a bloody-nosed spectacle of delight, and he thinks that everything here is happening quite differently than usual. He concludes that the people here are completely different and calls her innocent Cecilia, while the heroes around become even more embarrassed. The magic of Kuro's creation has risen to level 5, and now medicine production has also been added to his list of abilities, so he carefully reviews the updates in the skill panel. Kuro sighs, disappointed that drug release is blocked due to insufficient level, but at the same time is glad that his bread now turns out much better. Later, Cecilia, smiling, says that he already knows the basics and can calmly continue training and improving his skills. With enthusiasm, he declares that they are going to see the hero, and his eyes burn with anticipation of adventure. He cannot believe that Cecilia built a boat in one day, and she assures him the water is calm and they will easily go around the island. Kuro stands on the shore and gazes at the calm sea surface. On the island, he freezes with admiration, looks at the shore, and repeats that he sees it so clearly for the first time, as if everything has become sharper in the light. Celia asks if the island has a name, and he just shrugs and answers. He doesn't know because he just crashed and landed here. He suggests naming the island Sanada Island, but suddenly panics and refuses, feverishly explaining that this name, in his opinion, is inappropriate, and begins nervously trying to recall something. Eventually, he names it Monte Chris Cecilia and presents these words to his wife, as if solemnly confirming the decision. Cecilia asks who Chris is, and he replies that she is no longer here and she had important matters, so she will not come. Sanada silently understands him, and she herself sadly hopes that she is all right, and they approach closer, as if afraid to break the silence. Cecilia commands, approach the cliffs from the south side, but do not climb too close until you feel how the redhead behaves. Cecilia says that this place looks like a secret dock, and if the water were calmer, they could hide the boat there from prying eyes. When he tries to ask what happened, she replies that it seemed to her. Deep inside the cave, she saw something resembling a ladder, and he thinks this is not just a coincidence. She explains that it is something made by humans and suggests checking it, warning. She will pump water and then they will sail, using the current. In the cave, the water calms down, and Cecilia lights a small fire in her hand and directs it forward. So the darkness recedes, and they finally see the outline of the nearest passage. Before them is an old man-made step, and the girl decisively says, "That's where we go." Cecilia replies that there are no signs of monsters here, but they must be on alert. Shanna grabs her in fear and begs, saying he needs support, and she laughs through a smile, calls him timid, and assures everything is fine, so they continue their path and reach the next platform. At the summit, Shiro wonders where they have ended up and assumes that it is south of the cave, so a thought spins in his head. What does this place mean for their further journey? Because if they go south, they will eventually end up right here, and this young man has never ventured so far into the forest before. The girl nods, but at the same time asks to be on alert and to stay close to her, not falling behind even a step. The girl nods, but at the same time asks to be on alert and to stay close to her, not falling behind even a step. It is worth walking just a little further beyond the forest, and he is surprised to realize that there really is something unusual there. So the hero involuntarily freezes. Zero looks at the colossal structure and does not understand what it is, as a gigantic construction unfolds before him, taking his breath away. Shiro stands near a huge ancient entrance that looms as a dark arch over the ground, like a gate to another era. Cicero does not believe that such a structure could have arisen here. At first, he assumes it is a South American ruin, but then he realizes was mistaken. Alia gazes at the strange construction, laughs with wild joy, and shouts intermittently, unable to contain her emotions. Cries of delight sounded. This is a real dungeon, and she would never have thought to find an untouched dungeon in such a place. The hero explains, the dungeons are full of monsters and traps, and most importantly, there are incredibly many treasures there. Cairo asks how she knew it was a dungeon, and while she pulls the gate toward herself, she answers that she felt it through the magic the structure radiated. In panic, he asks her to wait, begs her not to say that she will go there, and the captain replies that it wouldn't even occur to her to go alone. She utters something confidently restrained and steps out of stone-like determination, like a person who must take the last step before the inevitable happens, and addresses Shiro so that he understands. Imagine that she wants revenge, Cecilia thinks, and immediately agrees, saying that they will get what they deserve because their ship is theirs. He understands. Revenge will not make her happy, but if it is exactly what is needed to move forward and live on, then heroes will not stop thee will go ahead. She says that to escape the island, one must build a ship, and Shiro agrees that this is true. So the young man proposes a plan for further actions. The young man suggests selling her and returning to the sea, and Shiro, stunned by what she heard, again asks distrustfully how this could work. Every man thinks that Shiro will be able to assemble the ship's hull, but no one believes she will manage to make the sails necessary for long voyages. The girl does not mind if she learns about his magic because she is a good and sincere pirate, and he is sure she will not do him any harm. Bill, smiling, asks if she will be able to return to this island after taking revenge, and he eagerly awaits the answer. This means that Kessie agreed, and smiling, suggested celebrating with mango juice. Then he says that he wants to gather allies and explore this thing as soon as possible, because the reward promises to be incredibly large. In response to the question of whether death is worth it for this, she answers that a woman will risk her life for treasure, and he thinks, this is true madness. This is disrespect, she says sharply, and I will not accept anyone who tries to do strange things with me. He says he appreciates her care, but if this is his type of girl, he doesn't mind if she tries. He likes beautiful women, and even a less energetic lady in her 30s cannot spoil his mood. He smiles joyfully, says she will be fine if he allows her to stay here again, and boldly notes that she has no decency. She agrees and suggests building a hotel where her company can stay, since the girl actually has influence and connections in this business. Her eyes flash at the very idea. She declares that it is a wonderful thought and sounds simply splendid, and promises to take on the organization of the matter. They confidently promise to pay him well and wait for her return. He thinks that opening an inn for visitors to the island is a good idea, and is already calculating how it can be beneficial. She noted with annoyance that it took them as many as 4 whole days to build the boat, and the impatient waiting was squeezing her chest. Embarrassed by her dissatisfaction, thinking that 4 days is fast, she worries whether the boat will withstand the waves, but still reassures her in a confident tone. She reassures him that this is only an inland sea, and that at this time of year there are no strong winds, so there is nothing to worry about, and the girl raises her eyes as if guaranteeing calm. She said she never thought she would meet a man who can create magic, and asks how he will make the canvas, and he replies that he can create it with magicas it should be. Cecilius will do it with magic and immediately create a huge canvas, surprising her with the quality of the sturdy fabric. Through panic, she hoarsely calls out his name Cecilius, as if afraid he will disappear right now. The crowd buzzes and presses, because around a huge sail, and every movement looks chaotic and dangerous. Unconscious, Shiro tries to lift her in panic, apologizes through trembling and shouts her name, and she, barely coming to her senses, notices the same magically created canvas still fluttering with a warm glow. It was then when he made several barrels for water and realized that she would not be able to repay him for all his assistance, so Shiro stood in thought for a long time. He reflects on how he was once doomed to make only ceramic pots for Chris, and rejoices that his magic has finally grown, while Diane is already about to say something. Diane says she has finished loading, so the young man carefully focuses on her words. Diane admits that dinner is almost ready, calls to sit down to eat juicy boar meat and add soup to it, and they settle by the fire. By the warm fire, they eat soup, complementing it spoon by spoon until the taste spreads across the whole table. Diane confesses that she can no longer eat, and Shiro smiles and promises to expand the menu before her return. She impatiently says she will wait, and he agrees and immediately thinks, as if searching for the right step. Catching that his behavior confused her and brought her to shame, he decides to escort Cecilia today with all seriousness, and suddenly he gains the courage to act decisively. He kisses her on the cheek, and Cecilia freezes in complete shock. She is twisted with shock. In shock, she stammers, asks what he is doing, calls his name, and still smiles softly, as if she cannot contain her amazement. Cecilia imagines that this is a charm for a safe journey, performed in Izu. Julia, blushing, calls it cute and says that with him she has one surprise after another, then shouts from where her voice breaks the silence. She shouts with determination and a smile as if she knows for sure. She will definitely return. Return to her and say that he will create a place where both soul and body will heal. Julia exclaims that next time she will surprise him again. Do everything and return immediately, and he shouts back that he will accept her order and lingers his gaze on the road. A noisy flock of seagulls in the sky tears the silence with cries, and she mentally asks them to watch over her on the road, while the hero looks up and follows them. Han looks at the sky and sadly remembers Cecilia and Chris Sama, hoping that everything will be fine with them, then quietly examines his golem. The indicators show his creation magic has risen to level 6, and now he has 309 MP. Han decides that it is time to make a new golem to at least somewhat enliven everything, because he is lonely. Cecilia left the young man. Han decides that he can only do one thing at a time, so for now he will work on the streets, walking through the downpour while it rains. A boring rain floods the city, and its golems begin preparing to build a farm, while Gan himself, unwilling to work in such weather, watches as they gather materials and mark out future beds. While his golems silently work in the rain, he thinks they look lonely. He concludes that golems are incapable of feeling and realizes it is he who truly feels loneliness. Jumping over a muddy stream, he decides he will have to drink rainwater, so he starts thinking about how to set up a reservoir. He stands in the doorway, listens to the rain noise, and smiles, because it seems to him as if it sounds like music. She realizes that there are no entertainments on the island at all, and tries to come up with something to do. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. He is sure he can do it if he starts creating golems. Majin declares that at a high level she will be able to make mobile golems of any shape, for example, in the form of Cecilia and Chris. Kuro thinks this hobby will help him forget loneliness, so he can no longer wait, trembling with excitement and spending 3 days in anticipation. He finishes a new golem and names it Iwao number 3. Now he feels more confident, and the stone creation silently becomes ready for his commands. The level of golem production increases, and from now on he can create humanoid stone golems. He burns with excitement over the new possibility and announces that they have a new family member, a new type of golem, already ready to start working. This golem, more resembling a human, works hard in the field, helping others and not retreating a step. Kuro notes, when you work in the fields, the days fly by, and even if his golems do all the work, the end comes one that is hard to tear away from. Finally, he decides to create a new special golem and calls him to appear. As soon as the golem emerges, the hero looks at him attentively. In extreme delight, he examines the tiny, delicate golem, hardly believing his own eyes, and also notes that he is quite agile and more like a monkey than a human, so he can be observed and immediately understood why he is special. That golem looks like a stone monkey, so he decides to name him Goku, and proclaims that this name is in honor of his strength and future deeds. He solemnly explains that with Goku's flexible fingers, he will be able to perform delicate work that Iwao could not do even with all his effort. A month has passed since Goku was created, and now he is finishing painting the sign for his Hotel Montecris Island, Shiro's Hotel, and carefully looks at the level letters, searching for the final strokes. He proudly stands in his place and confidently declares that from now on they are ready for Cecilia's return, and the hero, not taking his eyes off the road, waits for her footsteps. Carl looks back at his hotel and hopes that now it looks real, and in his thoughts allows himself a moment of relief before a new chance at happiness. Unfortunately, it seems that now he is waiting not only for Chris, but also for Cecilia, and probably Chris will not return anymore. Barrow gives the golems a break, but one of them has not moved from his place. He just froze and looks at his master. He consults the manual and realizes the golem has run out of magical power, so he needs fuel just like any machine, and the hero understands this instantly. Strela places a hand on the flickering circle, and the golem is once again filled with energy, demonstrating its formidable power. Suddenly he realizes that the golem has already eaten 50 MP, so now he will have to periodically replenish their supplies. Superman looks for a way to replenish MP and understands. MP potions are intended only for humans, but golems need a magic stone, which fills him with true horror. Frozen by this thought, he realizes that Shiro cannot create magic stones and does not understand at all how to obtain them, so a flash ignites in his mind. If only everything were different. It would be a game where he could win victory after victory. But on his island there were only slimes that purify water and decompose garbage, so he has to reckon with completely different rules. Eventually he accepts. These creatures are part of his daily life. They grow along with his waistline, and a strange closeness draws him to them, so he cannot help but laugh. Laughing, he remembers how the slimes floated beside him in the river, getting used to his presence, and Shiro steps into the water to kindly touch them, as if they were truly his own. He decides that he cannot hunt slimes, so the magic stones will have to wait. Meanwhile, he deals with animal husbandry, how to keep poultry and goats and how to catch them, until suddenly everything around grabs his attention. He looks up and notices strange birds in the sky not like usual, and from the unexpected feeling he chills inside. In horror he realizes, these are not birds but pterodactyls flying straight at him. He sees people sitting on them and flying, and surprisingly understands that such things really exist in this world. 2 orders from Ivao to keep everything at full readiness reinforce the defense and hint that he is looking for a landing spot. He is already retreating into the shadows and hiding. Hiding in the bushes, he nervously breathes before the meeting, fearing that they have discovered his hideout, and sincerely hopes that decent people have come. The author of the dactyls tries to calm her pet and orders him to be quiet while she quickly returns, listening to the rustle in the forest. She turns to her companion Luisa and orders them to stand guard, unaware that this forest hides a completely different threat. The captain is already giving the command. The captain warns the team that the wyvern is most dangerous during unloading, and demands they remember this while she anxiously scans the situation ahead. He finds no signs of enemies and decides to move to where the field was spotted from above, assuming that if people exist, they are there. The hero notices their crazy and stubborn captain is strikingly different from the kind, sensitive pirate he heard about, so he draws a conclusion for himself. Enro, hiding in the bushes, carefully watches them and thinks that the 3 do not look like bad people, so he chooses not to shoot. He steps forward and shyly greets, and the strangers freeze and look at him with surprise. With a loud takeoff, the pterodactyls soar upward and scare everyone, causing the hero to fall to the ground, and the girls scream and rush to him, holding the defense. The heroes, catching their breath, apologize for the unexpected visit and introduce themselves as a survey team from the Lurgoa Empire. The pharaoh is stunned to realize that the Lurgoa Empire is a hostile party to Krisama, and the captain introduces herself as Alyssa Milano, and he decides to kill her. Since they want to talk, he agrees, introduces himself as Shiro, and says he lives here alone. He is shocked, cannot believe that he has existed alone on this isolated island for years. When he ran away here in childhood, he secretly thinks in his soul that he cannot speak the truth. He fled from his past and cannot explain it to them. Seeing his new outfit, he almost lied on the spot that pirate and merchant ships sometimes appear here, and immediately one of them, supposedly, has just docked. Alice looks at him sympathetically and replies that it is visible from his face. The man has endured harsh times because on board he is considered a bad omen, the captain himself. The captain trembles when he asks if the tax inspector has already been to the island, and in this state, he pronounces the name Alice as if hoping for salvation. She explains that this island belongs to the territory of their empire, so he is its subject and obliged to pay taxes without excuses. The second girl gently calms the captain, assuring that no one here will spend money on unnecessary travel because it is simply unprofitable. This means that the final word belongs to the authorities, and he stubbornly says, even if they come, he still does not intend to pay taxes. They complain that they have been tired and hungry since early morning, and Shiro happily sighs with relief and invites them inside. Everyone probably hears his shout. He insists that they are here as guests. He freezes in shock when homunculus golems become visible, and Shiro explains, these are his golems, so they go inside to the girls. Charles read the sign, Hotel Zero, and could not believe that there was a hotel on Monte Cristo Island at all, after which he decisively invited everyone to come closer and enter the entrance. The captain solemnly invites them closer and declares that they are the first to come at this time. And Liana, laughing, jokingly slaps him on the shoulder and asks if she is his first woman. The captain sharply replies to her that she has not seen any man for a long time, and Alice, restraining irritation, adds, she is uncomfortable when strangers look at her son like that. Zero freezes in amazement because in this world the father raises the children, and her husband, on the contrary, takes care of the son. They awkwardly remain silent and drink while the atmosphere thickens tensely. In the cups is citrus tea, and Liana asks if they can order food, to which the captain nods. They will pay as agreed. Cap announces that they only have water and dried meat. But if his food turns out better, they will agree, and full of confidence, he sharply moves to the side of the fire and starts cooking to surprise the guests. He proudly stands in the kitchen and thinks that the day has come when she will finally be used for her intended purpose. The hero happily decides that these are his first clients, so he wants them to feel like welcome guests. Cairo thinks about what to cook and decides to warm the bread left from yesterday and serve the caught fish as a side dish to the soup, feeling slight anxiety. Will it be enough, and will the taste please? Almost with a smile, he asks if a woman becomes a witch when she turns 30, and then immediately reconsiders. After all, they are already magical. "Thank you for waiting," he says, and serves the guests dinner. White fish fried with butter and garlic and potato cream soup with fish. The guests freeze before the plates, not immediately understanding what to start marveling at. All the guests were delighted with the food, and most of all with the warm bread. The captain sincerely thanked, saying that everything looks simply wonderful, and her companions eagerly finished the treats to the last crumb. After the first bite, a strange silence fell in the hall, and the hero anxiously asks if everything happened because he fears she did not like it. During this tense pause, the first admiring voice suddenly rose. Finally, the guests exclaimed in unison that the food was extraordinarily delicious, and Liana, unable to contain her joy, nodded as if reinforcing their words with her own surprise. Diana sincerely admits that she has never tasted such delicious bread in her life, and with her gaze asks for another sample. Liana reminds the hero of Chris's words. He also said the same thing just after tasting this pastry. Charles, tearing his gaze away from the bread, asked who baked this bread and whether he had his own wheat field, then greedily bit into the treat with even greater appetite, promising to explain. He told the guests that the sailors sold him the wheat, and the crowd immediately erupted with delight. They shouted that they would take more if he wanted to sell. Shayna called him Shiro-chan. A spark flared in her eyes, and suddenly she proposed to him. She looked at him seriously and stubbornly insisted that she was not joking, but he waved it off as if she was just bothering every man she met. Shayna, however, did not back down. She shyly admitted, "Yes, there is some truth in that. She can be persistent, but this time it is different. Her words are not a game." He admits that he is a little touched, but he likes sincere people like Louisan, and the girl involuntarily blushes while another team is being assembled. One of the team members, twitching from embarrassment, calls the embarrassed girl hostess a hero. The hero scares him so much that he shudders. He does not understand why they call him hostess until it dawns on him they are addressing him. The girls say that south of the tavern, they noticed a building resembling ruins and ask what it could be. They decide to go and explore those ruins and ask Shiro-chan to wait for them in the evening. The hero sadly thinks that he can no longer hide this place from them and apologizes to Cecilia for them finding out everything. He carefully examines the 100 lemon copper coin given to him. It has the engraved profile of Melissa II. Shiro-zero realizes that the dinner costs 500 lemon per person, and this is the first time he has counted in a foreign currency. He decides, since they are staying overnight, they must be well entertained and he cannot sit idly, so he instantly looks for ideas for the program. He cancels the production of 3 shields for his Iwao golems, firmly deciding that there are more important matters. The hero realizes, now he must do something with the highest priority, even though he has already spent 168 MP. Man shouts, giving urgent tasks to his Iwao and Goku golems, and announces a general assembly. He orders numbers 1 and 2 to clear the area, and Goku and number 3 to build a stone kamado to heat water. He urges them on and warns them not to let anyone down, and to show him sights never seen before. They return from reconnaissance, out of breath from running, and shout, everything they are already here they have returned. Excitedly reports that they managed to find the entrance to the dungeon, and he greets them with a smile before a sudden alarming rumble sounds from beneath the ground. In the courtyard appears a large open-air stone bath, carefully tended by its owners. The girls excitedly lean closer and ask if this stone pool has always been here. Renato boldly nods with a smile. Yes, I made it, but inwardly thinks he actually prepared it for tired clients. She exclaims enthusiastically, what difference does it make? A bath is a bath. Immersed in the relaxing bath, She says with surprise that she never imagined she could take a bath in such a place. Melissa recalls that 3 months have already passed since the day she was in a public bath in the imperial capital. The youngest of their notes excitedly writes on paper how pleasantly the water smells and how this aroma dissolves in the mist above the bath. Barrow explains that they added not only petals, but also herbs to make the water even better and softer for the body. Frank's Louisa, one of those who looks smaller in clothes, leans toward the captain and asks how she likes the water temperature. The captain replies, smiling in the steam, "Hot, but just right," and she feels the fatigue leaving her, so she says it is wonderful. He asks Shiro-chan to gently rub her back, smiling playfully and as if teasing her. Shame quickly receded, and he immediately left, explaining that he had to go prepare to avoid an awkward situation. Zero thinks that if it weren't for the other two, he would probably have been overwhelmed by temptation, but he must be careful. The young man sighs with relief and understands. Everything is fine, even if he looked a bit strange, and there is a feeling of blessing in his eyes. The man maintains an impassive, unwavering expression, and calmly says that there is nothing to fear in this. He tells himself that his self-control has returned, so he needs to pull himself together and continue preparing dinner. Lyra lies alone in bed with wide-open eyes, unable to fall asleep, replaying in his mind what he will have to honestly say. He thinks that dinner is already over. Everyone has gone to bed, and he is still here, but now he is ready to be completely sincere. The hero admits that he is waiting for someone to burst into his room, and tries to calm down because his own thoughts make him feel scared and embarrassed. He delays the moment when he soberly admits to himself it is impossible for him to refuse 3 girls at once. The young man quietly looks at the sleeping girl and smiles in his thoughts. Her face is so sweet even in sleep that he wants to remember this piece. In the morning, he feels bitter disappointment because no one came, and he unhappily concludes, everyone is too serious and apparently just does not understand the moment for lightness. Without wasting time, he decides to wash up and approaches the stream where one of the girls is already washing. The water glistens on her hands, and the sound of the splashes seems quieter than his footsteps. Captain Milano appears and warmly greets him in the morning, and he responds just as friendly. Then she, looking at the sky, notes that the weather is good for flying. She asks if they are already heading back, and he confirms, explaining that the message about the dungeon has the highest priority. Verbally, she sharply, as if mechanically, repeats, SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS and he understands. She cannot wait to meet her son. Alyssa explains that from time to time she needs to assert her existence, otherwise her son will forget his mother's face. He, glancing at Shiro, reports that after training he will be awaited by a research team of 100 people, and he is genuinely shocked by this news. Shiro panics because he thinks there is room for only 4, but she immediately calms him down. The soldiers will stay in their camp. He says he can only cook what he served yesterday, and Alyssa replies that this is more than enough to please even the most demanding officers. He probably says that she is a knight, and laughs with joy because he considers the dragon riders an elite from another world. The hero is convinced that Lena and Luisa also belong to the elite. Alyssa says that it is hard for him to talk about it, so he remains silent, swallowing his words. He does not understand at all what is being talked about, and asks in surprise what exactly it means. The hero prepares a luxurious breakfast for the guests. Scrambled eggs, fresh bread, pickled mushrooms, and fragrant sausages. The guests are delighted with the breakfast. Shiro looks simply wonderful, and grateful curiosity shines on their faces. He thinks that they have a long road ahead, so they need to eat well, and Shiro is happy to see that the guests really like it. After breakfast, the guests ask for more, and Shiro smiles because he was afraid all along that he tried in vain. The captain, looking over the table, asks how much they owe for the hotel, and one of the guests stands up, ready to name the amount. One of the girls answers clearly. For a night and 2 meals, the price can be from 4,000 to 6,000 lemons. The hero panics, realizing he doesn't have that much money, asks the captain for a loan, and while the captain hesitates to answer, the hero notices magical stones in the treasury crack. The captain explains that these are magical crystals used as money in the capital, and at the same time they serve as a source of energy for magic. So the hero instantly grasps the essence. They tell him that the price of the stones depends on their size. Tri are valued at 1,500 lemons, and D and Mono at 100 lemons respectively. The bureau repeats with relief several times. In that case, I do not object to taking payment in magic stones. And as soon as he starts working, again confirms this with the same relief. As soon as he touches the stones, the conditions for making medicines and magical devices are instantly fulfilled, and the air seems to become heavier with the prepared power. He understands that touching the stones is a necessary condition to open new industries. Lyanna shouts indignantly that it is unfair, and insists that she be allowed to pay with magical stones. He admits that he was happy because he saw magical stones for the first time in his life. Chaina shyly extends her hand to him, and he agrees, accepting her gesture. He gently says his name, looking at him with eyes full of love. The hero hands the captain a package and asks him to take it as a souvenir. Another girl indignantly asks why it should be only for the captain, and he replies that it is for her whole family. There are mangoes and bananas from this island, and at this thought she is gripped by fear, as if something might suddenly go wrong. The pterodactyl joyfully devours the mangoes and bananas, and its rider is wildly happy because he hears and sees how the bird enjoys the gift. The hero adds that he hid a beautiful and rare shell in the package, a gift for her son. The girl gratefully accepts the gift and smiles. It is a wonderful souvenir that will surely be remembered for a long time. He smiles, waves goodbye to them, and says that's all. The man informed Goku and Iwao that from now on they would be incredibly busy. So he decided to create another Goku, an exact copy of the first, so that he would work in parallel, taking on part of the duties and helping to cope with the sharply increased workload. When the research team reached the place, they catastrophically lacked resources to create golems, so Shiro decided to make a few more. Moreover, it would be better if he released the golems one by one, but he had to consider the need for food, since soon magic would begin to be strictly prohibited. The boy was completely unlucky with fishing, so he concluded maybe it was worth trying to catch a goat, because even though he could boil milk with magic, there were moments like this when circumstances turned out differently. The next day, Shiro approached Iwao and asked to work together to pave the way to the ruins south of here, and Goku ordered them to gather fruits. Shiro was confident that the expedition team would appreciate the convenient route to the dungeon and would not go through the cave. He frankly hoped that the expedition members would like him and start idolizing him for the generosity and care he showed for the common cause. On the day of departure, the captain warned him, strongly advising him to be especially careful, and implied that the success of the journey depended on small details in behavior. Moreover, the woman emphasized that among the soldiers there were many young girls, assuring they would definitely pay attention to him and try to win his favor. And a similar situation repeated with Lyanna. She also expressed sympathy. The young man was truly glowing with joy. Such attention warmed his vanity. He sensed his own attractiveness and eagerly thought about how to establish friendly relations and win over the lovely companions on the road. He decided that he would be satisfied if the Empire soldiers gathered to launch an active offensive, and he would not run away instead. He would bravely stand against them. Helisa noticed that the boy had too many duties and hinted. He probably saw how Lyanna secretly watched him in the bath that night, to which Shiro replied that she had no fewer worries. The captain believed that such behavior would drive the young ladies crazy, so he ordered to keep his golems always nearby and also to build a wall around the bath, so that no one could approach unnecessarily. The man decided that he was already getting used to the looks, and using his own building talent, made a neat hole in the wall. Thoughtful design was his strong point. Out of 100 girls by his preferences, he chose 40, dreaming that all without exception would love him. And at that moment it seemed as if he had remarkably quickly forgotten how he had recently almost died in a deadly situation. The first and second servants of Paluma decided to carry out the mission entrusted to them as best as possible without hesitation, with full concentration and coordination. Null planted bulbous roots, and very soon strong shoots sprouted from the ground, which blossomed into dense green feathers, a lush cap of leaves. Then the young man drew a line on the ground with a stick, marking the place for the future women's toilet, and confidently commanded the guys, "Start digging the pit immediately." The golems immediately got to work. They moved quickly and flawlessly, like a specially created mechanism. Their actions were sharp and precise, and the earthwork was completed without a single glitch, so everything was finished in the shortest possible time. The Bordenets sincerely rejoiced that they managed to successfully complete the order. Smiles lit up their faces, and a warm calm spread in their chests, because the mission was done perfectly and on time. The hero stopped in front of the magic board and looked closely. After creating the third Goku, his skill in producing golems rose to level 3, and this luck gave him determination. He moved on to the next important task. He rode horseback, enjoying the freedom of every movement and a breath of fresh air, to momentarily break away from the daily hustle and bustle. The young man felt a pleasant pride because he was able to create horses that warmly and kindly greet Silver, which made the whole matter progress much easier and faster. He personally built a latrine with thoughtful arrangements, laid a good road, erected a bathhouse for officers, and raised a wooden log house with a smokehouse, and also gathered quite a lot of spices so his culinary arsenal noticeably expanded. For 10 days in a row, operations for the group's arrival were in full swing since Captain Milano and his team left the island. For 10 days in a row, operations for the group's arrival were in full swing since Captain Milano and his team left the island. Through the clouds, he saw only one wyvern and had no idea who was riding it, Captain Milano or Louisa, so every breath seemed unnecessary. He decided it was better to make sure about Louisa, so just in case he hid, but the wyvern landed, and the girl began to take off her helmet. It was Lena, that is Lee. Here is Lena. She truly rejoiced at the young man who came to meet her. She hugged him tightly and confessed that lately only his thoughts lived in her head. The girl solemnly announced that now he had received an important message directly from the Empire, and in fact arranged a pre-prepared surprise for him. She beamed with a satisfied smile and was genuinely happy. He casually threw out a phrase, saying that if he didn't like the gift, it could be used as an ordinary rag. Shiro was literally stunned when he realized. The girl was asking him to wear this so thin that the fabric was almost completely transparent. His assistant energetically waved the sheet in front of his face, while the young man relaxedly leaned back on the couch with soft pillows, savoring the moment of silence and rest, until he thought it was just an ordinary letter again. We thought that Liona came here only to deliver the letter, although more than 2 weeks have passed since then, and it seemed as if the research team was really heading by sea, but the ship still has not arrived. So that man entrusted the day watch to his faithful assistant, nicknamed Miracle, being sure that he would handle the duties flawlessly. During the past period, his ability to create reached the 9th level of mastery, and now his skills have risen to a new threshold. From now on, he could create special metal golems dogs with incredible speed and maneuverability, capable of quickly changing direction. Goku was busy milking the goat, carefully collecting fresh milk into a prepared container, not rushing and controlling every movement. The teamwork of Goku and Chuda worked. They successfully caught a kid and affectionately named it Yuki, so now the boys have a constant source of fresh milk, another resource for cooking and drinking, and this immediately calmed everyone down. Besides everything else, Shiro could enjoy cold coffee with milk at any moment and skillfully make ice, like a simple trick. Over time, a large friendly family formed around him, which stuck together thanks to shared interests and the habit of supporting each other. From today, the Golem fleet looks like this: 5 copies of the Iwao model, 2 representations of the Silver series, a couple of miracle samples, and 6 units of the Goku modification. It seemed to him that there was nothing more pleasant than lazy weather in the shade of a hot day after lunch, with aromatic iced coffee and condensed milk. Remembering the name of the research group, Captain Lot Graham, was a matter of a single breath for him, and he assumed. A young lady of noble birth, about 20 years old, who became an officer thanks to influential relatives, so he hoped she would be kind, not strict. Suddenly he heard a dog barking and held his breath, thinking, did she find new prey since he had ordered them not to hunt? Suddenly the young man realized that the rumble was coming from the beach. Probably the long-awaited ship had finally docked, and he, quickly jumping into the saddle, rushed towards the vessel together with his faithful canine friend. His gaze was fixed on the distance. Through the morning fog, the outlines of a ship slowly approaching the shore appeared. Kira was glad that the guests had finally arrived, because there would be a whole crowd of beauties, maybe even his future beloved, and his happy future seemed very close, as if waiting beyond the horizon. The young man hurried to the bathroom to tidy himself up and appear before the guests in the best light, demonstrating a well-groomed, neat appearance, which is so important for a first impression. And after making the final touches, he rushed outside. Putting on clothes created with magic, he briefly wondered whether to try on Liona's gift, but deciding to postpone it, he got into the carriage and went back. On the large ship, boats full of people began to be lowered into the water, and the wave from the splashes spread along the shore. While the boy was tidying himself up, he realized that the guests had already reached the shore, and immediately recognized familiar armor on them. Without the slightest doubt, Shiro understood. Before him were Imperial soldiers in characteristic armor, and with weapons that unmistakably revealed their belonging to the army of a great state. The next moment he was gripped by cold panic. Memory suddenly came alive and returned the night terrors of prison day-school interrogations and tortures he had suffered from these people. His heart pounded wildly, his head froze with fear, and before his eyes his tormentors appeared again, so he had to endure much pain, but he managed to survive it and pull himself together. He explained to Silver that he felt normal. He was just a little nauseous, and that event had seriously knocked him off track. He asked for Chris to appear and calm him down. Returning in thought to Lyanna's story, Shiro recalled how after Christos arrived at the Citadel she took command of the army, and as was evident, the Empire was experiencing serious difficulties, so he was ready for a new blow of fate. He was overwhelmed by the realization that now he would have to entertain Imperial soldiers, and that these people seemed completely unlike those who once fought against the princess. Inside rose a storm of conflicting feelings, confused and ambiguous, and among them emerged a thought about one figure. One of the female soldiers cautiously stepped onto the wooden decking of the pier, and her steps were accompanied by the quiet creak of the boards, which emphasized the atmosphere of expectation and intrigue. Seeing the girl, the young man immediately assessed her impressive height and slender figure, and imagined a reliable, strong leader. He decided that before him was either an experienced officer or Lot Graham herself, and addressed her with direct words. He said that guests were allowed to come to Monte Cristo Island. Introducing himself as a local resident named Shiro Sanada, the boy confidently knew. The girl was about 20 years old, although her appearance slyly revealed all 30, and she warmly thanked him for the attention and friendly reception. Behind the girl stood another extraordinarily attractive beauty, radiated charm and magnetism. So even in a moment, everyone instinctively shifted their gaze to her soft appearance and smooth movements. Shiro suddenly felt that behind him appeared a miniature girl about 150 centimeters tall, and honestly admitted, calling her a bun was wrong, because although her figure was rounded and appetizing, she looked nothing like the word suggests. The girl thought she looked like a cute, voluminous creature, but in reality she had a rather slender build, and she guessed she was Gramsom's companion. She resembled more a civilian who was for peace than a military woman, and the tall lady, recognizing the interlocutor as Shiro himself, confirmed that she had received a report from Milidona. She introduced herself and announced that the little girl is the captain of the Lot Gramsama research team, after which she politely asked to be addressed with due respect. The young man froze in place, feeling as if the ground was slipping from under his feet. A wave of shock swept through his body, his heart raced wildly, and his eyes sharply widened with incredible surprise, as if the world had turned upside down and reality had lost its usual contours. A soft, girlish voice calmly introduced herself as Diana Lane, the captain's assistant in the camp, and explained to him that the commander was tired after a long journey and asked for permission to rest in the local tavern. Only now did the man finally realize how wrong he had been and honestly admitted. He was glad to meet her in person, and a sincere warmth flared on his face, revealing openness and friendliness. He only had to look at her once more and the girl immediately noticeably blushed, as if her own feelings betrayed themselves without words. Ram confirmed that she was also pleased to meet him and turned around, as if gently allowing the conversation to move on. Shiro realized that the captain, unlike expectations, showed no arrogance toward ordinary residents. He was modest and delicate, tried not to attract unnecessary attention, and behaved reservedly. The horse-drawn carriage rolled smoothly toward the hotel, gently swaying on the springs, and the air in the cabin was filled with a sense of calm, coziness, and comfort. When the carriage started moving, Diana turned to the captain and reported. The report mentioned golems, but no one could have imagined that a local boy would find a suitable place for the camp and that the mission would turn out to be quite easy. Then she supported the adjutant's opinion. Shiro wondered whether the reason was that she simply was not used to communicating with men or if she was truly uncomfortable. But considering her high status, she probably did not really want to travel to this remote island. At the same time, he noticed that her behavior was rather pleasant and gentle, so he decided not to nitpick. Arriving at the destination, the young man felt how hot it was outside and suggested to the soldiers to cool down and wash off the accumulated sweat by using this simple solution right here on the spot. The girls could not understand how exactly the proposed cooling method worked, and the boy guessed that in the Lurgoa Empire, wet towels were probably not used. And the captain, touching her face with a wet cloth, immediately felt a pleasant coolness. Diana caught the essence of the method and nodded approvingly, saying that the sensations were quite pleasant, and Graham added that it seemed like the sweat evaporated faster. For Shiro, it was like the head of the General Affairs Department, Mr. Suzuki, wiping himself with a damp napkin, the same light, refreshing touch. He invited the girls to try the snacks, offering cold coffee and various syrups, assuring them there was nothing to fear, and the captain immediately took advantage. She took a big sip of the drink, and the young man carefully watched her reaction, as if it was important to him that the taste was exactly right. The young man asked if the guest wanted more, and in response heard a definite yes and praise for the drink. Then he was surprised to notice that she rarely gave more than monosyllabic answers, so he decided. Probably her weakness was precisely gastronomic pleasures. But he understood. One must know the measure so as not to accidentally overfeed Diana, so when she asked how he himself caught the ice, and where the cold towels came from, the boy calmly explained that sailors who once visited the island brought them earlier, and he stored the supplies in the basement. In the cellar itself, there really was a special double barrel for ice, and the adjutant, bowing low, asked to be warned if another batch was needed, promising to produce the required amount with the help of ice magic. Shiro expressed sincere thanks and asked if he could ask for help later when he had free time, and the officer clearly confirmed, and the overall course of events really looked promising and full of potential. All the hard work and careful preparations finally paid off. His magical skill reached level 10, opening new possibilities and broader horizons. Now Shiro could create a wooden golem of the bird type, mainly for reconnaissance. It would scavenge for prey and deliver letters like a carrier pigeon. And when he decided to name his creation Cuckoo, he immediately began thinking about a new design for this golem. Among the given options, weapon production is Shiro's ability to create weapons from his previous world. Firearms, chemical, nuclear, and biological. The repair ability allows recreating any object from a broken plate or exquisite watches to a car that has turned into a pile of scrap. Both abilities require significant mana expenditure, so Shiro is unlikely to be able to create or restore everything he wishes, and therefore chooses a calm, balanced life, carefully and economically distributing resources, even having repair. The soldier could not hide her admiration. She was impressed by the handsome man who turned out to be a resident of this remote corner of the world, and she thought he was like a hidden pearl accidentally found in the wilderness. Diana sharply ordered her subordinates not to disturb Shiro, explaining that he is a valuable ally, and asked them to ensure the order was taken seriously, while the soldier added, "There will be no obstacles if the young man himself agrees to contact." The adjutant explained that love harms no one, but if it interferes with the fulfillment of official duties, the guilty will be punished. And then the captain confirmed that everything suits her and everything is fine. After words of approval from the leaders, the first girl joyfully beamed at the captain's order, while the second quietly asked her not to try to win special privileges. Graham, looking at them, sadly realized that for this conversation about romantic attachment, she was a complete stranger. Left alone with her thoughts, the girl turned away from the interlocutors and looked out the window, as if plunging into melancholy reflections on the boundless expanses of the sky. Meanwhile, the captain understood. The matter was not at all about a lack of interest in men. Even at balls, where she occasionally has to go, no gentleman invites her to dance, and the reason is her short stature. And also it seems that her own brain switches off near a man. The girl asked Yahoo what she preferred more in activity like horseback riding, and Yahoo replied that the impression is, "The gentleman is gentle, so maybe they will just talk about music and other topics," while the captain slowly watched these conversations and sipped coffee. And she suddenly realized that these are usual topics for popular ladies, but she herself understood neither one nor the other, as if standing on a familiar yet alien stage. At least regarding hobbies, Graham would be able to tell a little about his passion creating model sailing ships, so the chance to find common ground still appeared. Her imagination had already painted a graceful vessel that gracefully cuts through the waves of the open ocean, sketches the sea with majestic confidence and beauty, and even one glance at this imaginary picture of heroic sailing brings delight and inspiration. The girl thought that recreating the beauty of sea voyages in miniature is an amazingly refined hobby. Yet for some reason among representatives of the opposite sex, it is still almost unknown, although she still tries not to flaunt this passion. But she understood. Sooner or later marriage would come anyway for reasons of convenience, and at the same time she realized that this might not happen, and then she would remain alone forever. And at that moment, she was distracted by voices full of anxiety asking what to do next. Diana explained in detail that the squad decided to stay in this hospitable inn, settle in for the night, and asked Lot if she would join the others to make sure the commander supports this stop. The captain was firmly convinced that a separate house for large groups is much more convenient and practical than the cramped deck of a ship or unstable camp tents, where it is impossible to fully relax and restore strength. She suddenly realized she had forgotten the boy's name and added, "She does not suffer from an inability to communicate or hatred of the opposite sex. On the contrary, Graham suggested that the events might bring positive emotions and sincere impressions." Suddenly straightening up, the girl loudly exclaimed that she also decided to stay here. Straightening her shoulders, her decision was firm and final, without any hesitation. Meanwhile, preparations for the grand celebrations were already underway in the house. Everything was being prepared to receive high-ranking guests in a proper festive atmosphere. Shiro officially announced that the honored guests Captain and Lane, along with 6 loyal assistants, would receive separate accommodations in a spacious house, equipped with all the conveniences and luxury needed for a comfortable stay. He explained that dinner would start exactly at 6 o'clock in the evening, and the Goku Golem team would first inspect each room and check that there were comfortable beds. The Iwao's Golem team would be busy preparing the bath right before dinner, and Shiro himself would go to gather fresh flowers and medicinal herbs for a relaxing bath, and ordered the miracle group to follow him to help collect natural ingredients. Looking around at those gathered, the young man noticed how different they were. Some openly looked at him with interest, like a child seeing an exotic animal for the first time. Others behaved quietly and politely, and a few looked like playful animals who disliked any subordination. Shiro realized that such a spectacle was unpleasant to watch, but he endured what was happening, convincing himself, everyone has their own behavior, and everyone has the right to act in their own way. The main thing was let everyone behave decently. No one shows aggression or mocks, and this rather eccentric company occupies only a small part of the entire mass of quite adequate and well-mannered guests. Moreover, the young man reported that the bath was already ready. The man anxiously inquired where the captain was and worried about her condition. Diana replied that if he really wanted to know the truth, he should look where the girl was now. Receiving no word in response, he cautiously opened the door and entered the room. Immediately feeling its cold confinement, the space was barred. Lot Graham was sound asleep on the wide bed, sinking into a fluffy pillow and snow-white sheets. Shiro's heart tightened as soon as he realized. The captain, after a long journey, was undoubtedly exhausted and now was sleeping deeply, completely disconnected from everything in total peace. Her face had lost the harshness of everyday life and acquired an innocent, almost childlike expression. A barely audible rustle instantly woke Shiro from sleep. Sharply raising her head, she stared with wide-open eyes, still not understanding what had happened and where that alarming sound came from. Feeling guilty for the intrusion, the young man quickly apologized and explained that he had first knocked but heard no answer. After that, he added that the bath was already waiting for her and offered to take her there however. Shiro did not argue and silently followed him. Shiro suddenly came across a small wooden model of an old sailing ship standing on the bedside table. His surprise was noticeable, and the girl's face was distorted by a fleeting fear. Her lips barely parted, as if she was afraid to admit her secret passion, and he then carefully looked away, giving her a chance to save face. Then she turned to Lot Graham. For a moment her face seemed surprised, then quickly became calm, and he admitted that he admired the model because he saw in it the embodiment of the romance of distant travels and the beautiful history of navigation. Shiro realized that this time there was no reaction, so he chose caution. He apologized and added that he was seeing such a thing for the first time, which is why he was fascinated, and she asked if he was really interested. The young man confirmed. Yes, because he had never been on a large sailing ship and knew that men were not allowed on board, and the captain only sighed, realizing that such a prejudiced prohibition existed in society and that it was shameful. He was confident in his words. If he were on the ship, he would probably be seasick, the storm scares him, and he might not endure the rolling, but at the same time he liked looking at ships. So Graham confirmed that she liked it too, and the young man smiled as if reassured by her support. The young man continued that in this sense, models were truly wonderful. One could feel the romance right in their room and even tastefully display them as an aesthetic decoration of the interior. The captain agreed with this statement, and Shiro wondered if he was talking too much, since the girl remained indifferent all the time and probably had already decided that he was talking nonsense. The young man apologized for his infatuation and offered to take her to the bathroom, politely trying to smooth over the awkwardness that had arisen. And Graham agreed, indicating that he held no grudge, so they went there together. The girls knew well. Everything they had just heard was indeed true, and the bathhouse turned out to be a wonderful place to rest, providing comfort and relaxation after a day full of events. They noticed the man's leg sticking out, and, laughing uncontrollably, joyfully enjoyed the funny sight, while the man himself was confused and embarrassed, trying to understand why the soldiers reacted so fiercely. Diana was also in complete despair. She tried to find the right words but only helplessly gaped like a fish thrown ashore, and her cheeks flushed with a blush. This revealed the confusion of her feelings in the face of such an unexpected turn of events. She persistently advised not to touch the staff, but she herself involuntarily became the object of careful examination. The gaze slid from the tips of her fingers along her legs to the hairline, and this made her feel increasingly confused. The young man sincerely believed that this girl had a special beauty that distinguished her from all other representatives of the fair sex, enchanting with unique elegance and natural charm. While others gawked at his leg and even drooled, he suddenly realized, in this world men should not boast about their calves, so he quickly apologized and rolled up his pant leg. The girls immediately explained that they were the only women there, and that they would have serious problems if anyone noticed such liberties. The young man then blushed and immediately apologized for the indecently bare leg. The soldiers were embarrassed and silent, and the captain, unable to bear the looks, dived underwater and hid. Graham began to tremble noticeably from excitement. Her heart was pounding wildly, her hands barely moved, her breathing was disrupted, and her eyes widened with anxiety and uncertainty, and eventually she fell into the water and panicked. Then her adjutant noticed that Lot was too nervous and was about to lose consciousness, trembling from excitement. Shiro suddenly realized that it was his fault. Probably, everything happened because he rolled up his pants and stuck out his tongue, not realizing how this could resonate. In any case, he decided that she needed to be quickly pulled out of the water and cooled down, and the girls asked the owner not to bother her anymore because of the wet clothes. The boy quickly ran away, shouting that he would change now, and one of the soldiers thought that he was either autistic or something similar, while Diana doubted that he did it on purpose and wondered if his intentions were innocent. She considered him naive because he lives on an isolated island, so she decided to check if he was okay and asked the captain if he needed help, after which the girl replied that everything was fine, just a little surprised. Graham had never seen a human leg so close. White, sparsely covered with hair, and out of surprise, he stuck out his tongue at her in response. As soon as she barely managed to say these words, her strength suddenly gave out again. She staggered, stumbled, and helplessly fell into a deep unconscious state, frightening everyone around with her abruptness. While she was fainting, the soldiers were lively chatting at the table, hotly discussing some important topic and waving their hands as if not noticing the pressure of the moment. One of them announced that preparatory work would start tomorrow, and the captain immediately agreed, ordering to carefully study the area and prepare fortifications. Shiro remembered that they were served kid meat for dinner, roasted on skewers, so that there would be something to snack on during the meeting, and it turned out that in the Empire it is also served as sashimi. He felt quite embarrassed. He heard that one part of the meat was especially tasty, but did not dare to cut it with bare hands, so he threw a simple sheet over it. And while Yahoo was reading that the size of the dungeon corresponds to the declared one and they would not have to prepare for long, he caught himself thinking how quickly everything could go to ruin. The young man guessed. The soldiers would first set up protective barriers at the entrance to ensure safety, and only then, with impeccable caution, begin to uncover the passage itself. The captain asked how long it would take to dig a trench, and he was told that they had 50 earth mages and 46 water mages, so the work would last 2 days, after which the captain agreed and ordered everything to be completed within this period, asking if there were any questions. Shiro understood. They would gather to use magic to build a moat that would help them deal with the monsters breaking out of the dungeon, and noticed that calm Grem was actually incredibly focused and firm once she got to work, So even his role, stick by the shore, didn't seem so bad. He decided that they had just had a slightly awkward moment in the bathroom. So now he hoped for closer relations, and asked if she wanted him to bring her another cup of coffee. Grem immediately declared that she would drink another cup, turning away with a barely noticeable, embarrassed smile. And at that moment the boy felt as if an invisible force was keeping them at a distance, not letting them get closer despite all the tension of the situation itself. Gramsama shared food with him as thanks for the hospitality. Wheat flour 10 kg, butter 1 kg, dry corn 5 kg, eggs 20 pieces, and 6 chickens. And the list itself looked too meticulous, as if the gift had weight not only for the stomach. She was very generous, and he felt he had to respond with something. Remembering that the captain liked sweets, the boy suggested baking a cake, then thought about model sailing ships and decided to make a really cool thing, hoping she would like it. The commander woke up, and her adjutant was already hurrying nearby tying her hair while she was still just focused on coming to her senses. The soldiers gathered for breakfast in the spacious hall of the house, loudly talking among themselves, exchanging impressions and plans for the coming day, and even the appearance of a girl among those present only emphasized the warm, almost homely friendliness. Shiro noticed, some soldiers start the morning in uniform and others do not, and although all cadets and officers look the same in it, each has a different character. Lainson definitely belonged to those who are too serious. For a moment he shot in his head the image of the girl in front of him, as if it was a surprise that had to be accepted right now. The adjutant asked what happened to the gentleman, because his eyes were darting back and forth, and the boy, patting his cheeks, replied that he was just glad to see the island so lively after so many years, while the captain calmly ate pancakes. The young man looked at her and thought she was so cute, like a little hamster, and said that he still had some grains left, but the commander replied that she did not need them. He personally addressed Grem and informed her that today they were digging a moat around the dungeon, so he wanted to see how it was done, and he asked for permission to observe. The girl stopped in surprise and asked why he needed that, but the boy replied that he was really interested, although distrust was still visible on her face. Shiro felt that he was looking at her as if she were a strange creature, and wondered if men in this world could be interested in such things at all. And when Grem said, "You are strange," her doubt only deepened. When they set off, he sincerely wished them a safe and happy return home, subtly reinforcing each word with warm encouragement and care in his thoughts. The boy exclaimed joyfully that he would visit them as soon as he finished cleaning, and the captain, smiling, approved the idea, and the morning air was filled with lightness and cheerful anticipation. Now he decided. It was time for them to get to work, and blinded by energy, he gave orders with one command. Number 1, clean up after breakfast, 2 and 3 clean and make the beds, 4 and 5 clean the bathroom, and 6 would be responsible for cleaning the toilet. And finally, the young man would take on the pudding for today's dessert, and the gift for the captain was already ready, so only a small matter remained. Pudding is easy to prepare for a large company, but it is difficult to hit the right temperature. And if you add vanilla pods, rum, or orange liqueur, it will be even tastier, but he had no right to make a mistake with the degrees. It occurred to him, could vanilla be created by magic, so that he could then taste vanilla ice cream? So he asked the officers to make ice, and he himself planned to sit in the bath until the pudding was ready. So he ordered Ivo to prepare the dish, and the boy immediately rushed to the kitchen. The boy lay in the bath filled with lavender essential oil, made by magic, and he wondered why morning baths were so pleasant. So he enjoyed the soft scent of lavender, feeling that with the appearance of that boy in this world, his femininity seemed to have grown, and he wondered if this was the reason, not as a consequence of teleportation. Shiro, most likely unconsciously, adopted the image of the desired man in this world and acted accordingly. He ordered his subordinate that when the pudding was ready, it should be cooled, then moved to the cellar to keep its shape, and was already preparing to visit their workplace. He also thought, if he were in Japan now, he would definitely go to work. At first, curiosity gnawed at him about how everything would turn out. And now, being in this world, he felt a sense of wholeness and peace. Shiro could not exactly explain the reason, but inside him reigned a wonderful calm and harmony, as if he had simply gotten used to the new environment and accepted it as his home, becoming part of this unusual world. While the soldiers marched to the workplace, the captain walked alongside and thoughtfully immersed herself in thoughts about him, replaying every detail of his behavior in her mind. She noticed something awkward in him, Yet at the same time he was extraordinarily handsome, and the girl wondered, do such men really exist? The girl knew. He was truly a skilled cook, and did not shy away from any chores, neither cleaning nor laundry. But usually such people are distinguished by modesty and coziness, and Shiro was not like that at all, and moreover he did not resemble a businessman sharp and intrusive. But he was interested in models of sailing ships, and Grem suggested to her that perhaps it would be easier to talk if such a man as he stood nearby as a partner. Even if their different social statuses did not allow them to marry, he could become her lover, and she dreamed of locking him in the basement and not letting him out, spending days with him arguing and crafting models of caravels, galleys, and galleons while he cooked delicious food. Her adjutant noticed that the captain also wanted to fight in the dungeon, but did not understand what kind of competition it was about. Diana noticed. Grem rarely smiled, and she felt warm knowing that he had so much inner motivation. The captain forced herself a moment ago to become serious and enter work mode, but suddenly realized that she had left the island map at the hotel. Grem apologized, explained that she had forgotten something, and asked the adjutant to give the order instead of her. So Diana replied that she would send someone to get it for her. The commander categorically refused. Secret documents were kept in her room, and she could not give them away without herself. The most important thing was not only in the papers in her bag, there were also travel companions, love novels, and she declared that everything was fine. She would go herself and return immediately. At that time, Shiro calmly enjoyed the procedure in the bathhouse, relaxed, soaking his body, and diving into pleasant thoughts. The cold water after the bath refreshed him, and he thanked Iwao for the help. So in a good mood, he simply decided to go to Peru in that state, and the wind from the forest passed through him and gave him vigor. The young man walked with a barely noticeable sway, completely relaxed, as if at home, and each of his steps looked as if it brought him personal pleasure. Suddenly he found himself face to face with Graham, and he seemed to be struck by a jolt from this unexpected meeting, while the girl nearby froze in embarrassment. The girl stared at him with wide-open eyes, and confusion was reflected on her face, that unique moment of genuine surprise. The man immediately apologized embarrassedly and said he was terribly sorry because he thought everyone had already left, and Graham replied that it was her fault. She forgot something important. She quickly apologized and ran away, and Shiro noticed her bright red, embarrassed face and hoped the girl would not faint again from excessive excitement, while the cat nearby watched her escape warily. The captain quickly ran into her room and immediately vividly recalled recent events, trying to reproduce them as accurately as possible while the memories remained bright and clear. Finally calming down, she settled comfortably, allowing her body to relax and gradually releasing the accumulated tension. Then Graham realized that the soldiers should already start working, and ordered to air the room to destroy any possible evidence. But she decided that she still needed to take the documents and quickly return. So suddenly Shiro approached her, and she told him to come in. Shiro apologized for the incident and came here to express gratitude for the food the captain brought yesterday, and the girl assured him it was unnecessary, and the young man added that he did it for her. In the box was a real treasure, miniature figures of each soldier, sculpted with incredible precision and attention to detail as if they came to life for a moment, reproducing the character of their comrades. Graham was surprised to see that among the figures stood her own statue, so Shiro explained that he intended to place them all on one of her sailing ship models. The girl, unable to hold back, asked why he did all this yesterday, and he replied that he sculpted her figure the night before, and the rest was prepared in advance, after which she carefully examined his work. She asked what material he made the figurines from, and he said it was clay, then clarified which paints he used. The guy replied that he works with pigments. Additionally, he mentioned that he created his own figurine, but on board the ship, probably the man shouldn't have taken on such a task, and also painted a picture of the ship itself. Then she wondered if it didn't seem to her that this whole venture might look strange, even a little creepy. The captain assured that she had nothing against it, and Shiro was beaming, emphasizing that the size of the statuette exactly matched the scale of the sailing ship model. Shiro apologized for taking so much of her time, and immediately realized she was rushing, so she asked if she managed to take everything she needed. The guys gallop back on a fast horse, and the wind whistles through their hair, cutting through the evening space. Grem immediately understood. She couldn't ride behind because all she could think about was what her subordinates would say, how they would interpret it. Inside the girl herself, a quiet need flickered to become closer, to feel the warmth of his strong hands to press against him, to entrust her heart and allow herself weakness even for a moment to forget everything and plunge into feelings. Shiro gently wrapped his strong arms around her slender waist, tenderly pulling her closer so she could feel his presence with her whole body. The guy sincerely rejoiced that he managed everything properly, and the writing operation turned out to be successful. He had taken care of security in advance, but still had to ask for help from Silver's first assistant, because the second assistant mysteriously disappeared somewhere far beyond the reachable zone. Pressing the girl to himself, he felt how her slender body pleasantly touched his, and his heart filled with warm coziness, harmony, and quiet joy that strengthened his inner confidence. The man decided not to come too close, fearing to violate the captain's personal space, while Grem in dreamy visions imagined what it would be like to feel the strength of his own hands, a strong male shoulder, and protection capable of shielding her from any difficulties. The young man suddenly asked her so unexpectedly that the girl involuntarily became alert and began to guess what exactly he wanted. He explained to Graham that he had asked her to place his figurine on the model ship and asked whether this was generally normal and not forbidden even if it was just a model. Graham thought about it, feeling how a trivial matter suddenly turned into a principle. The captain answered firmly and decisively. This was her ship, her world, where only her rules applied, so there could be no restrictions or forbidden actions here. The young man already saw the majestic ruins from afar. They rose amid the thickets of wild bushes, like a ghostly memory of a glorious past, which attracted the gaze with heavy silence and enveloped it in a mysterious atmosphere of antiquity. The soldiers worked hard, diligently digging a deep trench, covered in dust and sweat, overcoming fatigue for the sake of a common goal, to strengthen the fortress's defense. They were stunned that the boys were rushing straight at them, quickly closing the distance, and the soldiers' hearts beat faster from the vague anticipation of news or changes that were about to break the usual course of events. Graham sharply shouted the order to continue working, in a firm voice without any hesitation, because every moment and every second was worth its weight in gold to complete the task on time. Shiro immediately realized that the trip with the captain had not been planned in advance. The girl jumped off the horse and explained that she had only asked to be taken with her. The man decided that their connection was so obvious that one look should be enough to feel the depth of feelings between them. But he was tormented by the fact that she stubbornly did not understand why he did not accept her self-justification, which repeatedly denied the obvious. He also noticed soldiers who, using magical abilities, accelerated the digging of the deep trench. Spells and elemental energy enhanced the blows and eased the physical labor, sharply increasing productivity. The young man timidly approached the captain and asked if he could come closer to the work site, and she kindly allowed it, but firmly warned to act with maximum caution and constantly watch the movements of the workers and everything happening around. One girl activated magical circles, and the earth instantly tore upward, rising in a cloud of dust and the shine of runes. Shiro noticed this and froze with admiration, while another woman smiled and said that this was only the beginning, then began to demonstrate her own abilities. The ground smoothly rose into the air in a wave, and the young man enthusiastically started applauding, while the second soldier hissed discontentedly at the first to keep modest and not show off confidence. The woman marked the ground with spells and created a giant chasm on the earth, and the young man exclaimed that her skill was truly magnificent, while the other participants watched the demonstration of the most powerful magic maliciously, as if they had lost their minds. The girls immediately entered the competition and began to match each other's level. They fought for speed and strength of strikes on the ground, and Shiro exclaimed in amazement that it was incredible. Diana said that thanks to the master they had noticeably accelerated, and the captain immediately agreed with this. Shiro understood. These people boast about their abilities in front of a representative of the opposite sex, just like in his previous world. He decided that the soldiers deserved a reward, so he planned to prepare a snack for 100 people. After that, Shiro mounted a horse and announced that he would return very soon, which shocked Graham. The young man ordered Iwao to put a large cauldron on the fire, then explained that they would add water, sugar, salt, and syrup and bring the mixture to a boil. Citrus essential oil would serve as a subtle seasoning, and as soon as the water boiled, Iwao would be ready to serve. As soon as the liquid in the pot changes color and bubbles begin to actively grow, remove the pot from the fire and quickly cool it by placing it in another pot with cold water. When the mass cools enough to be handled by hand, Knead it thoroughly, form it into a cylinder shape, cut into pieces, and the shackles treat is ready. Shiro joyfully shouted that he had returned, brought them some salty candies, and remembering that it is useful to add sodium during work, suggested the captain try one. The girl added that the candies were tasty and pleasantly smelled of lemon. Grem thanked for the care, and the boy went to distribute candies to the soldiers. They rejoiced at the treats, sincerely accepted the offering, and warmly thanked him. Having finished distributing the treats, he went to check if anyone was left behind, and nearby he saw a woman he knew well. As soon as she noticed his return, her face blossomed with a wide smile. She was genuinely happy to see him again. Shiro explained that these were salty candies, and if you eat one in the heat, strength will come, and the female soldier thanked him and already reached out her hand for the treat, but the boy noticed. Her hands were dirty. He cheerfully and kindly asked the girl to open her mouth, say the longed-for AM, and, jokingly hinting at the game, simultaneously suggested a simple way to immediately try the candy without wasting time. With interest, he asked if she liked the treat, heard a confident yes, and after that the rest of the girls were completely shocked. Cheerfully encouraging them, the young man announced that there were enough treats for everyone, and began carefully placing a small candy into each mouth, generously distributing positivity and joy along with them. All the soldiers lined up in a row and patiently waited their turn, and the lucky ones had the sweet treat simply thrown live into their open mouths. Shiro already realized that the sweets were almost gone, but later discovered there was still quite a lot left, and he suggested holding a second round. Diana told the owner that she appreciated his attention, but that was enough. The soldiers were too focused on him and neglecting their work. The young man asked if candies in the Empire were really such a rarity, and the adjutant replied that no, there was simply another much rarer reason for such a spectacle. And she added that the ritual itself, when a man feeds a woman by hand, is a rare event, because it is something special, worthy of the pages of novels. Shiro awkwardly admitted his guilt and said that he was very sorry. He seemed to have grown up on the island and knew nothing, although in reality he already understood everything. Diana listened attentively and firmly knew. He only had good intentions, but now the young man realized that he had consciously slowed down the work. Realizing this, Shiro decided to act wisely. He left the rest of the treats for later, promising to distribute them only when the work was completed, so as not to disrupt the process and not lower the soldiers' morale. He asked to continue digging and convincingly promised. As soon as they finished digging the trench, he would give an even larger portion of tasty candies that would recharge and lift his spirits. The girls voluntarily accepted the terms of the agreement and enthusiastically returned to intensive work, united by a common goal to complete the mission and await the well-deserved reward, driven by optimism and hope for a quick reward. Shiro hoped that this approach would compensate for lost time, and the captain unquestionably shared his opinion. The man decided to give Grem one more candy, but it was clear that the girl was extremely embarrassed. Later, having gathered courage, she hesitantly extended her hand and almost feared to touch the gift to finally accept it. Shiro sincerely admired her touching shyness, because in this trait he found a special charm that revealed new facets of her character. The soldiers quickly directed streams of water into the deep trench, filling it with fresh moisture and creating a reliable protective barrier that strengthened the fortress against enemies. The young man felt deep satisfaction seeing the finished ditch, how the girls enjoyed the candies and glowed with joy from the successful completion of the project, and the feeling that he and they were involved in a common cause. Ival's team helped build the towers, and Shiro decided it was time to prepare dinner, so he returned to the inn, after which Ival and the team finished the work and received thanks for their participation. The captain returned to the cook with a careful, almost impatient question about the details of the evening menu, as if already anticipating the taste of the future dish. The boy realized that this was the first time Graham herself had initiated the conversation, and replied that the main dish was fried sea fish in tempura batter. So the girl, with a confused look, admitted that she did not understand what tempura was. He explained that tempura is food dipped in a light batter and fried in deep oil, and it is especially tasty when freshly made and the crispy crust has not yet softened. When the boy entered the tavern, one of the women openly complained that she wanted to take him home, and her words were immediately picked up by others. Others began loudly expressing agreement, pleased that they fully understood her, because he looked handsome and was a wonderful cook, and this incredibly attracted attention. while Graham, shooting them an angry look, was irritated by the frank discussion of what stirred her interest. But they were afraid he would betray them, since such men were always in demand. One lady suggested declaring him a public man during the official visit, and the captain immediately twitched nervously. Diana added that she had heard from Milano Dono. Her subordinate tried to marry him, but received a firm refusal. Then one soldier realized that the conversation referred to Lana the girl, who was constantly surrounded by male attention. And it was obvious from what she said directly. This was only the first round, and Graham thought that Shiro might behave that way, but she did not even suspect that he would betray. She was looking for a way to take him home with her and, laughing, jokingly imagined. If she were a writer like Alyssa Milano, she would simply fly away with him on a wyvern. The girl laughed at her own inventions and involuntarily realized. Sometimes she lets her imagination run wild, creating funny and naive plots that sound ridiculous, but at the same time bring joy and relief. Shiro knew that he had already established a connection with the people of the Empire, but no one could have thought that he was also being controlled by the warrior Princess Rigalto. The young man pondered with trembling curiosity about the fate of Chris Sama, reviving vivid moments of their shared journey with warm memories, and feeling how bright memories and hope for a meeting with a dear friend filled his heart. The soldiers, huddled tightly together, greedily stared at the prepared food, as if finally they would eat their fill and rest after a long day of exhausting work. Shiro informed everyone present that it was tempura made from sea bream, and separately warned. The dish is hot, so one should be careful so that no one suffers unpleasant consequences, even if they really want to taste it right now. The girls literally swooned with delight, tasting an extraordinarily delicious dish for the first time, which opened new horizons of culinary sensations and enhanced the festive mood of the entire party. They noted that the tempura was crispy on the outside and tender inside, so they immediately assumed tempura made from sparrow-like pagar fish might be the tastiest thing in the world. Shiro wondered whether it was tokugawa or ieyasu, something similar to tanuki, while the women ate closely, sweat pouring down from tension, and the whole scene looked funny. He enjoyed watching the girls devour his cooking with appetite, pretending as if it was incredibly tasty. He simply enjoyed the moment. He decided again to prepare tempura, hoping to catch shrimp or squid, and on advice, he was to eat them with salt, sprinkle with bonito flakes, and if possible, make tensu too. Diana officially informed the owner that after dinner she would have an important meeting with him, and the time was very close. The man was completely confused and could not understand what exactly was happening, so he was told directly that he was also invited to join the meeting. The adjutant had a separate request for him. During that dungeon assault, she asked to borrow his stone golems and now demanded that he remember this. The boy clarified that when they use the word stone, they mean Iwao, not Goku, and the girl confirmed the correctness of the guess because the large iron shield standing outside belonged precisely to Iwao. The man asked if they really wanted Iwao to go at the vanguard, and Diana replied that they were trying to minimize losses even if for him it was a risk to lose golems, and once again clarified whether he could be reliable. Shiro realized that Evil could be recreated, but doubted it and considered it wrong to talk about human life. So he declared that he would take the magical stones for the golems and take a separate reward for himself. The captain agreed and, as a reward, handed over 10,000 lemon in cash, magical stones worth 5,000 lemon, and 3 kilograms of frozen beef. The young man shuddered at such an offer and said he could not take so much, and Grem sharply added, "On the contrary, they are asking for too much, and she wants him to accept everything without objections, without bargaining and doubts." Shiro decided to agree only on the condition that she insisted, and frankly, he was happier with the beef than with the money and magical stones. In his preparations, there were already dried tuna flakes, soy sauce and sugar, as well as eggs, onions, and rice, and also red wine that Liona brought by plane. The young man confidently cooked the beef, but had no idea how long it had been since he ate the same meat, and the portion was really huge. After long reflections, the young man firmly decided to take 3 kilograms of selected beef, wonderful magical crystals, and a substantial amount of money, understanding that these gifts would be a good investment and replenish his supplies for a long time. The golems quickly came to life. Their movements were driven by mechanical energy, and clear commands forced them to act without delay, so they obediently carried out orders and helped quickly achieve the set goals. The army consisted of 6 stone golems with huge shields, 8 elite offensive mage warriors, and 4 towers, each of which had 3 fighters. Thousands of ordinary soldiers took positions along the edge of the defensive moat, closed ranks tightly, and were ready to meet any threat. Diana gave clear and concise orders. Immediately start the operation to capture the dungeon, raise the troops, and prepare resources for the decisive offensive to accomplish the main strategic task. The soldiers gathered in tight groups and took on a difficult task carrying equipment, checking the gear, and preparing the path for the assault in the dark corridors. The young warriors tensely stared into the depths of the tunnels, holding their breath and instinctively expecting a hidden threat that was about to pounce on the attackers. So far, the only companion of the brave was the anxious, deaf, silent space. It struck the ears, sowing fear and doubt with every step. A brief wave of relief covered him suddenly, and quietly fear and anxiety retreated a little. The burden was lifted from his chest, and he quietly felt calm to rest and gather his thoughts. Suddenly, from the depths of the cave, a cold, frightening gaze of an invisible creature flashed, caught by an ominous reflection like a sign. A threat from the darkness of the dungeon was very close. They turned out to be giant monsters. They rushed in a whirlwind attack, sweeping away obstacles in their path and demonstrating destructive power and aggressiveness in every movement. But in a moment, an unexpected failure occurred. The monsters powerfully threw Golem number 2 back with a blow, tearing the giant iron shield from his hands and causing him to stagger in helpless silence. Shiro knew for sure. Iva was unable to lift anything heavier than 100 kilograms while the monsters continued to aggressively advance forward, squeezing the space for any dash. Meanwhile, the monsters, like mad wolves, rushed swiftly further, shouting battle cries and threats, forcing the defenders to act actively, without pauses or hesitation. The commander's order that followed gave the group of soldiers the command to go on the offensive, to face danger head-on, demonstrating courage and impeccable professionalism in the face of extreme threat. Magical attacks merged into one stream of destructive power. An avalanche of light and energy fell on the ranks of the opponents, breaking through their defense and dispersing the monolithic wall of resistance, turning the fight into a spectacular, brutal magical clash. The monsters instantly vanished into ashes, as if symbolically sealing the victory over the first attackers, thereby proving that the defenders' strategy works and their weapons truly have destructive power. Shiro was truly shocked as soon as it became clear that his huge iron shields, which previously seemed almost invulnerable, were already damaged and cracked from the blows. Diana spoke restrainedly to the owner with a clear demand. Immediately bring the golems to working condition, deploy them along the perimeter of the battlefield, and force them to act exactly according to the battle plan. The young man, trembling from his own reaction, convulsively squeezed the captain's hand, and at that very moment, shock flashed across the adjutant's face, for he was looking at the scene with undisguised surprise and anxiety. He awkwardly apologized, admitting that he had lost control over his legs. His knees were trembling, and he could not maintain a normal upright posture due to the tension and exhaustion of battle. Graham immediately grabbed him by the sleeve, as if trying to calm and support him in this moment of instability. The girl shyly smiled and asked if he was all right, carefully observing his condition. The man explained that he needed to lean on something stable, so as not to lose his balance. 2 young women confidently took Shiro under the elbows, firmly supported him and arranged him comfortably, so he could regain lost strength and restore his mental equilibrium. Shiro, as if suddenly feeling twice as much courage, immediately gave the order to Iwao to return to the ranks, raising the army's morale with his personal bravery and determination. The soldiers reported that there were no signs of danger and suggested moving to defend the inner part of the territory. Diana asked the owner to let the homunculi in, assuring that they would follow them and act according to the plan. Shiro looked surprised. He was also being called, and the adjutant explained that he was the only one who could give orders to the homunculi. Graham gently took Shiro's hand and whispered that there was no need to worry. They were nearby, and nothing threatened his safety, so this trusting reassurance restored his mental balance. The army strategically advanced deeper into the dungeon, slowly exploring the lower tiers, climbing steep stairs, and carefully inspecting every dark corner. When monsters that looked like huge lizards suddenly jumped out from behind the doors, the soldiers instantly oriented themselves and delivered precise strikes. So within seconds they cleared the area and ensured a safe passage. Shiro, overwhelmed with horror, screamed when the disgusting creatures appeared out of nowhere and attacked the expedition members, turning the reconnaissance into a bloody war for survival, a continuous danger and deadly risks. Grem emphasized that, until that moment, their group had only encountered relatively weak monsters. The boy was stunned by this message, and the captain added that the monsters would become stronger the deeper they advanced into the dungeon. Diana called the homunculi down the stairs in a commanding voice, and her order sounded as if their powerful limbs and endurance were supposed to guarantee the main group's movement forward and protect the weaker ones. Grem spoke calmly and gently, inviting the young man to relax and assuring him that he was under the protection of a strong team. She specified that she and Diana had a unique magical ability. She stood out even among elite warriors, so Shiro would be safe if he stayed between them. And he decided exactly that. Suddenly Shiro realized. Grem promised protection, but the air here was too thin for normal breathing, and there was a strange smell around, like some kind of gas, or the very same miasma. The young man reported to the captain that he had reached the limit of his strength, and soon collapsed exhausted, losing consciousness. So the girl immediately called Cheryl to come to the sick person. The captain, gritting his teeth in anxiety, asked his subordinate to take up treating his condition and restore his strength. Shiro tried to convince himself that these were only his dreams, but in his mind lived persistently a sweet, stereotypical image of a healer. Huge eyes shining like stars, an attractive figure that draws glances, and a gentle character capable of melting any heart. He wished that she would pity him and heal not only his body, but also his soul, as if one touch was enough to set everything right. That reality turned out to be cruel. The girl abruptly shattered his dream, rudely ordering him to pull himself together and stop daydreaming, and she made him fall silent halfway through, coldly crushing all his hopes. And then Cheryl added without hesitation, "If she dies, no one else will be able to control the golems," so the young man took these words as a harsh warning. However, he understood well. Cheryl is kind, and she will always come to the rescue. Her words echoed in the silence, and the heartbeat within it seemed to start beating a little faster. After that, the girl breathed confidently and applied healing hand restorative magic that maximizes human self-recovery, promising Shiro not to worry because in a moment he would feel much better. Grem sneered contemptuously and asked if it was really necessary to touch the patient, and the healer answered simply, "Yes, because studies have shown magic is more effective when applied directly to the skin." The captain understood and apologized, and the young man felt the nausea really begin to subside. But the girls still did not stop the healing touch, giving no chance for the pain to return. This shocked him, and he, still barely coming to his senses, thanked Cheryl because it really got better. But she warned that this was not the end, that he was not yet fully recovered, and that now they were at a critical stage, sitting on the sofa. The captain considered her subordinate a very competent healer, and the same man understood this well. It was not about skill, she was simply having fun. After 3 minutes, Shiro happily informed the girl that thanks to her help he felt much better, and he felt much more vigorous and energetic. Cheryl was truly glad to hear such sincere words of gratitude. The soldiers began to slowly exit the dungeon, looking around cautiously, as if afraid of any sudden movement. The owner stopped in surprise when he realized that evening had already come, and Diana reported that they had managed to take control of the first floor almost without losses thanks to their coordinated interaction. To which Shiro replied that all the hard work was on Ivano's team, and sincerely thanked them for the excellent performance, while the young fighters just smiled. The young man suddenly remembered that he had forgotten everything because he needed to prepare dinner, and Grem immediately calmed him down, saying there was nothing to worry about, and Diana added that worrying now was unnecessary. Diana assured that the cook had already prepared dinner for them, so the young man should also eat, and Shiro agreed without hesitation. He even found it pleasant that he wouldn't have to fuss and cook himself instead of dealing with matters. On the table were already waiting bread, cheese, fried pork, boiled potatoes, and beans generously seasoned with butter on top, and steam from the hot food rose into the warm light. While the others laughed and compared their first impressions, the owner tasted the food thoughtfully and decided that the meal was hearty, but the taste was different from what he expected. The red wine turned out to be too sweet, and he guessed that sugar had been added for preservation. The salty pork steak with potatoes paired so well with the wine that the table seemed to smoke from the heat and aromas. But as soon as the young man took another sip, he laughed loudly, and this laughter shocked everyone around. Unrestrained, the young man shouted at the top of his voice that he was surrounded by beautiful women, while at the same time fully aware that he was the only man here. So the laughter rolled like a wave, confusing people. On top of all this, he had for the first time entered the dungeon and personally found 3 treasures: a golden ring, a golden bracelet, and an ancient magical book, from which a faint light flickered in the semi-darkness. The soldiers raised their glasses, proposing a toast to luck, and it was visible that the captain was nervous, but Shiro calmly waved it off, saying everything was fine and he knew how to keep himself together. From there they call it the same, like 2 fingers on asphalt, and there's nothing special about it, while Grem did not understand what asphalt meant. Diana told the owner that she was counting on his help tomorrow and directly asked if he could, meaning something completely different. She shouldn't have drunk so much, and the young man, grabbing her hand, solemnly added that if she asked he would throw himself into fire, water, and even the dungeon. With a wild look, he shouted that Shiro Sanada would break through everything, and the girls began to ask if that meant his favorite girl was the adjutant. He did not understand what they were talking about and angrily protested, assuring that he was not like that at all, and then suddenly burst into an even louder explanation. Then the young man added that he was by no means limited to one affection, and that Laneson was not the only one he had feelings for, because he really liked Gram-sama too. He shouted that he loves the adjutant and described how juicy her filled, melon-like breasts were, which made the girl confusedly ask what kind of melons exactly. But the captain liked him after all. She was very sweet, and she was glad to hear the word sweet. The young man also confessed that he loves Cheryl-san. She hid behind healing magic to be able to touch him, but he declared that in reality she not only touched but greedily needed his body. So he decided to forgive and embrace her, and she called him further, as if she already had an answer to his prank. She gently called him an angel, and in memories, Chris repeated that he must become her guardian angel. The young man immediately burst into tears, and Grem, fearing for him, anxiously asked what exactly had happened. Shiro drained a huge mug of wine in one gulp, then asked the captain not to stop him because he had one special reason to finish it. The girl leaned forward and asked who the special man living in his heart was, and whom he was thinking about right now as he spoke such words, then asked him to share the secret to show true feelings. The young man continued to insist that, when he first came to this world, he was completely confused, and that she special led him through the darkness and gave him all her love. Grem heard the word love, and holding his breath, asked where that special woman was now. The young man, sobbing, clutched his chest, and with a trembling voice promised that he would never see Chris Sama again. Shiro carefully addressed the captain and asked if he could cry a little. The girl replied with gentle care that it was perfectly normal, and that he could cry as many tears as he wanted. Without stopping sobbing, the young man weakly swayed and fell into the captain's embrace, and her warm hands gently ran through his hair, slowly calming and encouraging him. Taking a deep breath, the boy felt fatigue envelop his consciousness with a soft, cozy wave of calm. He slowly closed his eyes, sank into a sweet sleep, and seemed to erase all the worries of the past day from his memory. The man guessed that this person had her own biography because everything in her behavior looked as if she had experienced the loss of a wife or lover. Grem agreed and asked what kind of person Chris Sama was. The military woman thought it was an ordinary name, and she also wondered what she really was, while Captain Graham understood. It could not be left like that, so he decided to take her to bed with him, whereas the adjutant just looked at her and hoped she knew nothing could be done with him when he was drunk. Graham shouted that she was stupid, and emphasized that she was never capable of such a vile thing, while Diana, defending herself, explained that she did not think it was possible in her at all. But if it was said only to her alone, it could create false rumors. She knew perfectly well that it was not her style to do such a thing, but still said it just in case. And Captain Graham decided that it was a good idea, and that the assistant was probably right. So he suggested to bring everything together with everyone except Cheryl. Cam, concentrating, carefully picked up Shiro in her arms, and surprise immediately arose in the squad. The soldiers, hearing this phrase, gathered in a rush to settle everything their own way. Their hands and feet were supposed to take him, and then they looked at the captain and asked if he was not tired of carrying Shiro alone. Opening the door and entering inside, they stopped because they immediately realized this was the captain's room. The squad thought that the room was too soaked with his scent, that the bed seemed specially made for lonely sleep, and that everyone could fit there twice or thrice as close to each other. He himself ordered them to move forward, and the boy began to open his eyes, almost not understanding where exactly he had ended up. He told him that it was his bed, recalled that it was already time to sleep because there would be a lot of work tomorrow, and cuddled closer, kissing the captain. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. They froze in place and looked at the scene with surprise, and Graham even more froze with wide-open eyes, not believing that this was happening. Sam was stunned, and Shiro gently said goodbye to Chris and Sam, whispering to them, "Good night," while the room dimmed. While Sam tried to understand what had happened, the boy simply closed his eyes and fell asleep. Diana said that it was time for them to leave, adding that it was not worth staying in his room for long, and then she turned her gaze to Litsama. Graham demanded that the entire unit be notified. Alcohol was strictly forbidden to him, and those who disobeyed would be severely punished, and Ajantang immediately understood the order and decided that this would be best. Then the captain ordered the Gatum to protect Shiro while he slept. Waking up early in the morning, Shiro immediately felt an unpleasant throbbing in his temples, and the headache quickly grew, turning into a real nightmare. Nausea and dizziness overwhelmed him in waves. Then he asked Goku to bring a glass of water and pulled out a painkiller potion created by magic. Shiro decided that no one had used this remedy the way he did before, so he believed it would help with the hangover, and hastily dealing with his own experiment, he threw the pill into his mouth and washed it down with water. But within a few seconds, he felt the pain disappear, and from joy, he was even embarrassed at how quickly and effectively the potion worked. After that, he decided to refresh himself. He dived into the cold river water. When the headache subsided, he was still nauseous, and he knew well. His level was still too low to create medicine for the stomach, so he was already about to go take a shower when suddenly she appeared. Then Shiro decided to start the shower, and at that moment Grem crawled out from behind the bushes, stopping as if he had an urgent matter with him. He greeted her with good morning, and there was no trace of a hangover on his face. The girl responded the same, turned away, and quickly washed herself in the river, and in the next moment it was clear that she was in a hurry. And then she suddenly ran away. The young man noticed that the girl was trying to avoid him, not meeting his gaze. Diana greeted him in the morning and asked if everything was all right, and she was told almost. The girl took it as a good sign today he would also command the Iwao squad. The girl smiled with relief, seeing how he was ready to throw himself into fire, dive into water, and even go to prison for her. The adjutant could not believe that such a man would say something like that to her, and then added with a smile, if she were 10 years younger, she would already seriously think about marriage. He only appeared in memory in fragments and suddenly remembered that he had once said something very similar. The lady stared at the trembling reflections of light and began to slowly ponder the words he had spoken last night. Diana wondered why the owner remembered nothing and decided that he had been through too much. She said that Chris resembled his late wife, and these words plunged him into icy cold. Shiro embarrassedly fixed his gaze on the interlocutor, suspecting that he might have said too much about Princess Regalta and the enemy of the Empire, and now did not know if everything would be all right. He was tormented by why the other decided that he had a wife and a deceased one at that. Diana said that if something was bothering him, he could tell her she would support him, and the boy immediately realized that this would sound as if they were complaining about him. So he did not even remember that Chris was Princess Regalta, and also asked her if he had done something wrong when he got drunk. The adjutant shook his head and explained that he had caused trouble and kissed Grema, confusing her with the late wife. The man convulsively grabbed his head with his hands, fell to his knees, and then desperately began to beat the ground, trying to break free from the panic that tightly gripped his body. He did not understand what he was doing, but now it was clear why she avoided him. He felt that he had to apologize to her, and if she gave even a little chance, then maybe they would temporarily turn away from their pursuits. He only feared that other soldiers would still find out about his invented drama. But that day he was approached 3 times, and each time they conveyed the same thing as if everyone else was absolutely indifferent to his invented drama. So he stood confused, not knowing how to prove to himself that this was not the end. She simply could not come up with a normal explanation to refute it, so she decided to leave everything as it was, hoping that things would be all right further on, and the Iwao team slowly continued their way into the dungeon, where the wide corridor swallowed every sound. Enro approached Graham and said that it was not quite accurate, but he had a small request. He wanted her to join them. He was about to ask Miracle No One to join their squad, because without her the plan would have gaps. Interested in learning the combat power of the Miracle, the captain agreed. Everything was clear with Iwao, so it was better to test it in a real battle. He added that there would be no problem if only one monster appeared. But as soon as the big battle began, they had to retreat. They could not risk the Gagems, except for the Iwao squad that covered them, and the young fighters panicked and stuck closer to their own, waiting for the right moment. One man took her order, politely thanked her, and promised to do his best, clarifying that number 2 would work on escort duty. The squad rushed forward and broke into the dark thickets of the mysterious Diana dungeon, as if the darkness itself was calling them further. Anna reported that they had already taken control of the first underground floor, so the team continued to explore the labyrinth, and Shiro decided that it was purely physical work, ordering Iwao to move on. Zero noticed monsters both in the rooms and just in the middle of the corridors, but so far they appeared only in groups, so it was not yet Miracle's turn, and Diana asked how he felt. The boy replied that everything seemed fine and he was probably already used to it. He added that during the fight he would just get scared and not move from the spot, and the adjutant decided that it was normal because men supposedly could not use magic. So the boy agreed, while meanwhile the third, miraculous, one was in production, and Diana silently monitored the process. Anna thanked her subordinate for the report, and then asked the owner to pass the urgent message further along the chain of command. The heroine ordered the wooden golem bird named Kukishka to deliver this document to the forces operating above ground, and he immediately set off on the way. The hero realized that too much time had already been spent investigating this place, and Diana explained. They were conducting a thorough check because safety was their main priority, and Lot Sama intended to minimize the number of victims. Although at first glance she may seem reserved, she is actually a kind person who values her subordinates. So the owner immediately understood why the unit had such high morale, and the adjutant ordered the troops to freeze in place and be ready at any moment. Sam asked him to leave, and the young man was surprised that she spoke after all, because in her coldness there was something resembling attention, as if they thought he had lost his wife, so he reminded them. Now they should focus on their own work. Zero ordered Iwao to prepare for the attack. Shields at the ready, and as soon as the doors open, move forward. We open the doors and step into the darkness. Opening the door, he looked inside. The room was empty, but suddenly he noticed a cockatrice lying motionless and quietly called Shiro, confused by the silence. Zero initially thought it was just a bright ostrich, but Graham sharply added, "There is only one monster here, so it's time to check its treachery." Understanding the hint, I ordered Miracle number 1 to move forward without hesitation. The young man watched as the figures of the golems receded into the depths of the corridor, and his heart anxiously clenched for the soldier who was about to disappear from sight. The warriors knew that both the enemy and he himself were equally fast, so no strike could hit. And in the next moment, the movements of the Chigra became sluggish. The soldiers screamed that Miracle could indeed win, and against the trembling air rose the golem. The Chigra, at full speed, delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's neck, causing him to stagger. The strike was instantaneous. One of their enemies was immediately knocked to the ground and mercilessly destroyed. The hero beamed with joy that his creation had endured the fight and won, and asked the captain what he thought. Graham replied that it was not bad, and declared that he would take on 3 soldiers. The young man knew officers were much stronger than ordinary soldiers, and the girl explained that people differ from each other, but they could still handle 3 to 5 ordinary ones themselves, so the young man rejoiced when he realized that Miracle might be stronger than a usual officer, and this was a surprise to him. Urk knew, as long as he had 2 golems left, if 2 officers attacked him, there would be no chance, so he made this decision after all. The captain keeps the troops under control, and everything seems fine, but not enough for him to fully trust them. So there are strange ones among them, and Urk decided to raise the level of the golems. According to his status, he needed to create 3 more to raise the target level in production. The young man understood. If he added 2 more to the trio currently producing, it would take at least 5 days, and while he continued making golems, he would no longer be able to make anything else, but at least he could use repair. It took him only 10 seconds to restore a heavily damaged plate without scratches and without cracks, and although it cost 76 MP, while the production cost was only 24 MP, even traces of wear disappeared, so it turned out that magic affects time and MP costs quite logically. Zero realized he can repair things while using creation magic and is able to restore even what he did not create himself. Now he was thinking about what to do with this, but suddenly for a moment he lost the ability to continue the thought. Suddenly the boy noticed that Miracle was limping, and decided that it might be a metal golem, since after that fight he himself was covered in small scratches and limped a bit on one leg. Shiro found his interest in pragmatic actions and decided to repair the metal golem later, as soon as the team returned. Calculating the magic costs for repair, he was stunned with surprise. To repair the golem, 720 units of energy were needed, and this boy immediately felt how long everything could drag on. He expected the repair to be expensive, but never thought it would be such a hellish waste, and the doors also looked broken and creaked as if someone had long since given up Grandpa. He stuck a feather of the defeated monster as an ornament behind her ear, and then she immediately looked even funnier and more majestic, as if she had personally signed the victory. Then she informed the owner that the meat of the cockatrice had already been brought to the kitchen, and Shiro, hearing this, only silently nodded. Cairo thanked her and ordered number 1 to wait, muttering that 2 more golems still needed to be made. But given the condition of Miracle and Iwao, this would be extremely difficult, so he returned to the kitchen. Turning around, Cairo saw an impressive scene. A man was bustling near the carcass, and the kitchen air was heavy with a sharp smell and tension. One man did not know if the meat was edible, so he decided it tasted like chicken and began to disassemble the carcass, meanwhile noticing that the feathers had already been plucked, but it would still be sold at a high price as decoration. He heard that among the capital's fashionistas it had become popular to decorate hats with vipergriff feathers, so he ordered the meat to be taken to the basement and magically frozen to be used later as intended. Now he watched as the potion hammer turned the carcass into ice briquettes. While the young man decided to cut the meat into large slices, he marinated it for half an hour in a mixture of soy sauce, sake, and grated ginger, after which he added potato starch, mixed thoroughly, and fried it in oil, and the dinner was extraordinarily aromatic and juicy. The dish was already ready. The young man called the cockatrice crew and placed a vegetable soup with cockatrice broth on the table. The girls wondered if this was the same tempura thing from recently, and when they tried it, they were simply amazed by the taste, and they fell silent for a moment to understand how such a thing could even be. The soup was delicious. It warmed their souls, and the chicken broth was distinctly felt in it. Shiro realized that cockatrice gives a richer broth than chicken, and together with the umami from the vegetables, it makes a truly wonderful soup. Then I decided to prepare ramen with cockatrice broth. The broth itself is quite rich, so soy sauce should pair well with it, and then I added ramen noodles and finished the dish until the aroma filled everything around. Shiro decided to stop daydreaming about Shasha, but was sure that fried cockatrice meat with onions would perfectly distract him, and one of the soldiers noticed a strange smile on his face and wondered what exactly he was thinking about. Cairo replied that he was thinking about the new dish, promising not to give it away until everything was ready. And Diana returned to him with a conversation about the task for the next day, and Shiro was clearly embarrassed. Shiro asked not to include him in their reconnaissance plans because he checked Iwao and decided that they were in an unsatisfactory state. They raised and lowered their hands a little slower, so the adjutant perceived this as a real problem. The captain insisted that he was right, as everything was really going well until the same thing happened, and only thanks to the host, which looked like a miracle. And an even greater miracle was that a simple man descended into the dungeon, and the soldier silently reviewed what he had heard in his mind. The soldiers agreed that it was a fact, and Shiro asked to be forgiven because he frankly admitted he was simply not made for battle. Tim retracted his statement and thanked Diana for her cooperation, and she apologized for pressing him too hard. So the boy asked her not to worry, and the commander expressed gratitude on behalf of the entire group. The commander promised that they would do everything Tim wanted and gave the signal to move to active actions. So the soldiers followed the instructions. The soldiers began actively building something on the spot, fulfilling the boy's request without any delay. Tim decided that it looked simply wonderful, so they would have a chance to bathe. And Grem was glad that Diana felt well and noted that they had already taken a bath before, so he suggested she try it too, asking if she was sure. Tim prepared water for the master. The spherical golems warmed the water, and 2 others mixed it with cold water and poured it in an even stream. While the water was heating, the protagonist Shiro stood under the stream, reflecting on the pressure and praising himself for another luxury feature regulated luxurious shower while washing and pampering his hair. Soaked from head to toe, Shiro thought he could assemble the water heater thanks to his instrumental skills. But now other matters occupied him, so he tried not to worry about this idea. He went out to the sea and began fishing together with his guard dogs, and it seemed as if he now spent every day like this. I was returning home, counting in my thoughts that a week had passed since he stopped going to the dungeon, when suddenly knights poured out to meet the heroes, dragging sacks with some cargo in a chest and politely asking how he was doing. The knights looked solemn, dusty from the road, and a little nervous. Shiro waved his hand to the boys, saying they had managed, and they stood confused, staring at the battered armor after the fierce battle. The knights moved on, saying goodbye to Shiro, and the boy only reproached him for a good job and introduced him to the head of Sheri, who lay on the table from exhaustion. Shiro began to recall how he told the girl that she did a great job, and he only agreed in response. Then Shiro noted that the number of wounded had increased, and the healer barely kept up with them, so he whispered that the vanguard unit of Iwao had disappeared, and it was precisely because of this that help was lacking. Smiling, the interlocutor replied that this was a common practice, and that this was not the kind of work they did under the protection of men. People insisted that no one had died, and most wounds could be healed with magic, so there was nothing to worry about, while the man recalled his guard dogs and acquaintance with the night girls, who tiredly but attentively helped as the room smelled of medicine and gunpowder. Charles wondered if this was again one of the wonders, while his dog barked in response, and Skyrer explained that he had seen them during the awakening and could not admit that all this was created by their magic, while Captain Grem looked intently at the boy. Captain Grem asked where those wonders could have come from, and the boy suggested that they came from the mountain. So one girl opened her eyes in surprise, and later he recalled how he created another, the fifth wonder, and Shiro noted that they managed to increase the production of golems as he had planned, after which the young man saw dozens of semi-finished machines in the workshops growing at the pace of a new type. He sent a signal with the parameters of the new mermaid type, a 6-tier golem, which was to be made in 49 hours, and schemes and symbols flashed in the air as if the drawings came to life above the workshop. One character was delighted and could not wait for the appearance of the new type of golem, exclaiming that now it was time for a cute little mermaid. And already after 2 days, the workshop fell silent in anticipation, as the molds for the future creation solidified in the final preparations. Many years passed, and the boy finally managed to create a new golem with a fish tail, and keeping his gaze on the result, slowly looked at the creature that moved its fins and seemed to breathe under the soft light of the lamps. He looked at the golem while it twitched its tail, and Shiro evaluated it with interest and said that it was truly half fish. The upper part was human, but the whole body was green, and the boy added that the creature resembled a triton more than a mermaid, but still seemed magical to him, while the horse only nervously moved nearby. Skolam and Esferichny carried Knopf to the sea and threw him into the ocean, and Shiro told him that from today his name was Seima, and handed him a trident. One man recalled how he recently tried to use the trident and dived into the water with it after that a soldier found him, and everything turned into a real mess. So he ordered Seima to swim and catch seafood for a side dish in the evening. Seima swam and completed the task, and then he tried again to take the trident and dive, and the soldier did find him, so the mess returned with new force. Shiro laid out 5 sea lobsters on the table, and the man could not believe that such a catch was already before him. His hands reached out by themselves to examine the bowls. He could not believe that such a catch was gathered from this, so he decided to make lobster gratin. He hurried to the stove, fried the meat with onions in oil, muttering that the shells would make a wonderful broth, and just then a girl approached him. He entered the kitchen, feeling the warm smell of food spreading throughout the room. As soon as she opened her eyes, smiled, and said she returned precisely because of that wonderful aroma, Shiro greeted her and announced, "Tonight's dinner is lobster." While the girl was looking at the golems, the boy thought their conversation resembled a married couple's quarrel, and guessed that in a week she might stop being cold to him. And Graham asked what exactly the golems were cooking. "The base is ready, and now we are making lobster pasta." So he prepared to treat. Harrow handed her a spoon with pasta and asked if she wanted to taste it, and she, turning to him, reached out to try and opened her mouth wide. Some of the golems joyfully confirmed that the dish was incredibly tasty, but the boy immediately suggested to drink white wine, after which the girl choked and started coughing. He firmly refused and told the owner that she should not drink because the man could simply harm himself. Embarrassed, agreeing with her, he bowed sharply and apologized for that day, and the girl replied that everything happened by accident, so he should not worry. He looked away awkwardly and said that she no longer cared, but in his thoughts noted how sweet she was, after which she asked why he was looking at her like that, and he just waved it off. Cheryl, pressing her palm to her chest, asked if he was satisfied that she had already started talking to him. Cairo smiled and replied that when they first arrived on the island, Len did everything spoke, so now he was happy, and Graham was confused and looked away. Having thought about it, I realized. From the very beginning, she really tried to avoid eye contact with the owner in every possible way. Someone answered embarrassedly, saying that she is not very good at conversations with men, although she always wanted to overcome this barrier, and even Shiro looked away. Pedro noted that if she spoke to him now, it means. The girl has already gotten used to his presence, and Graham immediately agreed, happily emphasizing that now she can talk to him and she really likes it. I smiled at the girl, and the golem in my soul shouted that now he is truly happy. William pulled a hot baking tray from the oven, laid out lobster with white sauce and pasta in a dish, and then sprinkled everything with cheese, after which she quietly made a note. Taro told the girl that after all this, it needs to be baked in the oven, saying that this way the dish will be ready. And Graham burst out smiling and asked if his father had skillfully taught him this. The guy replied that his parents ran a restaurant, so he learned cooking from both, and the girl looked at him in surprise, trying to understand if he was telling the truth, while the owner announced that the bath was ready, invited her to come in and asked if she wanted him to wash her back, and Graham was outraged. Carl asked him not to joke like that anymore, because he brought a completely different business into their establishment, and the young man, apologizing, waved his hand, saying it was just a joking phrase. The owner said goodbye to the girl and wished her to enjoy the bath, and the guy pondered Graham's boundless honesty and had no idea what Chris would say in response to his proposal. The hero began to imagine how he and the girl luxuriate in that bath, while soft warmth and coziness reign around. I thought about how Shiro hugged Chris tightly and smiled so warmly, as if a whole story was hidden in that gesture. Imagine how the girl used it as a washcloth for bathing, and the guy nearby held his breath and looked as if he could not understand what was happening. The man was confident. Everything would be exactly as he thought. He returned to the kitchen and noted that Graham's attention was as pleasant as her aggressiveness, and in his mind surfaced his former world where the guys were sometimes a bit intrusive and the girls strangely liked it. The hero remembered Chris and realized that the time spent with her was interesting and fun. But when he recalled Graham, he decided maybe he really could fall in love with her, because completely different rules began to apply when he was near her. The man smiled, raised his hand to his chin, and wondered what it would be like if he were Skinner or a local man, but suddenly snapped out of it and pushed the thought away. He understood that Graham would never bother him on duty, so he could finally relax. The hero looked at the sky and thought, to strain oneself and lead a measured, carefree life is not so bad, and to help people storm the dungeon even more so, since now his main priority was to expand the tavern, not love and romance. He used magic to grow new plants from goylem, nourishing the sprouts with living energy. The sad hero sits at the table. He closed his eyes and smiles calmly, as if reconciled with his own silence. He looked at the girl and decided that she was tired, so he paid attention to her condition and responded gently. He began to tremble and say that half a month had passed since the arrival of the research team and there were no serious losses. But the dungeon clearly did not obey the plan. Today they came across a large gate deep on the first floor, beyond which there were many monsters, but he heard how they worked and reported. And after that he defeated them, and the girl, not understanding the master's words, asked who he was talking to. The girl added that today they had to deal with more than 100 insects, and the guy immediately imagined such a creature in his head and shouted, demanding not to tell the details because he did not want to hear about it. He began to apologize and asked for forgiveness, admitting that he himself was afraid of them, that the girl was also afraid, and that they had never truly understood each other. And then Shiro came up from behind and grabbed her by the shoulder, saying that she was tired and sometimes needed a rest, and the guys nearby just watched, not daring to intervene. Graham demanded that the girl raise her shoulders. You reacted to this, after which he asked her to relax her shoulders, and assured her that everything was fine. Sam shyly replied that it was pleasant, and Graham pondered how nice and soft her figure was, then smiled. Shiro said that the girl had rather firm shoulders, so he would massage her collarbones to drain the lymph, and the girl agreed. The hero warmed the girl's body by pulling up the blanket and asked why she hadn't taken a single day off in the last half month. Because soldiers get tired too. Sam quietly and awkwardly agreed with the young man while he was giving the massage, feeling how gently the fingers moved over her skin and how pleasantly the body relaxed. Then Lane burst into the room and informed the owner that they had run out of red sauce. Lane looked anxiously at the owner and her captain, as if trying to understand whether they would think of her excuse. Lane embarrassedly waved it off and muttered that it was about meat, and Graham hastily spread cream on her hands and awkwardly babbled that it was not at all what she might have imagined. Shiro answered to himself, "Yes, that is exactly what Lane thought." Lane looked away and trembled silently, and the young man smiled in response and explained that he was just giving her a massage and had done nothing that could anger the captain. Kane immediately understood who was being addressed and replied that he would also give her a massage. So Lane shyly agreed with a smile, pretending to be indifferent, while Kane was already preparing to start. The hero, smiling, asked what had happened. Lane fussed and just looked around, and he explained to her that she had brought meat of a red boar that they had gotten in the dungeon. Lane said that the boar was a monster living in the dungeons, and its meat tasted almost the same as pigs and boars. So the owner thanked the girl and thought about what to cook right now. The young man was truly happy because edible monsters really exist. Otherwise, the research team would have long ago eaten all the animals on the island. So he asked the golem to lower the meat into the basement and handed him a basket, while watching how he carefully picked up the load. The man approached the commander and caught her attention while she was still thinking about the red-bearded dish, and the young man promised that next would be a back and calf massage, causing Graham to twitch awkwardly, and a quirky, confused sound, "Shiroshi," seemed to roll in the air, as if she felt too embarrassed for any words. The hero suggested finishing and replied that dinner was already prepared. There was no time for them, and even allowed them to use the bed in his room. Guy boasted that he could persuade girls and promised himself to give Lane a thorough massage. But before entering the room, he canceled the Miracle Number 6, which was already in production, and decided to create something else. The next day, he simply talked to himself, and for some reason, he especially liked the rain. The boy thought, even if the morning was gray, he was glad that the body oil would run out today, while the little golems pulled weeds, so the work was finally step by step coming to an end. And I thought that now he had a whole bunch of homunculi, as many as 6 spherical iwao, 8 little goku, 5 chuda dogs, 2 sayat for horses, 1 QQ duck, and 1 sama, resembling a fish. Zero did not want to stop and remembered his other things: a magic lantern, a lamp, and a stove. In a world without electricity, this man was most concerned with producing magical devices, household appliances that run on magical energy or magical stones. The young man was deciding what to choose, a hand mixer or a blender, and suddenly came to his senses. He said he was a bit lost in thought, but everything was already ready, and added that he hoped the girls would return soon, as if whispering additionally, "Gramsky." Walking down the corridor, she thought about the massage yesterday. It seemed it was very successful. He remembered the previous evening and continued to massage the neck, slowly warming the muscles with the heat of his palms. Cairo replied that, as he thought, the girl was like a stone, but today he would remove her full body stiffness by lifting her and pressing against her spine. It hurt her, but at the same time she enjoyed the loosened bones. Cairo offered her a rest and promised that next would be Lane, and Graham, looking ahead, embarrassingly got lost in thought. Just thinking, the girl decided to check on Diana because she was too quiet. Lane fell asleep with a happy face, and the girl was surprised. She even drooled, as if she couldn't hold back her reaction to the strange state. The world turns, they exchange glances, and each thinks their own thoughts, and then everything is covered by a short, heavy silence. After the raspberry pudding with red bone gelatin was placed on the table, the night girls tasted it and were delighted with the flavor, and Shiro couldn't help but smile sincerely. Metro asked Graham and Lane for a moment and asked how they felt after the massage, before Graham could respond. Lane said that she woke up in the morning feeling refreshed thanks to him, that she felt so good she fell asleep. Meanwhile, the man took the prepared bottle. He raised his hand to his mouth and whispered for the girls to keep it a secret from others, then handed them the bottle, explaining that he had something more special for them, a massage. He explained that the large oil regulates the movement of fluids in the body and cleanses the skin, gives herbal aromas, and enhances the relaxing effect, and the girls listened to him attentively. He embarrassedly began to ask what kind of bottle it was, and what exactly the special services meant. One man happily explained that he wanted to treat them to a massage with this oil, and the girls instantly became confused and embarrassed. The girls began to nervously imagine what a massage with oil could be like, and so many nervous sounds escaped in a row that it seemed as if they were trying to brush off their own fantasies. They immediately objected as soon as the guy answered, so that everyone could be sure. There is nothing indecent in this medical procedure, because the scent of medicinal herbs soothes and relieves fatigue. Charles's faces became serious, and they calmly responded that the smell was indeed pleasant and effective, so they even liked it. The man said he would wait in his room after lunch, suggesting to start later, and the young man quietly ended the conversation. The man said that this would be the right treatment, and the main character asked if they understood everything. And Grem, although not fully understanding, replied that she understood everything. So the boy said goodbye to everyone, believing that this special time would help those who love him both physically and mentally to relax, and for him to have fun, while the young man named Shiro laughed and blushed, imagining how the events would unfold. Nero called himself the sixth miracle, sincerely apologized, and assured that his sacrifice had made his life better, and then promised to bring this miracle into this world next time in front of Grem. Alone, already in her room, she paced back and forth, mumbling something to herself, then suddenly stopped sharply because she did not know when to expect dinner. If she lost patience and went too early, it would be wrong, but forcing him to wait was also not allowed. So she remained on the edge between hesitation and restraint. She felt embarrassed because she did not imagine what kind of massage procedure she would receive today. Warmth and tingling spread inside her, but she stubbornly did not allow herself to admit it, repeating that it was just a medical procedure, as Grem had explained to her. He realized that if he wanted to use oil, she would have to undress. And at that moment the girl, loudly protesting and pushing him away, rushed to stop him because she could not leave while unpacking the suitcase with her things. Suddenly she felt the urge to scatter her things because a simple thought was in her head. The man had to see her naked, and there was nothing complicated about that. But she could not be in worn-out underwear, so before his arrival she forced herself to gather and choose correctly. Carol had 3 sets of underwear. A new set made of pure white cotton fabric with a strawberry print and 2 more light blue and white stripes, and she herself decided which of them would look the most attractive and beautiful. Carol did not like the 2 old options, so she chose the third, the new one, confidently believing that it was the best, and Grem looked at her with interest. She looked in the mirror and immediately realized. The underwear was too tight, but there was nothing else left. She would have to accept this choice. Carol thought about the host and his kindness, and in her thoughts whispered to herself, "This option will work, because it must work no matter what." Graham entered the boys' room, approached Diana, and asked if she was ready. She only nodded, confirming that she was. I replied that they did not need to prepare, so Graham raised his eyebrows in surprise. Diana had never neglected preparation and should have realized that they would have to undress in front of Shiro, and the young man held his gaze, looking for any hint of frivolity in this. He met the girls, holding a towel in his left hand, politely greeted them, and immediately added words of sincere gratitude for their coming. He announced that he would start with Graham, and Lane asked to change clothes as well and promised to leave her things in the basket. So the girls obediently followed his words and began to undress. Diana carefully pulled off the first item, preparing for the next step. She was wearing a lace lingerie set, and someone briefly asked, "Grams?" She hesitated and whispered in a trembling voice that she couldn't believe it. Some girl like her could be hired. Diana replied that with age comes wisdom, and that she was ready for any circumstances. The main thing was to be cared for. One character asked the girls to relax their souls and bodies and have fun, and Graham immediately agreed with a smile. She, a little shyly, crawled to the bed as soon as the man asked her to do so, and then quietly lay down more comfortably. The girl lay down and closed her eyes, while the boy remained alert and did not close his eyes, watching her. I couldn't figure out where to put my hands because I didn't expect the girl to lie face up, and I confusedly guessed what should come next. Shiro realized that he was to blame for everything, so if she was comfortable, he didn't want to embarrass her and intended to improvise. He smiled, poured oil on his hands, and announced that he would start the massage, then carefully rubbed the oil on her body and asked if it hurt. Panicking, she answered the opposite, said that it was pleasant for her, and the man silently smiled and fully enjoyed the view from above. Haru imagined the women of this world who had no complaints about their exposed breasts and boldly showed them off, knowing that there were plenty of such girls on the island and it was hot there. But for him it was torture, from which he dreamed of breaking free and stopping everything. So his hand froze. His hands hovered over the girl, and the man decided to savor every second focused, with tense determination in his gaze. Kuro said that the girl's muscles were tense, and that he wanted to move lower, asking to be warned if there was a place she did not want to be touched. Graham agreed and nodded, allowing the boy to act at his own discretion. One of those present was delighted and promised to put his whole soul into this matter. So the boy sharply turned around, preparing to act further. Graham turned the girl over and continued to focus on massaging her legs, while feeling strong embarrassment himself. Shame and awkwardness overwhelmed her, so she pressed her red face with her palms, hiding her gaze. When Graham finished, the boy sat on a chair, and while the golem brought him water, the young man tiredly said that everything was over. The girls fell asleep on the hero's bed next to each other, and the boy stayed by them, not taking his eyes off and waiting until they calmly fell into a deeper sleep. The man there quenched his thirst, and Lane woke up and asked Graham to wake him up, adding that the massage was already finished. The commander tried to respond, but only stammered words, D. The owner jerked upward, blushed, and then exchanged glances with the owner. Her smile seemed to say that during the procedure she finally rested without any worries, and the doctor asked how she felt. The girl tried to put her answer into words but fidgeted and could not say anything, so she looked away. In the end, Graham answered for her that she was fine, and the man decided that the girl looked cute. They sighed and said that yesterday she was fine, but today she was afraid she would melt and would ask to repeat the procedure when she had a chance. The girl added that she would hide this from the soldiers, but she was still uneasy, and Shiro assured that everything was fine and agreed to repeat the procedure when they felt tired again. She had already started dressing, pulling on a shirt and buttoning it, then suddenly became embarrassed. Hiro immediately understood that she was losing it, but only held a glass in his hands and did not change his facial expression. He decided that the time had come and called the golem named Goku, who brought a tray with 2 glasses and offered the girls to drink cocktails. And Shiro, taking his glass, explained that there was rum mixed with pine juice and syrup, and Graham tried to object, but the boy interrupted her, assuring that the drink contained rum oil, so there was no need to worry, and the girls cautiously raised their glasses. The girls tasted the drink and responded to it with enthusiasm, after which they immediately drank the second and third glass. Enro was glad that the girls liked the taste and decided to prepare cocktails from the secret menu, taking the shaker, while the girls, exchanging a few words and glances, were already blushing from the warmth of the alcohol. When the girls went to their room, the boy watched as they disappeared behind the door, and Shiro got angry because his plan did not work. So he drank the drink so quickly that tears blurred his eyes, and he sat with an empty glass in his hands, bitterly staring into the dim light. Looking at the starry night sky, the boy stood next to the golem and suddenly realized he simply lacked the courage to take the first steps inside, and because of that, he became even sadder. His son stood on the elevation while the main character sailed on a boat across the sea, and on the way met Simo. The hero greeted his creator and announced that today they would set out to sea, raising his fist to the sky and shouting excitedly, threw this blessing to the wind, and the young man caught the gesture, filled with joy. The hero shifted his gaze to the shore and saw Graham and Lane on the beach. He greeted them, and the man offered to join and asked if they had a day off today. The 3 of them set off to sea on a boat, which was speeding up with the help of a tailwind, and its engine was a mermaid golem humming steadily under the hull. They were stunned by the speed of the vessel. The waves parted under the pressure, and the distance shrank so quickly as if the sea itself was urging the boat forward. She could not believe it. The hero said that he was using the golem as an engine and even compared their boat to a high-speed vessel. The boy paused for a moment, ran these thoughts through his head, and recalled the maximum speed of Sama 64 km/h, after which he realized that by creating more such golems, they could cover much greater distances while the boat sped further through the spray. Graham enjoyed the fresh wind, closed her eyes, and turned her face toward the flow until the man interrupted her moment and asked how far the island was from the nearest shore. He remembered that to that place, they say, it is less than 280 kilometers, but the reports show one thing. It is sheer horror there because the battlefield is a relentless thing. And then the girl stopped and asked if the boy really wanted to reach those lands on that boat, to which the hero replied that the golems could deliver the boat, and the girl only said, if the weather is favorable, it could become a reality. She agreed to discuss it further, and when Shiro asked if it was not dangerous, She firmly said that a man traveling alone is absurd. Someone promised to prepare the documents just like his grant, but all the ports of Bavanda were blocked. And in the royal capital, Reglant, recently, there was no sign of hustle. So Shiro thought of the capital as a safer place, since Khan fled from there, although it looked desolate, and asked the girl to explain about the documents. Shiro clarified whether she would confirm his identity if he became her grant. And the girl, smiling, replied that as soon as the empire landed on the island, it became imperial territory. And since he lives there, he is an imperial subject, and she added, if she records that Shiro is a dungeon researcher, then the identification issue will be only temporary, until the boy can become a representative of the island. That is, a leader, but Shiro did not believe and looked at her in surprise. The hero froze in thought and realized, the island has not only a main resident, because this position is only a role, not the sole source of life. And the girl, after considering everything, directly reminded that work is paid, but one should not expect large sums of money. The antagonist felt that he would be exploited for pennies, but still was glad at least for some guarantee in a world where he had nowhere to go. And smiling, Shiro asked to take care of the papers, and the guys were gathered and ready to take risks for this chance. The guys were sailing on the sea, and Lane asked where exactly they were heading, to which one of them replied that it was a special place known for fishing. Cairo said that here one can gather so many lobsters and abalones that it would last a long time, and advised the girls to try right now while they were looking at the ocean and could not tear themselves away from the spectacle. When they agreed and she began to undress, Grem suddenly sweated and awkwardly took off her shirt, and the man only silently looked in response, feeling how the tension slowly thickened in the air. I looked at the girls and sincerely hoped that by taking them with him, this young man could give them the pleasure of the island. Kai, without hesitation, said that they were beautiful, and the girls suddenly became embarrassed, asked him to repeat what exactly he said about them. Zero only smiled, remained silent, and stood pressing one leg against the side of the boat, having just changed into homemade swim trunks. When one of the girls looked back at him, his face did not change. The girls saw that boy, and were so frightened that they could not utter a word. Lane asked what the boy was wearing, and he replied that you don't catch fish in clothes, then jumped into the sea, and the girls only watched in fascination as he splashed. Jane, smiling peacefully, lifted her commander above the sea and threw him into the water. Salty splashes rose as if a splash thundered. Sam, finding herself underwater, puffed her cheeks, closed her eyes, and pressed her palms tightly to herself. Barely opening her eyelids, she carefully looked ahead. Charles saw Shiro swimming underwater in front of him, and Graham swam up behind and ended up nearby, holding on attentively and carefully. The three of them gathered various sea wonders, examining each find, and enjoyed their time at sea without hurry. Returning to the boat, Shiro told the girls how much they had caught, then turned to them and showed the catch so they could inspect the sea trophies. Walking to the shore, the boy saw a crowd of girls on the beach sunbathing without any armor and simply slowly catching the sun, and quickly realized, despite the incredibly beautiful scenery, wasting time idling was not allowed. One man came to his senses just as Graham was examining him and fled scared, shouting that without that very beach day, there is no beach day, promising to return soon, and meanwhile, returning to the island, rushed to the kitchen, grabbed a pot of water, and began preparing everything for the syrup. The boy explained his plans aloud. First, the water with sugar must be boiled to make syrup, after which he ordered Goku to find and bring fruits many would be needed, and assured that Iwao's team would deliver barrels of water to the beach. He also remembered the condensed milk with sugar and goat milk, hoping the syrup would boil quickly, and Shiro commanded the golems to cut the fruits into small pieces while they carried baskets full of food. When everything was ready, the boy returned to the beach on a cart piled high with food. The boy began assembling supports for the canopy together with the golems, and the girls came closer and asked what he was doing, whether he needed help, while other golems held tools at the ready and waited for orders. Other girls set up the tent, tying it to boulders, and another asked if the contents of the barrel needed to be frozen, pointing at it with her finger. And with a magical touch, the girl encased a square of sugar water in an icy crystal slab while the golems carefully evaluated the result, and the boy watched tensely. I poured the syrup, added fruits and condensed milk on crushed ice, so the ice cream from Dungeon Island was ready, and the girls looked at the new dish in surprise and whispered that it looked incredibly appetizing. Having tried this wonder, the girls complained of a headache, but at the same time could not hide their delight at the taste and even admitted that they did not know that such ice cream could be eaten. And the boy, rejoicing at their reactions, decided that in their empire ice was not treated with much respect. Other girls shouted for everyone not to approach at once and not to line up, but despite this, a crowd of people still grew near the tent, eagerly waiting for their chance to try the ice cream. Still other girls, who were not relaxing on the beach, heard the owner handing out treats and also rushed for the crushed ice, causing the queue to grow insanely fast, and the boy continuously retreated from the crowd, firmly repeating, "No, no, 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 no." The boy noticed that all the soldiers on the island had gathered near the tent and hoped that no one would skip the line while the knights chatted together, so he decided, since everyone is here, something should be arranged so they could rest together on their day off. A girl with dark shoulder-length hair raised the sticks and announced that everyone really liked the crushed ice, and also that they had a new entertainment program. The girls loudly chanted about the Shurasunitsata Cup and the beach flag tournament, raising the stakes with an oath. The winner would have the right for the owner to apply special tanning oil to them, and from such an offer the boy was embarrassed and silently sat aside. I understood why Lane and Ram did not go onto the field. Their physical enhancement would spoil the chance for the other knights, and meanwhile Cheryl used restorative magic, and the rest of the girls immediately accused her, believing she was trying to influence the result unfairly. Her boost affected the intestines of the stronger participants and caused them slight stomach pain, so Cheryl was disqualified, and from such a verdict she cried. She just wanted to win the prize. The girls started on the count, and like a hurricane, rushed past the boy in one burst. The boys froze silently, while the wind and sand scattered his hair across his face. The young man was impressed. Although they were ordinary soldiers, their strength was incredible up to a level reminiscent of superheroes, and this happened when one of the girls grabbed the flag and raised it up, securing the victory. Feeling sorry for the girls who so desired first place, he decided that the prize would go to the first 3 winners. It would be more interesting for him that way. In the evening, already at the hotel, the young man approached Gremma and asked if her weekend had not been dull. The girl silently drank juice, and the boy leaned toward her and called. Eventually, she wrote a reply without looking away. The boy said that the girl was a bit depressed, so he moved closer, sat next to her, and suggested drinking together so she wouldn't feel so lonely while she tried to object. Sam said something about oil and drank a whole glass in one gulp, causing the man commander to freeze in surprise while the girl tried to cough. Shiro patted the commander on the back, and the girl still gathered her strength and sniffled bitterly. The girl leaned on her hands, rested her elbows on the table, and sadly admitted that she envied the soldiers because at least they got the usual clarity and movement. The young man smiled from the side, grabbed the girl by the hand and pulled her into his room, while Grem asked where they were going. The boy sharply turned and snapped, "To meet Grem." The man, taking the bottle, explained that today he would give her a massagia special session just for her, and the girl blushed but agreed. They moved silently, as if each step counted another minute of her shame and anticipation. Golems dragged and carried heavy blocks, rustling loudly with stones on the ground, while the young man carefully supervised the process as if watching the precision of every movement. The protagonists pondered that today they were laying the foundation for the soldiers' waiting platform. The war was not going very well for him, but the decorations would gladly cheer him up, and this could bring a few magic stones into the pocket. And the boy, looking at the tower, remembered it had been 25 days since the research group arrived to him, and very soon Grem with the knights would set sail. The young man continued the preparatory work and adjusted everything so that the platform looked flawless, while Graham helped him, holding heavy parts and suggesting exactly where to place them. The dungeon gates opened with a piercing creak, and the knights came outside, shaking dust and darkness off their armor that remained behind. The girls greeted the owner and thanked him for the help he brought during the construction, but the knights immediately burst out in indignation. There were too many monsters in the dungeon, and the corridors were too narrow, and the main hero admitted that the dungeon exploration was not going very smoothly. Among the group of girls, the boy noticed a familiar head and immediately called Grem to him, raising his hand and turning to him with a look full of relief and quick anticipation of further events. The boy waved to the girl with both hands, and she immediately waved back. Shiro said that today they had not worked very well, and Grem thanked him with words of support and warmth, while Lane warned she would return to the hotel. The boy explained to the girl that it seemed they would finish the foundation today, only the trench remained to be dug, and then they would head to the coast. And Grem agreed with a smile and a satisfied look, as if encouraging the plan one step forward. The man was glad that the girl was no longer nervous around him, but she replied calmly. In less than a week, she would return to the Empire's capital. The couple walked back along the forested road to the hotel, and the boy took a pause and asked what had happened with the dungeons. Lane sighed hurtfully and said that it was too cramped with monsters there, so the exploration was going worse than they had dreamed. But in the morning, they still managed to create a safe zone. They were told that in a large room on the western side of the first underground floor, they had erected a barrier so that monsters could not enter inside. The defense was held up by supports pillars about 4 meters high and about half a meter thick, placed in the 4 corners of the room. The boy immediately remembered how the knights had shown him these very pillars before throwing him into the dungeon, and Lane froze for a moment, as if she also could not forget that moment. The girl smiled and said that they were pleased. They managed to install the necessary equipment before departure, and the young man asked if they could leave in 5 days, and she agreed. The man frowned and reminded that the food was almost gone. If next time forces of such scale were sent again, he would not be able to accept them, because surviving on just fruits and edible monsters would be impossible, and the girl promised to report to the authorities that this island should be made open to everyone. The man, not understanding anything, asked again what exactly she was talking about. Adam added that she intended to transfer leadership from the government to the Adventurers Guild and entrust them with the exploration, and the protagonist thought aloud. Since there are so many monsters, she would ask the adventurer to involve former dungeon experts to figure out the cause, because it is logical that the magical stones obtained from monsters are the source of power for the weapons. Shiro asked if that meant that a stable supply of magical stones was more important than treasures, and the girls smiled in response and noted that he was really very smart. The hero thought that the praise did not make him particularly happy. In the previous world, his grades were average, and he had already heard that in this world men were not even allowed to go to school, so their literacy was considered low. The boy sank into thought and reasoned. Since men were not taught arithmetic and the like, it turned out they could not read money or considered it something lower than what was allowed to women, and Grem frantically waved her hands trying to justify that she was not laughing at him and actually considered him smart. He did not think she was lying, because the environment in which you were born defines a person, and for him that was also true, so the main thing was to keep himself together. The main character looked at the girl and realized, even in this world, where a woman means something completely different than for him, he still looked at the commander as Japanese values dictated. Smiling, he replied that he was not very smart, and from that it followed one thing: he would act as his own impulses told him. Smiling half quietly, he drew a comical hint on her face, as if he himself was also a libertine, and Grem flared up indignantly, sharply pulling away. Sarah looked at the girl and saw a disturbed lady who could not understand what was happening. The young man explained that he was a little different from the men she had met before, and the girl agreed and said she had the same feeling. After a short pause, the hero finally decided to confess. He came to them from another world, and from these words the atmosphere became heavy, like the air before a thunderstorm. The girl was stunned, and without looking away, asked the boy what he was talking about, after which a heavy, awkward silence hung between them. The boy understood that it was hard to believe, but still calmly replied, "It is true," and the girl nodded while he himself tried to understand why she did not believe him, although he did not object, just wanted to tell it as it was. Spreading his arms, he decided to fully confess all his secret thoughts, and the frankness struck the girl right in the heart, making her freeze in shock. The man suddenly broke out in sweat and could not understand what exactly he was saying, although inside he already felt guilty for these thoughts, so he sharply sank down and fell to his knees. He assured that he would no longer touch them or make them worry, sincerely apologizing for his previous actions, and the girl called him, and why did he shudder? The girl asked him if he wanted her to agree to what was proposed. When she asked if he objected to being treated the same way, the girl's eyes flashed with an impatient, bold fire. He nodded and agreed, but immediately got confused, fearfully saying the name Grem. Grem blushed and began to twitch nervously while that guy intently looked at the girl. The hero could not believe his own eyes, but quickly realized. In this world, the rules are different, so both men and women are arranged differently here, and he decided that after all, everything is good when the story has a happy ending. After the lesson, the girl returned silently and did not say a word. Shiro said goodbye to her, hoping to see her at dinner while she was entering the house. The protagonist stopped in the middle of the forest silence and again remembered what had happened here earlier, and how the girl's voice trembled, then abruptly caught his breath. He remembered that he had to prepare dinner, called Goku, and asked if he had already eaten. The main character sliced a cold cucumber and placed yogurt soup on the table, neatly arranged sandwiches with vegetables and mayonnaise nearby, and confidently announced that lunch was ready. The girls, savoring the first spoonfuls, began sincerely praising the host's dishes, but their smiles quickly faded because in a few days they would have to return back. One of the girls said that if they sent a second group of researchers, she had to be there because not many healers agreed to go there, so she would definitely be taken. And the other girls laughed and noted that the reason was that Cheryl had fallen in love, and the healer agreed with them, barely smiling. The girl replied that compared to returning, she was much happier here. Cairo decided that the war was ongoing, so these people could be sent to the front at any moment, and therefore exploring the dungeon now should seem like a real paradise to them. He and Lane raised a glass, preparing to make a toast, but first someone among the girls loudly said that now they should rejoice. The girls cheerfully raised their glasses and responded with a toast, as if the dungeon had momentarily become a festive hall. Everyone shouted in unison about the southern paradise, while the boy stood aside and watched the women drink, restraining his excitement. He took a sip of alcohol, exhaled, and paused for a moment, then carefully took another sip as if savoring the passing moment. Late in the evening, the golems washed the dirt off each other in peaceful silence, while water flowed down their bodies. The boy who was washing the wonder explained to the others that he wanted them to be clean, and was glad that making brushes was incredibly simple. For the material, he took coconuts and also installed lanterns on the path to the bathhouse. The main thing was that everything worked conveniently. The main character unfolded the table with characteristics and rejoiced at the increase of his level, as if it confirmed every step taken. The boy said that after this he made 2 more merfolk golems, and the third was already on the way. He hopes to assemble a speedboat. But suddenly, a miracle jumped out and rushed forward while its owner was asking what was happening, and the confused boy just stared at it. The boy asked if there was anyone there, and a girl's voice answered. Shiro recognized Grem and invited him in, assuring that he was dressed. In a nightgown, the girl stood before him while Grem asked what had happened, since it was already so late, and she silently froze as if holding back something important. The girl stood in the doorway and looked at the boy, placing one hand on the doorframe, making it seem like she would leave any moment but was waiting for his words. Grem explained that she could not sleep and decided to go for a walk when she heard noise from the bathroom, then looked away and said she was waiting for him to come out, shaking her head from side to side, after which Grem said with slight tension that he was also scared by that sound. She quietly said she wanted to talk to him, and in that look there was more anxiety than explanation. The couple decided to take a walk, and the boy thought that there were so many stars that he could not make out a single constellation, or he simply did not know which stars existed in this world. And Shiro replied that where he came from, you cannot see so many stars. Grem pointed to a star and asked Citro if he was from one of these places, and the boy pondered because it could be that Earth and that planet exist in one universe, or it is just one universe with different galaxies. So he did not dare to answer precisely, said, "I don't know," and asked if Citro believed his words, to which the girl agreed because she really wanted to believe. She smiled, looked at the boy, and said that it was quite understandable to her. While he was smiling, Grem asked if this could mean that he was not just some man to her, and the girl replied that thanks to him it was so easy and simple for her to communicate. Grem added that she had never talked to any man before and walked beside him as she did now. And then the man looked at her and asked if she was shy, deciding that she needed to be more confident. But the girl said nothing in response and after thinking, asked what he thought of her because she was not tall. The young man replied that at his home, short girls were considered beautiful and attracted a lot of attention. But here probably everything was different, so he was surprised. And Grem agreed, adding that short women were completely unpopular there, and then the girl said that she found it unfair. The girl sighed deeply and decided to admit that it was still incredibly difficult for her to approach women. Grem herself did not understand what she was talking about, but the young man did not object. He only silently showed that such states happen, and the girl simply agreed. The girl replied that she thought he was the one capable of understanding all her loneliness, and the young man in response decided that she had probably experienced a lot of pain. Shiro asked her not to take other people's words and behavior to heart, and then said that she was extraordinarily charming both outside and inside, which made the girl feel very uncomfortable. In the silence, the young man became embarrassed, lowered his gaze, and pondered as if choosing the right words. Jiro thought about how the girl waited for him outside and seemed to expect the first step. So the romantic night took its course. He shyly grabbed her hand, deciding that she was simply afraid. The young man led her deeper into the thicket of the forest, and after a few minutes, the two of them reached the gate, as if the distance had dissolved in the darkness. Shiro realized that they were already very close to the dungeon and asked the man, to which he replied. Here they were alone, and the sea breeze was pleasant and light. Zero reminded her that this place was incredibly beautiful, and that the feeling was as if they were falling right into the night sky. So the girl agreed, and the young man quietly smiled, catching every moment. Shiro looked at the girl and did not understand what her agreement meant. He decided that she should have already hugged him, but she did not leave him a choice, and in confusion, he approached her himself. He leaned over the girl, whom she had called to him, and stared intently straight into his eyes. Bro kissed Graham and grabbed the girl by the hand. With his own hands, that guy forced Graham to hug him, and he hugged back in response. While they were kissing, the guy mentally assured the girl that everything was fine, and that he would not reject her. The couple continued kissing against the backdrop of the night sea wind. The kiss broke off, but the girl asked to do it again. After another kiss, they shyly looked at each other again, and the guy at that moment thought that the girl should act herself. Pearl blushed and sweated even more. He noticed this and was sincerely surprised. Shiro did not know that she was ready for more than he assumed, as she froze again, forcing the main character to take the initiative. The guy suggested Pearl recall a few pleasant memories about him, but she asked again what exactly he was talking about. The hero suggested Pearl have sex, and her eyes widened. Her own reaction was shocked, confused, and embarrassed. Pearl blushed even more while he pondered how in this world a man could not accept such an initiative, so he replied that he was just asking because he wanted it. He reminded her that he was doing this only for her consent and desire to be closer. When she asked him in the forest, he honestly answered that his response to this question was true feelings. The girl only remained silent in response, and then the guy carefully asked if she was scared, to which she replied, "No." He added that after this nothing fundamentally changes in a person, only the illusion about the opposite sex disappears. And when she clarified which exactly, he said that Graham is too complicated because they simply are not familiar with the opposite sex, so only pure understanding without false notions remains. The heroine raised her thumb, as if promising that she could better understand the relationship between a man and a woman, and the girl pressed herself even closer to him. He replied that it would not be the first time, and honestly admitted, maybe he was not the most ideal partner, but so far he had not taken a single step in that direction, and it seemed to him that the psyche of women in this world might be similar to the psyche of men from his world. And at that moment, the girl suddenly called out to the boy. Ram, in panic, sighed that she had no experience at all, and quickly asked if he was really confident in her. Zero replied that he did not care, and that he was not the type to sleep with just anyone, and the girl only confirmed. She already knew that, while the boy silently weighed what to say in response. I said that I would fulfill all her requests within reason, and the girl agreed without objection. When asked what they should do next, Sipo began to speak, simultaneously admiring in her mind how silkily her hair lay. I suggested starting right in the morning, and the girl immediately agreed, as if she had long been waiting for this decision. Morning came, and the boy woke up in his room from the sharp sound of the alarm clock. And Shiro glanced at the clock. It was exactly 5 o'clock, and he quickly got out of bed. Zeva decided that he had managed to sleep for 3 hours, so he summed up for himself. Last night was pure madness. Last night he still remembered the face of that girl so vividly, as if he had just seen her in front of him. He was upstairs, and the boy was at the very edge, completely exhausted and disheveled. The latter only sighed and replied that he was one step away from death. He was asked not to grimace, after which they quickly switched places. The man, barely restraining a grimace, gave him his step forward. He believed that the girl's endurance in this world was also completely different. Although it was hard for him to compare previously, he had only one such attempt. Tiredly, he headed to the bathroom, and on the way he also intended to wash his face to wake up a little. He met Grem, and the hero greeted the girl with good morning. She, buttoning her shirt, was sincerely surprised by such a morning meeting. This spoke uncertainly, reached out her hand and addressed the boy. Shiro replied that the whole platoon would figure it out, asking him to calm down, and Grem sighed resignedly and agreed. Kuro asked if he was also going to the toilet, but in response, he only said that she needed to clear her head from sleep and avoided her gaze. The boy thought that the body was already kind of cleansed, so he said goodbye and reminded once again that he was going to the toilet. After that, the boy turned and looked at the girl, and Shiro just silently looked at her, as if he could not find words from excitement. Shiro decided that even after this he was still hungry, and smiled slightly. The boy looked tiredly at the sky, holding his mouth half open, as if lost in his own thoughts. I realized that he needed sleep. All the energy seemed to have melted away, and he thought that even a shower would not help, but Cheryl noticed how he was swaying back and forth. The girl leaned closer and asked what happened. Cheryl applied restorative magic on the boy, and the air seemed to become warmer. Shiro asked if he liked the restorative magic, and he replied that he felt better. Shiro imagined water pouring directly into the body, and because of that his head cleared and the body became lighter. As soon as the magic ended, the boy jumped up and shone as if he was simply wonderful, and Shiro also breathed out with relief. Zero took off running. He said he would go wash the dishes because he had so much energy. The girl was a little confused and said goodbye to the boy, and he hurried on to quickly finish and return. The man was walking back and suddenly a system message popped up, so Shiro shouted with his golem, "Sama end, I'm going to the beach," promising that the rest would be left to them. He took with him 2 golem dogs and a golem bird and headed to the sea, just wanting to take a day off, but stopped, stunned by the magic already on approach. On the beach, the sun was scorching, and the weather was getting even hotter, so the boy was thinking. Summer has already started, and he wants to make himself sunglasses, taking advantage of the moment. Time passed for that boy, and he decided, it's time to start tests. So the young man got into the boat and, thanks to the golems, set off swimming while the protection kept him on course and prevented adventures from going awry. The antagonist was surprised and praised his golems, and the man wondered which was better, a carriage or dog sleds. Then he ordered the mermaids to swim to the cave near the dungeon entrance and asked the flying golem to explain the miracle command to the team to reach the exit from the stairs on the cliff by land, and the youth gave the signal to prepare for the next step. One man swam to the cave and asked the mermaids to return the boat, begging it not to disappear into the dark depths until the chance to escape appeared. He climbed up the ladder to the surface and shouted loudly that he was here, so they would finally hear him amid the wind and the stone echo. Pedro saw Team Miracle and thought, if this route is faster, he will have to take a bigger boat to transport the other golems as soon as it becomes clear that the plan is already working. The boy was walking back, saw a girl with a cart, praised her for the accurate work, and asked if it was a found treasure or just cargo that was useless. The knight replied that it was just junk and said they had come across a pack of skeletons, so he asked the protagonist if he had heard anything about them. The protagonist explained that these were the bodies of former soldiers, knights, and similar beings who had turned into monsters, and the girl added that their equipment was still preserved, and the knight discarded the unnecessary, confidently separating the useful from the rest. She agreed and said it was just a pile of trash that fell apart as soon as the old sword was swung, and Shiro thought that maybe once it had been a great sword. But now it was just a piece of iron so it would make material for tools, and he asked to take it. And that night after this, the girl approached him with a curious look. She asked why, but immediately added that hardly anyone would object. After all, to take such a nasty thing and give the sword to the boy. So Shiro took the blade and went back, trembling because he didn't even realize how heavy it was. The boy decided that with so much iron he wouldn't have to worry about materials for some time, but the sword was incredibly dirty. The hero guessed that the sword would fit his hands. He became curious about what kind of sword it was, and with repairs he gradually realized that this blade had once existed in a completely different quality. Using magic, he learned the truth. It was an Exauces ball, a cursed bullet, which according to legend once belonged to a 6th-rank angel, and holy magic lived on the blade, capable of driving away all evil spirits. So the young man was stunned by the realization that he was holding a real artifact. I was surprised by this find, so I decided to ask Graham about it. Today for dinner dessert creme brulee and iced coffee, where the caramel crust crackled under the spoon, and the cold drink burned the throat with sweet coolness. The caramel was toasted, and it was done by Helen, known for her exquisite magical manipulations. With the help of magic, she created a dessert with minimal firepower, and Graham was the first to try it. The girl seemed to melt from the taste, because the treat turned out incredibly delicious, and the boy said with a light tease, "If she wants another portion, there is an extra one." The girl shyly replied that she would like two, but the boy decided that she was very sweet, and at that moment Shiro remembered that he was going to ask her about the sixth-level angel. Pearl explained that this is a guardian angel, backed by the Order of Holy Knights, who grants blessings to those who resist evil. Graham added that many powerful light spells are used to summon the power of this angel, among them the thorny light of the heavens, which can only be used by the higher clergy or flower knights, and whose spell can send hundreds of undead into oblivion with a single strike. I pondered the sixth rank among angels, and comparing guesses, asked the girl if that angel could have a sword or something similar, and she, stirring the caramel in the glass, carefully clarified what exactly I meant. Graham recalled that in all religious paintings the angel holds a sword in the right hand, and this sword supposedly destroys the evil created by Archangel Labai, and the boy, trembling with impatience, asked how it happened that the sword was already in the human world, while Graham noted, "The legend says it belonged to the holy knight Umbertoy," but the girl sharply replied that it is just a fairy tale. Shiro looked around the room and thought aloud, "What will happen if this sword is found?" And the girl explained that it would be a grand event, since it belongs to the sacred spheres that have great power. Suddenly female knights lined up around the boy, and all began bombarding him with questions as if an extraordinary event had occurred. But Shiro did not understand where such a crowd came from, so to save himself he asked Graham to discuss payment later. Everyone eventually left, and the boy started talking about payment. He lied, looked confusedly wide-eyed, then sharply apologized and admitted that he actually wanted to discuss something completely different. Meanwhile, golems were clearing the tables after the crowd of girls had dined. The main character grabbed the sword, saying that the truth is to talk about the ball, and when the girl asked how one could hold such a rusty, dirty sword in their hands, he replied, "This sword belongs to an angel." Shiro looked at the boy with an empty gaze, but as soon as he saw those eyes, he immediately became lively, because he hadn't seen such a stubborn look, as if looking at a fool, from Graham for a long time, which made the boy blush with shame, and the main question hung in the air. The main heroine asked if she believed him, and the boy barely smiled and replied that even if he said it, it would still sound strange, after which he moved closer to Graham's face and began to tell that yesterday, during a conversation about his abilities, he learned about the sword thanks to magic. The girl was embarrassed, and the boy calmly explained that he could fix everything with his magic if she gave him 32 hours. Kim said she believed him, asked him to try, and then sharply asked why he wanted to do it. The girl could not understand whether it was really the angel's sword, so why did he even tell her about it? The young man assured that even without the sword he would remain a terrible fighter, although he could not sell it. But while he was on this island, he did not need a weapon. Instead, he believed that the sword would be useful to the girl if she gave it to the Empire, and that she would be credited for it, so she agreed, but stopped gathering objections only because she wanted to write something. The hero told the girl that he was still there, among the trash that one of the soldiers was dragging, and she quietly giggled in response, calling him amazingly honest. I agreed and promised that I would fix it right now. Start using your magic. The sword was shown, and it was time to act. After these words, the sword rose into the air and disappeared with a flash of light, and the girl froze, watching it as if afraid to blink. The girl said in surprise that the sword had disappeared, and the boy froze and glanced sideways at her. The boy warned that it was magic, and Graham trembled and muttered distrustfully that she believed in it, so Shiro thought. A man who can use magic is too strange for her, and the boy bowed and replied that in 32 hours she would understand everything, but the girl immediately asked where the sword was now. The boy himself could not answer because he did not know. Magic could allow a creature to appear where he wanted, and the sword could be anywhere within 10 meters and only within his line of sight. So the young man said that as soon as the repairs were finished, he would go where she wanted, but not to the dungeon. He did not want to go there, and Graham asked her to pretend that she found it right there, saying, "Girls." The girl sighed and still could not believe in the angel's sword. The boy laughed, and she replied that until she saw it with her own eyes, she would not believe and apologized. Slim Sem replied that he would leave the repairs to the boy, and he agreed, and the girl wished them a good night. But the boy got a little angry and asked what she was doing in the evening, warning if she came, he would wait for her in his room, so the girl quietly promised that she would come. The girl shyly agreed, But the boy gently explained that they would no longer stay up late because tomorrow she had to go to the dungeon, and Grem apologized for last night. The girl, scanning with her eyes and unable to contain her excitement, declared that she could no longer control herself, and the boy with a quiet smile reproachfully reminded her of her cheeky and at the same time noble stubbornness. Merle apologized again to the owner, but he firmly asked her not to address him like that anymore. Meanwhile, the main character pondered. Only 4 days left until Grem's departure, and the angel's sword could become the perfect gift for a temporary lover. 2 days later, the boy received a message. The angel's sword was repaired, and now they asked him to indicate the place where he appeared. While all this was awaited, the main character was shaving and rejoicing that the repair was already finished. And then a man came to Grem's house and said that the sword was fixed, and it was precisely because of this that the girl asked him to come in, and the young boy awkwardly went inside. He went inside and saw that her suitcase was neatly packed, and she herself would leave the day after tomorrow. Toru spread his arms, and the air around him flashed with radiant sparks, as if the space momentarily came to life. The noble radiant sword emerged right before the couple, and Grem froze with delight. It was truly an angelic sword. The boys looked at the sword, and the boy felt a strange, magical power from it. So Grem asked if she could really take the sword because she wanted to report to the Empire, and the boy just smiled and said, "Do whatever you want." The girl hugged the young man and sincerely thanked him, seeing him off with her gaze as if expecting an answer. Grem. Ram took Cyrus by the hand and asked him to swim with her to Lursanchin, promising that she would take care of everything, but Cyrus reminded her. They had already discussed this several times over the past few days, yet as a commander she could not break the rules. The protagonist stated that he did not want to be either an unnecessary burden on someone's ship or a person without true depth of feelings, and that he would not be able to find happiness if he pushed away his lawful wife, and asked her to love the man who would later become her husband. Sam looked down and whispered that she did not want to be just another person, after which her body trembled with fear and unspeakable guilt. The girl suddenly cried and said that then she would stay here with him. The boy held her tighter in his arms and, without looking away, pounded his small fists on his chest, calming her with his own warmth. He replied that she would be punished for failing to fulfill her duties, and that she knew this very well, but the girl was silent and trembling. Then the man added, "The days spent with her were a priceless treasure for him, and happy memories were the most valuable thing a person could have." The young man closed his eyes and replied that he was glad to see her, but the girl did not say a word, only quietly froze beside him. Graham broke the embrace, wiped her face with his palms, and said that it was not nice for her to do that, then immediately apologized and with a warm smile suggested going to have breakfast and promised to make her favorite hot sandwiches, and the girl only nodded hesitantly, unable to find words. The girl did not stop crying, holding back tears, but upon hearing about the sandwiches, she still smiled confusedly and with a tremble at the corners of her lips. The sun was shining brightly, the sea was calm, and the boy sat on the shore in sunglasses, relaxedly gazing into the water, as if for a moment he had forgotten all worries. The young man was fishing together with the guard dogs and thought that after he repaired the angel's bullet, he had almost no strength left, and that it would take about 20 hours to restore it. The boy knew that he was about to break up with the girl, and felt an emptiness appear in his heart, while 3 of his merfolk golems swam to the shore. Laner thought about the emerald green sea, the blue sky, and the sadly calm world, and it was this that seemed to him the most beautiful. Laner arrived, and the crowd gathered on the pier as night fell around. The girls thanked the boy for the shelter, and one of them, Layla, hugged the owner, holding him tightly. The other girls indignantly demanded to be hugged next as well, and Lane watched everything and smiled, while the man barely contained his excitement. The man approached the dark-haired girl, was a head taller than him, and smiled as he hugged her, completely confusing him. Dean smiled and thanked the owner for everything, and the young man, looking at her, asked her to take care of herself. Graham stood with her back to the owner and was silent, while the young man looked at her and remembered that the real farewell was last night. It was hard for him to explain what he felt. No, suddenly this might be the last time they see each other, so he called the girl, and Graham took a breath and slowly began to return. Cam turned around, smiled, and covered her eyes with sunglasses, as if shielding herself from excess light and gazes. The girl agreed, said goodbye, and promised to meet Againth. Boy nodded, approving her words. The girl rowed the boat to the liner, and the boy from the pier waved both hands at them. Graham smiled and waved back to Shiro, saying goodbye. Her captain asked why she was wearing glasses, and someone present remarked that the sun had been too scorching lately. But Graham did not answer, she only smiled silently. The bureau smiled and watched the girls leave, then thought about Graham. She acted much more decisively than expected, yet it was still visible her nerves were too tense because of it. Last night Graham was with Shiro, and cried loudly while the boy wiped her tears with his finger, soothingly sliding it over her cheeks. Jiro reminded her that she was crying again and did not remove his hand from her cheek, so the girl shyly thanked him. But as soon as she started talking again about having to say goodbye to the boy tomorrow, her eyes filled with tears again, and they flowed more abundantly, and the boy gently calmed her again. I told her that she was crying so hard that her eyes turned red, and the girl sobbed again, while Shiro replied that it was impossible to show such an owl-like face to subordinates, after which he put sunglasses on her, and this greatly surprised Graham. The girl explained that it was supposed to work that way, apologized for everything to the boy opposite, and Shiro, taking off the glasses, began to speak. I told her that now she could cry as much as she wanted, and at these words the girl smiled sadly and cried, looking straight at Shiro. On the shore, all his golems gathered to say goodbye to the knights, and the boy stood nearby, feeling the anticipation of parting thickening in the air. He did not notice himself how a tear rolled down his cheek, and immediately felt a deep and helpless sadness overwhelm him. Zero turned around and lay outside, staring at the sky, and suddenly felt a deep emptiness form inside his life. Shiro did not know what would happen next, but kept in mind the thought that the messenger would fly to him again on the Wyvern, because Grem said someone from the Milano team would come, so the boy would wonder which of the girls he would be lucky to meet. He opened the notification window, estimated how the fourth Sema had passed, and saw that the production of gammon had grown again, but it was gammon that the boy had already managed to block. The man, examining the first level, saw a flint-type earth golem that helped against rats and other vermin-destroying crops, because it skillfully broke into narrow passages and dealt well with stealthy thefts. He concluded that there was a golem made specifically from flint. Even before that, the boy used Goku and Miracle to exterminate rats in the fields, but the result was almost zero, so he decided to create about 5 earth golems and name the first Wiggles. He smiled and again looked up at the sky. Shiro admitted to himself that he now felt like an empty shell and hoped that they would not delay with preparations, while around a cold evening wind still blew, and he hurriedly gathered the necessary things, firmly keeping the rhythm in his hands. Meanwhile, in the port city of Malaya, the girl delved into the shadows of the streets, trying not to attract attention. The girl in the cloak and hood walked through narrow alleys between buildings, pressing the hood lower as if it could hide her from any eyes. Quietly stepping, she thought about the path from Captain to Avenger, and could not shake the thought that she needed to stay on that island. Carol slightly opened the hood, paused for a moment, and whispered the name Shiro, recalling the main character, then covered her face again. She believed she had reached this city safely and wanted to thank Shiro and his magic, even if it would be easier and happier for her to stay there. But her gaze sharpened even more, and she decided it was time to take revenge. One girl thought about Janice, while another hurried through similar streets until she was out of breath. In rural clothing, the girl fussed, clutching bags in her hands, and kept thinking that Yannis would be angry if she didn't make it in time. The girl in the cloak stood in the center of Miltea on a stone ledge shaped like a gargoyle engraving, and carefully observed the city and its inhabitants from there. She managed to catch only a moment of a passerby who looked like a man with tails, and the thought flashed in her mind. Finally, they caught her. The girl rose from her observation spot and concluded that this city was the base of their pirate crew, and to the people, they appeared as an ordinary trading ship. She knew that traders would come here to service the ship and recruit new crew members, but she noticed they were not in a hurry and hunted specifically for the boys, and the girl in the cloak was sure these people thought she was dead while Bhutan was recruiting passers-by. The girl began to recall what happened on the ship, where she was stabbed in the back, and anger boiled up, gritting her teeth. She called out the name Bhutan in a voice like a horse's neigh. She angrily stared at the passer-by. They say she is second on her blacklist after Jenny, and the girl could not take her eyes off her. The girl watched as Bhutan, lanky and confident, walked alongside a sweet and timid prostitute, and decided they would head to the warehouse district to avoid paying for a room, calling the girl stingy. Everything slammed onto the box with a heavy thud, and she stretched her right leg forward, as if demonstrating that it was exactly what was needed. The boy did not understand what they wanted from him, but the girl with a wicked smile ordered him to take off her shoes. He asked again what it was about, and then she shouted for him to obey the order. The man obeyed the order and took off the boot, and immediately saw the commander's smelly foot. The boy asked what she wanted from him. The girl agreed and ordered him to perform a humiliating act, enjoying how it was happening. The girl in the cloak watched everything and even grimaced with disgust. But the boy wanted to object and suggest another option, however. She interrupted him with a question about what he was going to say to her if he did not obey the order. The boy was embarrassed and began to justify himself, saying he meant something completely different, when suddenly the girl's foot painfully struck him in the groin. The girl in the raincoat continued to watch and give orders while shouting that she was paying, and he reluctantly obeyed and received blow after blow, while the one standing aside did not know what to do, because if she intervened now, the girl would take the boy hostage. So she restrained herself, managing to take only a few steps back. Having made up her mind, the girl rushed forward to them and thought, "Whatever will be, will be." Meanwhile, the boy with tears in his mouth was licking between his toes, while Butin praised him, and the rosy-cheeked boy, blushing, assured that he had a talent for this. Suddenly, like a shadow, the girl in the cloak appeared behind Butin and grabbed her enemy by the head, squeezing with her palm, and apologized for interrupting her fun. Butin had not yet recovered when nervousness overwhelmed her. Her body did not obey, and Butin, hissing through the pain, burst into a scream. This was her kidnapper, a pirate, and moreover under Janice's command. The girl in the hood replied that someone like her could not be an officer of Janice, and Butin asked if she needed money, because if so she was ready to pay. The girl agreed, grabbed a bag of money from the back pocket of Butin's jacket, and threw it to the boy just as he was leaving, ordering him to take the money and go home. But the boy fearfully refused and ran away in panic. The woman whispered, asking what they would do to her, and a dark figure loomed over her and said, no matter how foolish she was, she would recognize that voice and mockingly clarified if she recognized it. The woman convulsively tried to remember. Seeing her tremble and falter, the woman sharply realized, "It can't be," and choking with fear, exclaimed if it was the captain. The girl tore off her hood and hissed angrily that her suspicion was correct. Woman. The woman opened her mouth in horror and with a trembling voice asked him to wait, but her face was wet with fear. She screamed that it wasn't her who did it, but the girl's hand still dug into her hair, squeezing so hard she was short of breath. The girl released her grip and, looking straight into her eyes, asked if it was true that it wasn't her but someone else who betrayed her. The woman froze, unable to raise her gaze. The woman broke into a hysteric fit and swore it wasn't true. Janice forced them to do everything. The captain shuddered with surprise and cut her off on an exhale, shouting that now it didn't matter where Janice was. While she was being shaken, the woman tried to find the best way to answer, trembling and asking if she would be spared if she told everything. The captain was silent for a moment, then replied that she would think about it, and the woman swallowed fearfully, clenching her hands. The woman said they were stopping at Three Blackbirds, a newly opened restaurant whose owner was in love with Janice, and that day they would play cards, so all the officers would be drunk. The woman laughed through fear and admitted that she just wanted to find a husband. But the captain ordered her to be quiet and sharply asked where the hotel was. She answered that the inn was located in Longland Alley, nervously giggled and apologized, as if hoping to be forgiven right now as soon as she told the truth, and her finger twitched involuntarily in the air. Fingers twitched and twisted on the woman's head, who understood nothing. The main heroine answered her, sharply squeezing her hair, although she had already said she would think about it and then angrily threw. It turns out, for her she was already dead. The woman could only scream senseless questions about what it meant and beg for everything to stop. But the main heroine squeezed her head, a deafening explosion shattered the silence, and a burst of flame ruffled her cloak. The fire in the heroine's hand went out, leaving only smoke, and she looked down and said she had crossed out another name, after which she turned and walked away, while the woman remained lying there, powerless, trying to comprehend what had happened. The woman is still lying on the ground. The main heroine stood by the building and felt a suspicion spinning in her head. Was this the very place, the restaurant Three Blackbirds, which today looked as if it had been closed? She quietly peeked through the gap between the half-open windows and saw at the table a company led by a woman with black hair, who was calmly and intently playing cards. The woman solemnly threw the cards on the table, announcing that there were exactly 7 of them, and smiled fiercely, as if she had already seen the victory in advance. Someone bellowed across the hall that the captain was on another level today, and immediately everyone laughed, catching the gambling mood of the game. The main heroine frowned upon hearing herself called captain, and without hesitation, called a man named Roy and ordered him to bring them another bottle of rum. The man asked if they needed anyone else, and the main heroine, looking at him, wondered if he was Janice's lover, so she decided he was quite nice. His face was handsome, but his gaze showed a sad disorder and unhappiness. Roy apologized to Janice and said that the bottle he had given them earlier was the last one. Janice frowned and sharply asked if he was trying to make her look bad in front of her subordinates. Roy hesitated before answering and said that at that hour the liquor store was closed, and Janice retorted that it was the duty of a lover to fix everything, so she asked if that was true. The young man nodded and said he would see what could be done, then immediately took off, disappearing from their sight. The subordinate said that the captain should not be surprised if she ran away from him, and she sharply replied, "The subordinate understands nothing, one must be tough with a man." She added that the most important thing is to put him in his place from the very beginning, both in everyday life and in any personal matters. The subordinate noticed that the captain looked incredible, stretched her smile, and promised to tell him something important. The main thing is to show who sets the rules. The main heroine looked at her distorted face and flared up with anger as soon as she said her own name, as if it offended her. Hannah barely smiled, glanced at the subordinates, and asked if they wanted to know what a well-mannered man is like, then squinted. Well then, while everyone in the building was laughing, the main heroine jumped onto the roof and disappeared into the shadows, holding her breath. She remembered that Janice's lover had just left, so only 4 remained inside: Janice herself, Fatch, Anna, and Hillary. She decided that Janice was acting cautiously, so there might be traps here. Therefore, she calculated the option of a sudden attack with explosive magic and rejected it because she would be easily detected, then took a favorable position. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a magical artifact, quietly saying that maybe it was better to use it right now, and her hair fell onto her shoulder as she tightly gripped the find. When the heroine thought that this was her loot from the trading ship, she realized the artifact contained ancient lost gravitational magic, spoken of in legends, so powerful it could crush anything. Changing her pose, the girl suddenly realized that she was now standing right under them, and thought, the artifact will activate in 3 seconds, so it was enough to give it just a little power so as not to be noticed. She stood up and activated the magical artifact, feeling that she had no farewell words, although thoughts still whispered in her head. While the wind tugged at her cloak, the girl kept replaying the same thought. Ultimately, she felt that people without love do not attain true happiness. Her head was filled with the faces of those she had to avenge, and she barely thought that it probably seemed to her. Janice and others, living by their own desires, seemed to deliberately refuse to be happy. When the heroine jumped from the roof, she thought, she had taken revenge, and with the revenge ended her life as a pirate and avenger. Her cloak was torn off by the wind and carried away, and the heroine, holding the edges of her clothes, walked forward with the feeling that she had finally chosen her new life herself. He came out of the alley, thoughtful and focused, already imagining how he would become a traveler and dive into the dungeon on Monte Cristo Island. The heroine pondered. Perhaps this new life would not be perfect, but this time at least she would no longer be a criminal, and hope clenched in her chest. She assumed that she could make a name for herself, save money, and perhaps create an ordinary family quiet and without persecution. The girl remembered a smiling young man, and from the single memory a soft smile touched her face. The artifact activated and began to expand, tightly enveloping the building like living black foam. It grew to colossal size, and the girl walked forward confidently without looking back. A sharp explosion sounded. The crowd gathered near the restaurant froze and watched as part of the building instantly shifted, leaving a huge hole in the ground in its place. The girl went out to the embankment, where the wind tugged at her clothes and salty sprays settled on her face. They dashed into the alley and ran after, breathing heavily and stumbling in their steps from panic and haste. The boy had finally decided that he had bought the very rum that made the store open, and now in his chest remained an unpleasant memory of the meeting. He barely managed to catch his breath. Sweat streamed down his face, and he thought it was just a trifle compared to what Janice could do if she sensed a moment of weakness. He bowed his head and pondered how long he had been with her, and Roy recalled their acquaintance. She extended her hand to him and smiled as if she knew in advance. It came to mind how Janice could have saved him when he found himself in a difficult situation because of his mother's debts. but he restrained himself. Admitting that she was the one who saved him seemed too loud, because after that fate did not change that much. He felt relief again, remembering how he himself extended his hand in response, and firmly decided that he had done the right thing. Being a person of the beautiful Janus was incomparably better than all that was initially prepared for him. Roy recalled the past with Janice and concluded that she easily exploded with anger. It was enough for her to just dislike him a little, and she could slap him or even throw something at him. Roy thought that every time Janice scolded him with her severity, he still miraculously managed to endure it somehow, despite all the pressure and fear. His thoughts spun in his head. Despite the beatings and even after he did what brought Janice pleasure, she was still sometimes very kind to him, and from this contradiction he ran further. Roy rushed to run because there was nowhere else anyway, and forced himself to pull together so as not to anger Janice even more. Roy ran to the ruined house and, surprised, dropped the bag from his hands, and some man immediately shouted. Asking what happened, the young man replied that he did not know because he had just returned, and he himself began to think where this trouble came from. Once again, a dull roar of an explosion sounded on the spot, and the flames devoured the house while the crowd panicked, shouting whether it all ignited because of the lamp, and someone demanded to immediately gather women capable of using water magic. Only charred skeletons remained of the building. Everything was destroyed to the ground, and people stood silently, stunned, watching it disappear in the fire. Roy could not understand whether it was magic or some other force that caused the disaster, so his thoughts revolved only around one thing, whether anything was left to save, and he headed to the ruins, hoping to make it before everything collapsed. The young man felt that the building could collapse at any moment, but he still intended to act. Janus had a bunch of silver coins, so he decided that at least the money could be pulled out and saved. He took a step and stepped on something, from which he sharply screamed, and the young man immediately realized that those who suffered from the explosion had now become unrecognizable, and that was scarier than any assumptions. The young man looked around and aloud wondered where his coins had gone, whether they could have melted, when suddenly a hoarse voice called him and he asked if it was Janice. I saw how Janice was trapped in the debris and reached out to her, calling her by name. The young man slowly approached Janice, trembling with excitement, and she asked what he was doing and ordered to urgently call a doctor. Roy replied that the doctor would not come until paid in advance, and Janice decisively said that she had a wallet at hand. Immediately opened the door. He opened the wallet and immediately realized there were not only silver coins but also gold ones, but Janice hurried him and ordered him to run, and Roy just nodded and moved forward. The young man took off and ran down the alley, clutching only one thought in his mind. He had to make it in time. He was sure, if he turned left at the corner near Piazza Lupanto, the healer's house was not far, and she at such an hour would not like to go door to door, but for 7 silver coins, she would agree without the slightest hesitation. Further and further, barely breathing, he rushed forward, and each exhale burst out in short fragments as if quick steps were pounding in his chest. He stopped for a moment to catch his breath and decided that he had almost arrived. The square appeared before his eyes, and his head was pounding from haste. Ted was full of thoughts. Janice would get angry if he did not hurry and would start scolding again. And then Roy realized. He wondered if Janice would hit him after everything that had happened to her. He remembered how she looked, body covered in blood and burned, and her hands and condition as if her bones were broken. Troy thought that Janice no longer resembled her usual self, not proud and ruthless, but weak, as if ready to die at any moment, and this thought meant that he had won. I wondered if she had enough strength to raise her broken hand against him, and if she would be able to subject him to the usual terrible punishments and verbal insults. The young man clenched the wallet in his hands and stared at the crossroads ahead, as if the choice of road would decide what would happen next. The reason was simple. To the left stood the healer's dwelling, and to the right a place no one spoke about, and Roy was confused because suddenly he had an opportunity that was previously unavailable. He pressed the wallet to his chest and froze, as if sensing what awaited to the right, and his face revealed anxiety. When Roy thought that this might be a gift from above, the best opportunity in his whole life, his face lit up with determined hope. Without wasting a second, he dashed forward and chose the right path where the unknown was hiding. Clouds swirled over the island, and from above it seemed very small, as if the whole world could be crossed in a single leap. The young man stood up, looked at the sea, and thought that 3 weeks had already passed since Grem and her squad left the island. He believed that he had long outgrown that sentimentality, but still missed them, daydreaming about conversations with someone even with Lyanna. He expected that Grem would ask to open the dungeon to the general public, so it was thought that very soon a great many adventurers would gather there. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and decided that in that case he must be ready to receive them, meet them, and orient them. He smiled because he intended to look his best. In case a pretty girl was among them, then he could start something truly serious with her. A real hero does not give up on such things. The hero turned around and ordered to start remodeling the cave, assuring that the guests would definitely like something more stylish and luxurious. Mechanical dogs followed him. He raised his hand and called out for the dogs to aim for a tropical resort style, and they barked in response, agreeing and ready to act. The young man looked at the status window and pondered his own progress, saying that he had been continuously baking bread for the Graham squad. The hero checked the status and announced that the level had been brought to the maximum, explaining, "Thanks to bonuses from the food production level and the magic of bread creation, bread now comes out in 44 seconds instead of the previous hour," after which the young man confidently confirmed again that the level had reached the maximum. The young man bit the bread and said that due to the improved quality it had become even tastier than before, so now he could become a respected baker wherever he went. The taste was wonderful, and he took another bite with a feeling of satisfaction. He added that medicine production had risen to the 4th level, so now he could make alcohol and immediately prepared sake. In the evening, he decided to snack on white fish cabuzyme and carefully ask for cold sake. The young man shouted that it was with these thoughts that they sailed away a little further from the shore so that he could catch something really big. He assured that he could simply entrust the catching of Sammy if he were only concerned about the fish, not his own interest. Relaxedly swaying on the boat, the young man smiled and said that fishing was his hobby, which brought him pleasure simply from the process. The young man closed his eyes and admitted that the very same fishing adventure that happened on the day of his transfer to this world was his first fishing experience. He still could not believe that he had really gotten hooked on it, and in this strange repetition there was subtle irony. The hero mused aloud that fishing was a good way to kill time, but on this island time dragged incredibly slowly. He recalled the books that Grem and the officers had read and left behind, and realized that they had become a salvation. The young man stubbornly studied page by page and was almost at the end, step by step immersing himself in the local culture and faith. Getting closer to his thoughts, the hero remembered those adult novels he had come across and grimly admitted to himself. They did not affect him because everything there seemed inverted men in these stories served women. The young man said aloud that, in his opinion, this was just a fantasy of this world, and he himself froze in thought, listening to the silence and wondering if the officers could have dreamed of such a thing. Lying on the boat, he looked at the water and thought there would be no catch, but was already preparing to later tell Sammy, "You can add a roof to the boat or remake it into a catamaran," strengthening the structure for transporting golems. His head was buzzing with many ideas. Suddenly someone turned to him and sharply asked, "Wake up!" And the young man shuddered, blinking confusedly, still not believing that someone was trying to wake him. In front of him stood an unknown man with a bandaged face, and the hero, holding him in place, asked who he was and why he was taking off his glasses. Later it became clear he had already won. The hero had no idea if anyone had managed to swim to the island, so he listened intently, and the stranger said that they had not seen each other for a long time and that she missed him. The young man asked again who she was, because it seemed to him that he had heard her voice somewhere before, familiar, but hidden behind a memory. He did not understand why the woman was hiding her face, and she sharply asked if he really did not remember her, after which she admitted that she was offended. She silently averted her gaze for a moment, as if hesitating to reveal herself. She sighed and added that she was acquainted with his beloved Precious, so the young man wondered exactly whom she was talking about, Graham or Chris. The woman grabbed her face and, restraining her nerves, laughed nervously, as if she did not believe her own feigned ease. She sharply pulled off the bandage and shouted that it might really seem to him. He did not recognize her, but they would fix everything and put it in order. The bandage was removed, and before the young man appeared her burned face, such that the air seemed to grow heavier. The hero shuddered with fear. Janice told him that she could not find a healer worthy of her demands and asked him to look more closely, then turned her face to the other side and added, "Let him look at her, not at the side where the burns are." The young man tensed when he finally looked at her, and it seemed to him that he had already seen such incredibly pale skin. He immediately shouted, realizing who this woman was. Kira said in a trembling voice that she was with Cecilia, and the woman, baring her teeth in a forced smile, boldly confirmed. The guess was spot on, named her own name, and added that she was her vice-captain. The frightened young man asked why she had come to the island, and the woman only smiled, as if the answer was already obvious now. He stubbornly said that she had come precisely to see him, and there was really no doubt about it. But Janice, unable to restrain herself, demanded to know where she got those scars. The hero was completely stunned. He had no idea that the girl had left the island to take revenge on them, but still sharply asked if it was Cecilia's doing. Jana spread her arms and shouted that he hit the nail on the head. There was no one capable of using gravitational magic, so Cecilia probably used their secret sphere. The woman bitterly added that Cecilia had messed everything up because she was still alive, although the girl was sure otherwise. Janice licked her lips, swallowed saliva, and hoarsely whispered that now it was her turn. She said she would not strike immediately first, she would make her suffer, and everyone nearby. Jana declared that she would start with him, and the boy, trembling with fear, asked why she had chosen him. Janice replied that she had only asked a little, and that Cecilia drank and babbled about her feelings for the hero. Everyone had heard about it long ago. A woman named Janice shouted that she liked his face, and this made her truly happy, so she asked him not to worry and promised that he would still have a good time before she got rid of him. Anna said that after they were satisfied, she would send Cecilia a note with sincere thanks for the treat. The heroes summoned Sims and ordered them to destroy the woman, and Sims with tridents jumped out of the water and immediately launched an attack. The woman calmly dodged their attacks and dealt corresponding blows, forcing the monsters to lose their rhythm. When the Sims crashed back into the water with a roar, Janice noted that this attack was extremely powerful. He smiled fiercely and asked if that was all the hero was capable of. Duck golems are burning, trying to carry out the plan and finally stop the threat. A golem fell into the water, and Janice warned to be careful and asked the hero if it was true that these were the same golems and that no others remained. A golem fell into the water, and Janice warned to be careful and asked the hero if it was true that these were the same golems and that no others remained. He thought that this moment resembled the replay of his first day in this world, and he could not understand why he had to hit that one in the stomach, so he reasoned. When everything happens just in reality, even a nightmare is hard to prove and confirm. The young man decided that the peaceful days on the island had lulled his vigilance, and that he had deceived himself by believing in the safety of this place. Janice said she could just beat him until he cried and began to beg for mercy, but instead chose another way, and the hero perceived everything said as disgust. The woman whispered that he had wonderful skin, and that for her it would be a loss to take it off, and the young man froze in confusion and silently disappointed, unable to find words. He asked how she really looked to him, whether she considered herself beautiful. The young man replied that Cecilia was more attractive to him than himself. The woman quietly smiled, and as if playing, cast a spell right into the air. The hero irritably realized that this moment was repeating again, although he was already tired of the cycle. Diana confidently said that she would quickly retrain him and teach him to beg for mercy. The hero tried to start counting sheep in his mind, trying not to show any emotions. He wanted to count the clouds in the sky, but he could not contain his own fear and growing tension. Gianni thought that she had already given up, but as soon as that sweet expression appeared on his face, she immediately realized. Until he starts to resist, she will not begin. The woman licked the blade, pressed the knife to the young man, and whispered that she would kill him if she did not like him. The hero cast a sidelong glance at the knife and noticed a small chip on the blade, and a thought flashed in his mind, which he already knew how to use. A system window with the knife's characteristics appeared in the air, and he understood. To fix it, exactly 4 seconds would be needed, so the young man mentally activated the repair spell. The knife in Janice's hand shone, and the repair finally began. But at that moment the blade disappeared from her palm, causing her to freeze in shock. Janice screamed and asked what was happening, and the system window announced. The knife was successfully repaired, so the place where it should appear must be specified. The hero paused for a moment, wondering whether he should stab her in the chest, but he still rejected the thought. The young man decided. The next repair target was the leather strap that was binding him, and in a moment the belt disappeared as if it had never existed. He abruptly stood up, and Janice, unable to contain her surprise, asked how he managed to free himself so quickly. The system window informed the hero that this short sword blade required 8 seconds for repair, and as soon as Janice activated the skill, the sword instantly vanished from the woman's hands, leaving her furious. Janice cursed and sharply waved her hand. Explosive magic began to burst from the rupture, spreading with dazzling flashes. The hero thought that he would have no time for anything, as long as there was even the slightest chance he had to destroy her, so it turned out that his own life was quite short. Suddenly Janice was covered by a huge explosive ball, and the hero, in shock, covered himself with his hands, trying to understand what was happening. The force of the explosion, breaking through the barrier through Janice, overturned the boat, and it fell into the water with a crash. The hero snorted nervously and asked himself aloud what had just happened, then looked toward where the blow had come from. A human figure hung in the air. It was a girl with a suitcase in her hands, holding onto a barely visible umbrella in the air, and the young man involuntarily wondered who she was. The hero looked at the girl and was confused. He did not know what to answer, but was already about to speak when he realized that he was now left without clothes, and he shouted. The girl looked at him with emotions, and he, putting on his things, asked if she really saved him. The young man thanked her with a sincere smile, introduced himself, and promised that he would tell everything further as soon as he recovered from the shock. The girl rescuer gently landed. Her feet touched the boat, and the wave quietly stirred from her touch. Sierra said her name, and he involuntarily froze and looked at her with interest, as if searching for an explanation of how she appeared nearby at the right moment. She froze in front of her reflection. Her eyes were brown, almost red, her skin pale, and Shiro did not understand what had happened to her because she looked completely lifeless. The young man noticed her ears, and could not even comprehend in his own mind whether there was a human before him. The burned Janice slowly floated in the water, and thick smoke poured from her body, as if the wound was breathing fire. Shiro asked about Janice's condition, and the girl answered without hesitation that the woman was already dead. The boy was confused by this, but he still said that now he understood. He inquired how Janice ended up on the island, and she said that she was simply traveling, and Shiro clarified whether she was traveling alone. Sierra replied, yes, just looking around. Shiro decided that it was incredibly interesting. The girl travels alone in the sky, and adding that he was staying on the island, he offered her to join. He wants to invite her in gratitude if she doesn't mind. The girl nodded, and Shiro wondered how she could endure the journey when under the black cloak she wore so many heavy clothes and held an umbrella above her. They arrived on the island, and Shiro ordered Simpsons to chase after the small ship left at sea, and to sink nearby also number 1, number 2, and the cuckoo signal. After the order was given, Shiro glanced toward Sierra. She was still sitting in the boat, dipping her hand into the water and splashing cold drops, as if amusing herself with the waves. Shiro climbed onto the mechanical horse and said that the tavern was hidden deep inside the island, so they would ride on it. The girl suddenly took off into the air, and the next moment was rushing toward him, landing right in front of him on the horse. The hero was stunned by her fearless behavior. The boy hesitated whether it bothered her that he was almost naked, so Shiro gently asked if she was hungry. Sierra replied that she was. The hero said that then they would eat right now, and asked what exactly she liked to eat, as if deciding the matter on the go. Sierra calmly, without a shadow of hesitation, answered that she liked blood. The hero was shocked by her answer and could not utter a word, only froze with a stunned expression on his face. Shiro was not disgusting, or maybe he misheard. Did she really just say that she prefers blood as food and that this cannot be denied as the truth? The girl, with an indifferent smile, stated that she likes blood type B. Shiro burst out shouting and exclaimed whether a blood type system even exists in this world. Sierra replied that ordinary people do not know about this, only vampires have this information. Shiro began slowly piecing together the puzzle in his head. When she gathered all his own anxiety, sewed it again, and now even says it to him directly, there is only one conclusion left. The boy hesitantly asked if she was a vampire, and the girl briefly answered, yes. The hero froze, stubbornly repeating in his head. She really is a vampire, and everyone should have understood this long ago, but whoever she was, the girl saved his life. And the problem was that danger would come next, and this feeling overwhelmed him completely. Shiro uncertainly asked if she liked sucking blood or something like that, then tried to dodge the answer by saying he was joking. The girl darkened and replied that she does not like it, so Shiro laughed in surprise. The girl added that she hates the feeling when flesh is torn, and that it is disgusting to her. She said that she does not like being bitten or cut. And when magic of the wind tears off her head, then Shiro asked how she drinks blood. Sierra replied that she drinks from a mug whenever she can. Shiro said that this means one thing. She is a vampire who is kind to people, and he sighed with relief. Sierra objected that this was not true and declared that she would eliminate people without any hesitation. Shiro tensed up again and became nervous because he did not understand her at all. The girl said that cutting was not her preference. She preferred frying or freezing, and she clenched her hand into a fist. Shiro was horrified by her words. He hesitantly asked Sierra if she wanted to kill him, and she sharply clarified why exactly, to which the boy replied that she supposedly needed his blood. Sierra snapped in an irritated tone. Removing a person is not such a difficult matter, but after that she physically could not squeeze a drop of blood from him, and the hero thought that everyone has their own problems in life. The girl admitted that it was her first time seeing a man capable of using magic, and she was impressed it even seemed interesting. Shiro wondered if she managed to see how he used the restorative spell, and whether it could be called a victory. If Sierra cares about him and has no intention of getting rid of him, then maybe this is really a step forward, and the boy is just beginning to gain courage. The boy decided that he must do everything possible to satisfy her, and focused on how exactly he could justify her interest in him. They reached the hotel entrance, where dark doors and the warm light of the corridor already promised shelter. Sierra sat at the table and silently waited, while Shiro took a shower in the bathroom behind closed doors. The young man sighed and thought that first he had to cleanse himself, and then he wanted to find out if Janice had any diseases. He had no idea what to bring to Sierra, but eventually concluded she needed blood. The boy decided that he was afraid of pain, but had to do something and thought, is it possible to sculpt blood using creation magic? He opened the system window and realized that it was possible thanks to the section on healing techniques. It was there that he learned to create blood as medicine for further transfusion. Shiro aloud pondered that he would not be able to hold the blood for too long, so he suggested making only 50 ml and serving it as an aperitif, then preparing some dish using the rest of the blood, and looked at Sierra as if checking her reaction. He peeked into the room and apologized for his wait, carefully stepping over the threshold, while Sierra settled on the sofa and looked at him with a calm, composed face. Shiro stretched out his hand, announced that the dish was ready, and invited her to sit at the table, after which the girl flew and softly landed on the chair, as if ignoring any discomfort. The boy said that we need to start, placed a glass with a drink on the table, and Sierra's eyes sharply widened with surprise. She could not believe that everything was happening exactly like this. The girl leaned over the glass and looked inside, and Shiro quickly apologized and explained that it was a surprise for him, so he did not have time to prepare. He added that the drink contains her favorite blood group B. She cautiously asked if it was his blood, and the boy replied that he created it with magic, specifying that he can use creation magic. The girl carefully sniffed the glass, and Shiro assured her, "It is really blood and it is not poisoned, so there is no reason to worry." Her tension subsided, and she tried the drink inside the glass, taking a sip without fear. A warm blush flared on her face in waves, and she joyfully exclaimed that it was wonderful. Shiro Bode said that today he caught for Sierra this strange negative RH factor, and added that it was a joke. Sierra laughed. The girl said that it was so long ago, and raised the glass to her own lips, as if savoring the memory. She drank everything to the last drop and licked her lips, removing the remnants from the walls of the glass with trembling movements. Shiro shuddered. He decided that she suddenly became so indecent, although she had behaved completely differently before, and then the girl turned to him, simply looking straight into his eyes. Sierra raised the glass. Her voice sounded demanding and at the same time playful, and asked Shiro to pour more. Shiro apologized and said that the same would take about 40 minutes, and Sierra replied that she understood. The girl quietly added that it was quite natural for this delicacy to require time to prepare, because her insatiable appetite could not be satisfied with one gesture. Shiro thought that she looked different, so he promised. He would prepare her another cup if she waited until he ate, and the girl stretched and said she didn't mind even if he said so. The boy shuddered at the thought of how she came alive in an instant as soon as she drank the blood, and Sierra replied that she was waiting for the meal, then suddenly remembered something and pointed to her open suitcase. The girl asked him to open the suitcase and asked if there was a blue bag inside, and Shiro noticed it immediately and realized that it weighed and looked the size of a sack of rice. The young man untied the rope, opened the chest, and looking inside at the number of coins, held his breath. Sierra explained that her stay on the island would last about a month, and then added that the boy could take as much money as he wanted, making Shiro wonder if she was really rich. On the table waited a dish of blood sausage and pickled paprika, the aroma of which filled the room. Shiro said that with 2 meals a night they take 5,000 lemons, and drinks are not included, and Sierra sharply waved it off, saying there is no need to go into details so he can take as much as needed. The boy stood up, stating that then he would take 150,000 lemons, and they would settle the difference later, after which Sierra replied that he could do as he wished. He said that the food was incredibly delicious, and smiled as if the taste still lingered on his tongue. Shiro thanked her, solemnly assuring that he prepared everything by hand without magic, and Sierra replied that the only thing missing from such a dish was alcohol, and asked if they had any. The hero was confused. He quickly glanced at the girl and tried to figure out how old she was and whether he could face prison for that. Shiro asked if she could definitely drink alcohol, and he replied that children should not drink alcohol. So Sierra shook her head in surprise and intercepted his words with a question. She clarified which children he was talking about, looking carefully into his eyes as if it should be a clear explanation. She laughed out loud and, as if checking herself, wondered if she really still looked like a teenager. Sierra confidently said that she was older than him. She was 42 years old, saying, exactly the right age for a vampire. Shiro froze in surprise at her words. The girl asked if he was older than her, carefully watching his reaction, and added that he looked like 50 vampire years, after which Shiro thought that such people usually looked younger. Shiro looked at the vampire who was proudly sitting on the stool and suddenly doubted. Was she really 42, since she looked like a teenager? The boy said that she could drink alcohol without any problems if she was already of legal age, and listed that they had wine, beer, sake, rum, and many other things. So Shiro fell silent, trying to comprehend what he heard. The girl screamed and asked what the reason was, confessing that she had never heard of such a thing. Shiro replied that this drink comes from his homeland and is made from rice without any alcohol and without sugar. Sierra said it sounded extremely interesting and asked to bring it. The young man turned to the golem named Goku and asked to bring a jar of sake from the cellar, and the golem just nodded in response. They all silently watched as the creature left the room, and the girls exchanged confused glances. The girl said that Shiro has a lackey, and the boy immediately asked what lackey meant, after which he felt it did not sound like a name. He explained that Goku is a golem he created with his own hands. The boy asked what she meant by lackey, and Sierra opened her mouth wide, explaining the meaning of this word in the vampire society. The girl said that they give their blood to outstanding people, endowing them with a share of their power and forcing them to serve in return, turning such chosen ones into their aides, and Rain imagined how this could work. Sierra sharply added that for such a transformation, a person would have to be bitten, and Shiro raised his spirit, imagining how exactly this could happen to him. The young man thought about the girl who could not safely throw herself and bite people, and understood. Because of this flaw, she is unable to have followers, so he began to ask her for details. The girl agreed and, squeezing her words with annoyance, replied that she has no lackey at all. A depressing silence fell in the room. Sierra, having revealed her secret, was on edge, and Shiro did not know how to support her. So at that moment the golem named Goku entered the room with a bottle. Zero raised the bottle and the cup, and exclaimed that at such moments one should drink some sake to cheer up, and that glasses should not be left idle. Shiro tried sake. A drop of the drink rolled down the edge of Sierra's lips, and she said that this taste was new to her and that it was wonderful. Shiro quietly smiled and thanked her for the compliment, admitting that he was pleased to hear it. Earl Chewing assured that the drink tastes great with blood sausage, and then asked what would happen if you mixed sake with blood sausage. Shiro paused for a moment and replied that such a mixture could be dangerous, even if it sounds tempting. Zero, without hesitating for a second, replied that there was still blood left at the bottom of the glass. The young guy asked the girl if she was sure she wanted to mix blood and sake, and she said that it was okay and just asked to pour the drink, so he carefully began to pour. When the glass was full to the top, the girl licked her lips and said that it looked nice, and Shiro suddenly felt that all this was too strange and amazing at the same time. Sierra tasted the drink and proudly declared that, in her opinion, it was safe to drink. Then the young man thought that from this you could make a vampire cocktail called Bloody Sierra. And while he was thinking about the recipe, he began to prepare to add more sake. When he was pouring sake into the glass again, the girl smiled and said that she wanted to make Shiro her lackey. The guy sat on the bench, shook his head, and replied that he would refuse to become a lackey, but would do everything possible to fulfill her wishes while she was in this hotel, trembling at the thought that Yara might punish him if something happened. Yara barely smiled and asked if he was serious when he promised to make her wish come true. The guy was trembling with fear and wondered if his refusal to become a herder really angered her, and she had already begun to gasp and stammer FFFFFFFFFFFFFF. The guy was trembling with fear and wondered if his refusal to become a herder really angered her, and she had already begun to gasp and stammer FFFFFFFFFFFFF. Cyril bumped her head to his knees, as if seeking salvation in the gesture alone, and could only raise his hands in confusion, whispering, "Cyril." Sierra asked if he had just promised to fulfill her wish, and added, "Today she wants to indulge herself, lying on a man's knees." The girl said that such days happened to girls several times a year, and gently touched his hand, as if checking whether he was really listening. She touched his chin, and Shiro involuntarily thought that she was about 42 years old. Hera said that today she wants him to pamper her, as if she were his little sister. Ero pondered. Younger sisters are not exactly his thing, but on the other hand it might be interesting, so he replied that he would try to please her. Shiro told Sierra that he would fulfill her dream, and her eyes widened when she noticed how he was shining. Sierra smiled, raised her hands, and confessed that she never thought that at the end of a long journey she would find such a paradise-like place that really seems unreal, and stopped to hold hands. She raised the bottle, stood up, and asked if the young man would join her, inviting him to a joint toast. The bureau replied that he agreed only if he drinks just a little. Shiro asked her if it was true that she had been to many places. Kiara answered affirmatively, and confessed that she had been traveling the world for about 7 years, while the hero asked her to tell a few stories so that he could finally understand how much about this world he did not know. Kiara asked what exactly he meant when he said he knew nothing about this world, and the boy explained. He was brought here from another world by summoning magic. After these words, she froze. The hero froze for a moment in surprise, looking at him, and her mouth was wide open as if she couldn't believe her own ears. After what was said, the hero again thought he saw that strange look, but he was already used to it, so he told the girls that no one believed him and again caught the same look in response. Sarah scratched her nose and quietly laughed, and the hero, sighing, said he would try to explain everything calmly and in order so that they would finally understand. She gave him a reproachful glance and said that pretty girls shouldn't pick their noses, then added that he wouldn't mind if she didn't believe his words. And Shiro again returned to his request. He asked if she had any interesting travel stories, so she eagerly leaned closer and recalled one. He pouted like an offended child and asked what he thought about the story of how she met a rare creature, squinting as if hinting that it all happened in a small eastern country called Holland. The era that tried to scare him pressed with words and assured he might not believe or trust her, but she had already met a werewolf, and at these words the air seemed to grow colder. Shiro was stunned that he told her about an ordinary werewolf. There was no fear or surprise in her voice, only a keen sparkle in her eyes, and the young man immediately asked if that was all she wanted to say, and the girl glanced aside as if she was about to add another detail. The girl burst out crying in despair, snatching words, and repeated, "Why isn't Shiro afraid even though she just told him about the werewolf?" And the boy smiled foolishly and hurriedly looked for an answer before saying, "Because I believe not in fear, but in you. Although that probably looks funny." She said that the vampire told Sierra about the werewolf and asked if she herself was also a rare monster. Sierra shouted that he had a strange reaction to her story, and she hinted at another story and asked what he would say about it. The girl began by saying that it was a small island country in the south, made up of islands, and there were 2 main islands. 2 empty bottles of sake lay on the floor. Sierra tried to pour more, but only a tiny drop leaked from the bottle, and she quietly said that now she understood. This was why Janice attacked the protagonist and treated him so badly, and her words were barely intelligible. Shiro realized with annoyance that Sierra should have helped him immediately, not just watch, and Sierra honestly admitted that at first she did not fully grasp what was happening on the boat. Sierra said she decided to spy, and as she spoke, she was suddenly jerked by a hiccup, stumbled over her words, and Shiro shouted, demanding confirmation that it was really her and not someone else. Shiro sharply asked from where exactly she was watching, and Sierra explained that thanks to color magic she became the same shade as the sky. and that she invented this spell herself, after which she showed how she created an imaginary recreated blue space for viewing. Enro half-jokingly suggested that indecent desires are the true engine of magical progress, and Sierra laughed loudly, unable to hold back. The boy said he needed help when he was tied to the mast, and Sierra replied as if she thought he even liked it, and that she wanted to watch everything carefully. But when he shouted and asked her to stop, the girl abruptly fell silent, staring at him. The girl laughed in response, said she heard their exchange of thoughts, decided to help, and asked not to be angry with her. She drained the glass and noted that Shiro was remarkably calm for someone who had endured such trials, if the hero did not know fear at all. Shiro explained that the reason was that he was from another world and asked if Sierra understood this. His way of thinking might be different here. Sierra sharply replied that he should be ashamed to say such things, but again repeated her thesis. It was because he was from another world. Carl turned to the golem named Goku and asked to bring another bottle of sake, but he only froze confused and began to clatter his syllables chaotically. F, F, F. Shiro, who continued to stand, stubbornly did not listen, and Sierra addressed him again. Then Shiro declared that he would not listen to her orders and asked the golem to bring another bottle of sake, after which Sierra looked at him gloomily in response. When Goku left, she sighed and honestly said that she really regretted it. She would so much like to have her own follower. Shiro lay on the floor twitching with all four limbs, bitterly lamenting that Shiro was not nearby and going crazy with desire. For him to play brother and sister with her and read fairy tales before sleep. Zero reminded her that she was already an adult woman, and then Shiro shouted in response that she wanted to be pampered because now she had an older brother who always took care of her. The boy calmly clarified that she was older than him, but the girl did not calm down and again chirped that she still wanted to be the younger sister. Zero calmed down, looked at her, and explained that the lifespan of vampires is 300 years. And then Shiro asked the hero if that meant she would be 18 if their calculations were converted to human years, and the boy confirmed her conclusion. The boy thought and plunged into chaotic thoughts. If she were human, she would be somewhere between 15 and 18, and the smooth skin looked as if it were teenage. Sierra laid her head on the bench, and he fixed his gaze on her silhouette. Zero sharply rose to her feet with a radiant expression, and declared that her older brother would ruin everything, meaning Shiro. The boy found no words in response and just froze confusedly until Zero continued looking at him. Sarah, calling the boy her older brother, asked if there were any tourist spots on the island, and this question seemed strange and even awkward to Shiro. He opened his mouth but instead muttered one after another. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Then Shiro admitted that he was not sure if it could be called a tourist attraction, but there was a dungeon, a prison on the island, and when he said this, even the air around seemed to become heavier. She snorted in annoyance, repeated the word dungeon as if she was tired of it, and glanced at Shiro, rolling her eyes and showing clear displeasure with her entire appearance. Enro asked if she was interested, and Yuna replied that running off to fight monsters was pure stupidity because she had more than enough money. One man remarked that having free money was great, and the girl cut in that she had no problems with men when it came to money. She added that unlike humans, vampires do not marry each other, so they could love anyone they wanted, and Shiro said dryly, after 300 years, she would finally get tired of the same man. Mara assured that vampires also rarely have children. Many live their whole lives without giving birth to any, and the boy laughed in surprise, while the girls exchanged worried glances. Carol said that is exactly why she wanted to win his sympathy, and Shiro replied that they had just met, so her train of thought seemed strange to him, after which she sharply leaned back as if cutting off the conversation. Sierra scratched her face and looked away, then told the boy not to be afraid. Vampire laws forbid intimate relationships with anyone except those turned into vampires, so she would not force him. Sarah added that besides this, she had no experience with human men, and Shiro admitted in response that he also had no such experience, then asked if humans and vampires in their world communicate normally. Sierra answered that in their world they work together and coexist well. Then Shiro asked what they do when they need blood, and she said that mostly they buy it from humans. Mara added that they also take blood from their lovers and thralls, but she had no experience with that either, while thralls have the same lifespan as ordinary humans, and Shiro said that was very instructive, so the young man just nodded thoughtfully. One man joyfully admitted that he was glad to know that vampires and humans are not enemies, and recalled how he feared Sierra might get into conflict with travelers from the Empire who were about to arrive on the island. And she replied calmly and confidently. He said they should not worry. Those travelers are easy to crush, but she herself did not intend to get involved in the dispute. Shiro replied, "Good thing I said that," bared her teeth, and said that everything depends only on their manners and how they behave. One man asked her if it was true that she was a good girl if she could get along with everyone and gently stroke people on the head, while he himself tried in advance to calm her to avoid conflicts. Shiro closed her eyes and sweetly replied that of course she would get along with everyone, and her words and soft tone effortlessly won over the interlocutor. 4 bottles of sake were already empty on the table, and the dim light of the lamp fell on the empty necks, emphasizing the semi-relaxed atmosphere. Sarah half-sleepily called the protagonist brother and said she wanted another drink. The boy looked at her and mentally admitted aloud. She had already drunk 4 bottles but still called him big brother. Although by the rules she should have been 17 years older than him, he sighed deeply. The boy looked at her and mentally admitted aloud. She had already drunk 4 bottles but still called him big brother. Although by the rules she should have been 17 years older than him, he sighed deeply. Shiro was completely asleep and snoring, and through his drowsiness voiced the thought, "If you look at Sarah like that, she really is an innocent girl," and he never woke up. He carried the girl in his arms, and the golem walked beside him, lifting her suitcase above its own artificial head. Shiro carried her into the guest room of the hotel, laid her on the bed, and carefully looked at her face, checking if she was breathing normally. He looked at the girl who was sleeping peacefully and thought aloud. Probably she hadn't spoken to anyone for a long time. She most likely got too upset and because of that drank too much. Zero opened a system window with a message that an infusion of 1 liter of blood was needed for her to be able to do it, divided the liquid into 3 parts and froze them, then carefully checked the data on the screen. He glanced at the sleeping girl one last time and thought that he himself was satisfied. He finally got his share of conversations he had long dreamed of. He thought about how it seemed easy to talk with Sierra. The reason could be that she was older, but he was sure the matter was also in their striking similarity. So he lay quietly, as if silence was listening too. He lay down in bed and admitted to himself. He also had his own secret thirst. Taro thought about playing the younger brother, imagining how his older sister would babysit him, and froze for a moment. He thought that having a younger sister was also a plus, but he himself was still on the side of those who support older sisters. Once Sierra dreamed about her older brother, so the hero decided. They are close in spirit, although they seem to speak on different frequencies before moving forward with this idea. Before falling asleep, a thought flashed. Their strange closeness is ultimately funny. She was sitting on the bench, smiling and waiting for Shiro. He entered the room and suddenly froze, genuinely surprised to see her, and she greeted him and wished him good morning, saying that the morning turned out to be lively, and from her smile he felt her incredible joy. He tensed a little because he was thinking about that vampire who wished him good morning and said that it gives strength, and Sierra was looking intently at him with a questioning gaze, as if waiting for an answer. Cairo asked if the morning sun bothered her, explaining that in his world vampires especially dislike the light, and the girl replied that it was his familiar habit to talk about his world. Because in their world vampires literally communicate with the sun from the very first minute, so there is no need to fear the morning. He said that about 300 years ago a brilliant vampire created light protection magic. A thin veil of dark magic covers the surface of the body like a barrier and protects from the sun. So fear was unnecessary, but not everyone perceived it the same way. However, Sierra added that many old vampires still preferred the nighttime and considered living during the day a disgrace. But she did not share their opinion and mockingly teased them. Iro thought that there was also a generational gap among vampires, so he asked the girl if she was currently using light magic. The girl shook her head in denial and said that she could use this magic, but to resist the sun she had another method which she used. She stretched out her hand and showed a bracelet on her wrist. Sierra explained that the light magic turned on automatically as soon as she put on this item, and artifacts with magic are now extremely well sold. So Shiro just sighed with relief and noted that it was incredibly convenient. Sierra added that this special relic even allows vampires to tan, but she was almost not interested in it, which made Shiro stunned and disappointed by the last phrase. He thought it was unfair, as he would gladly look at a tanned vampire and imagine how the tan would look on the girl herself. Iro thought that a Jaru vampire was truly a rare thing, although he himself liked completely different types of vampires the most. He began to dream, but at that moment the girl sharply called out to him, and the young man screamed and asked what she wanted. The girl said she wanted to bathe, and Enro clarified if she needed hot water. Sierra replied that she could easily heat it with magic, so he only needed to bring a basin. He approached the building used as a bathhouse and informed the girl that he had brought a bucket let her heat and warm the water as she needed with magic. Sierra went to the place where everything could be prepared. When everything was ready, she came out of the forest naked and sincerely thanked him, and the young man, embarrassed, turned away and exhaled quietly, as if his own shame had disappeared. He turned away, thinking that he had just imagined something that should not be seen, and felt painful shame. She tilted her head to the side in surprise, sitting and looking at him intently as if trying to understand what it meant, and why he suddenly turned away. Sarah walked around him in a circle and began asking what had happened, but the boy waved it off. Nothing had happened. He said that since he had brought her the basin, now it was her turn, and she quietly laughed. Then he wondered if, by any chance, the main character was embarrassed, emphasizing this with a surprised tone. After a quiet giggle, he looked at her attentively and asked what she really meant. She called him brother and asked him to help wash her hair, so he immediately frowned. Suddenly he stopped and asked the girls if she had started those family games again. Charles, smirking, replied that she liked such a situation, and asked him not to be rude while the water in the bowl was already heating up. The water in the bowl boiled and thick steam burst out. He said he would just pour water on the girl, and she nodded and agreed, replying that she hadn't asked him for anything more. Then the young man began to act carefully. The man stated that first he needed to wash her hair well with water, and asked if that was correct, and she answered yes and closed her eyes, relaxing as the warm streams touched the strands. Pedro carefully poured hot water on her and said he was starting to wash her hair, and Sierra affirmatively answered his question about whether it was already clean. The surgeon poured some washing agent onto her hands, and Sierra asked in surprise what it was. Then Ciro explained. It's shampoo, and asked her to lather it and apply it to her hair. Sarah smelled the shampoo and exclaimed that it smelled very pleasant, and Ciro said that the rose scent was made especially for her, and that there were also berry and tropical fragrance notes. Ciro thought that Graham probably liked the berry scent, while Lane preferred lavender, and this made his gaze even more attentive. Ciro warned the girl that shampoo must not get into the eyes, because then they would start to sting, and Sierra nodded and promised she understood everything, so he again told her to be careful. In advance, he warned her that he would pour the water, and he did exactly that, and the guy decided that the slugs probably also liked the rose scent, so they looked happy and burrowed in the shampoo foam. Tara finished washing her hair, and Shiro assured that everything was fine, and called her a radiant young lady, so the girl smiled and sincerely thanked him for the help. The girl took out a towel called Shiro and asked him to help her dry her hair, inquiring if he was sure, and the young man, to reassure her, asked her not to be shy, after which she threw the towel on the edge of the bathtub and hurriedly approached. She threw herself into his arms and loudly called him brother, and then, as if to reinforce her words, wrote him a few heartfelt lines. He turned her towards himself, smiled gently, wiped his head with the towel, and promised to be careful not to damage her hair, and the girl confirmed his request with a smile. She said she felt ticklish, but just then felt something. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Shiro threw the towel off his head and looked towards the forest, stunned that her reaction seemed strange even to herself. At that moment he turned back to her. She stepped closer and asked a question, and the girl, gathering her courage, seriously called him by name. She said she felt someone's presence, and the young man froze, trying to hear something in the silence. Every man was confused and asked where exactly she felt it, and she replied that he was almost where they were. Pedro began to worry and wondered if they were guests or pirates, like Janus, and tried to calm himself with the thought that on his side were Sierra and 6 wonders. From the tree, looking at the path, they noticed an unknown shadow was approaching them. Ciro exhaled, recognizing the man, and told Sierra to look who had arrived. He joyfully shouted the name Louise, and the girl lit up with a smile, responding that they had not seen each other for a long time. Sarah asked who this girl was, and Shiro explained that her name was Louise, and that she was a dragon rider from the Institute of Land Management and Geodesy. Louise glanced at the building behind and could not hide her admiration, saying that she had heard about it, but now it looked simply wonderful, and when the dragon raider asked if this place was a bathhouse, Shirot confirmed that it was. Ero pondered how long he had dreamed of building a stone bathhouse for Captain Milano, Lyanna, and Louise, and it was these very dreams that set his journey in motion, so everything sounded frankly silly. Louise turned at that moment. Ero pondered how long he had dreamed of building a stone bathhouse for Captain Milano, Lyanna, and Louise, and it was these very dreams that set his journey in motion, so everything sounded frankly silly. Louise turned at that moment. Louise said she hadn't seen him for a long time, so he was overwhelmed with nostalgia, and he involuntarily recalled those very days, and Louise gently added that she understood. Ero spoke as if the girl was alone, and Louise happily confirmed. Yes, exactly so. They decided. From now on, Louise would be the leader liaison, and Lyanna was terribly jealous and at the same time irritated. She said she was delayed because she got lost and had to spend the night on a small reef bank, after which she shared the details. She told that she found herself at dawn when the clouds parted and finally reached the island. So Shiro said he understood why she came so early in the morning. Men asked if Louise had already eaten, and she replied no, and admitted that she really wanted him to cook for her while she was flying to the island, after which she asked with her eyes and allowed him to take her hand. He firmly took her hand and solemnly promised to prepare breakfast right now, causing the girl to shyly look away as if she did not expect such a turn. Sierra silently watched them, feeling something incomprehensible and troubling, and when they looked in her direction, Shiro pondered as if weighing words for her. Sarah looked at Shiro irritably and asked what was going on with her breakfast, because she did not like sharing the attention of a young man with someone else, and he calmly promised to prepare a portion for her and quietly whispered a request. Shiro leaned closer and whispered in her ear that the blood would be ready in 7 minutes, after which he ordered to divide it into small portions and freeze it until the time ran out. Laura nodded, exhaled composedly, and seemed to swear to do as he said, unfolding the necessary utensils on the stove and preparing bowls and a place for freezing. The plates on the table quickly emptied, and the forks and knives were neatly placed on them, while the breakfast passed flawlessly warm, hearty, and without any unnecessary pause. Vizzy confidently remarked with satisfaction that the breakfast was extremely tasty, and Shiro replied with a slight smile that he was always happy to help. While the golem was carrying away the dirty dishes, Louisa said she would get straight to the point, and Shiro prepared to listen, sitting upright at the table as she laid out the first papers. They spread the documents on the table and explained that they were requested by Mrs. Lot Grem, and the papers themselves were proof of the main character's identity. Shiro gratefully recalled Grem, and a troubling thought spun in his mind. Had Louisa done everything she could to ensure he received protection from the Empire? Louisa moved her hand and pointed to the next document, explaining that it was a letter of thanks for his cooperation during the dungeon research. Shiro asked if he could read it, requested to see the document, assured that everything was fine, and decided as if the flounder had passed this knowledge to him. Myro asked what the phrase, middle-class subject, meant, and Louisa pondered how to explain this to a girl in simple words while she silently awaited an answer. Shiro said that citizens are divided into lower, middle, upper, and noble classes, and that opportunities depend on status. Being middle class, one can pass checkpoints and choose a profession. Shiro clarified if he understood correctly that this only applied to women, and Louisa froze confused, not knowing what to answer, and looked away. Shiro lowered his gaze and replied that the assumption was not entirely correct, but essentially it hit the main point. The young man thought that he wanted to fight right here. He was from Japan, where freedom and equality were officially declared, and the world would not change just from his desire for heroism, and he remembered how Graham tried to make him endure this trial because he was ready to endure it. She asked Louise if she had heard anything about Graham, and the girl sharply inhaled and answered affirmatively. She was rewarded for finding a lost sword during the last dungeon reconnaissance. Shiro asked if it was true, adding that she would indeed need that very sword, and Louise replied, Graham has a good reputation among the elders, and rumors say she will be promoted soon, so she will soon become even higher in rank. The young man smiled and said he was glad to hear that because he owed her, so he sincerely rejoiced. He even thought that the girl would rise even higher, and he did not know if they would have to see each other again. Louise explained that the Empire had handed over the management of the prison dungeon to the Adventurers Guild, and Shiro just snorted, as if it was supposed to happen that way. The girl said that ships with guild workers and laborers had already sailed, and according to forecasts, were expected to arrive this week, and Shiro literally froze in shock, grabbing the question. Could it be that they would really come so quickly? Louise replied that the foundations for the barracks were already ready. They would raise the guild building there, and it needed to be completed before the travelers arrived, and Shiro confirmed that it was there he used Iwao to help. The girl pulled out a notebook and read how many would come. About 15 employees and 30 carpenters, and Shiro grimly joked that it seemed the island would soon become too noisy. Louise added that it seemed even more traders would arrive, so no rest was to be expected. She continued listing arrivals until it was said, ships with food, weapons, dealers, and buyers of magic stones, and Shiro noted with surprise that the number of guests sounded creepy. The girl said that the appointed guild head was a legendary adventurer of the highest rank, so everything should be fine as long as she was around, and Shiro asked what exactly was legendary about this adventurer. Louisa said that her name was Elsa Birkin, and that the woman had retired from adventures due to her gray old age, but it was assured. In short skirmishes lasting less than a minute, she was still the strongest in the whole world. The young man asked Louisa if she had ever met that woman before, and the girl nodded yes, adding that she was incredibly energetic and authoritative. She admitted that her ambitions, despite her age, were simply incredible, and Shiro tried to imagine what that woman looked like, and Louisa seemed to read his thoughts with a half-smile. Louis explained that Elsa was not just appointed as a guild master, she was also given the duties of a governor with police and executive powers, and Shiro asked if it was safe, to which Louisa replied that everything was fine and there would be no problems. Shiro thought that for now he would have to make a judgment. If something dangerous happened, he would flee the island and had to restore the 7 he had lost, and he was preparing for the worst, while Louisa remained calm. Louisa seemed strange, and the young man cautiously asked what exactly was wrong with her. The girl changed clothes and went outside, apologizing that the boy had to give her his clothes, and promising that she would return soon. She yawned and admitted that she could hardly sleep on the reef, and Shiro said he would wash her things while she slept, and advised her to rest a little. The girl nodded and thanked him. Shiro entered the room where Sierra was already waiting for him by the bed, tensely staring at the door. The boy replied that he had known this girl for a long time, and asked Sierra's opinion whether she found her cute. And Sierra quietly snorted and admitted that she did not expect that at all, because it seemed to her that such children were his type. Shiro sighed, asked the girl not to be angry, and ordered her to give him the dirty laundry so he could take it to be washed. The golem, like a walking tower, carried a basket of dirty clothes above its head, and the girl, smiling, picked it up and nodded as if passing the task on to him. Shiro was already thinking that in reality, it would be Goku's team, not him, who would have to clean up and do all this work, and a prayer almost surged in his chest while he silently watched them go. The snake sharply spat water right onto the grass, the splashes tickled the ground, and the greenery immediately rustled from the moisture. Shiro voiced his thoughts, saying that Wiggles now waters the garden beds for him, and it really helps. He told himself that he had gathered quite a few island onions and leeks, but soon new people would come, so he needed to expand the field a bit. The young man pondered what could be done with those leeks. He wanted to recall pickled cucumbers, but dismissed the thought and declared that from everything he would make tartar sauce, and again got stuck in doubts. He thought that Louisa was not picky about food, and Sierra, it seemed, physically could not tolerate meat, and he could not understand why preparing meat made him himself start to feel normal, while also looking at the girl's clothes, trying to guess the difference in their tastes. All right. Finally, he shouted out the decision he had already made: fried shrimp with tartar sauce, and called the golems to catch the shrimp. Louisa, fully equipped, was sitting on the dragon, and the girl thanked Shiro for the lunchbox and asked him to take care of himself before they parted ways. The young man called after the girl who was flying ahead, begging her not to get lost this time, and she replied that she would try. Shiro sighed deeply, and while Sierra silently looked at him, said that before the guild's arrival, they had to manage a lot of tasks, from making golems to renovating the guest house. The girl smiled and said that she could help him. The boy asked again if that was true, and enthusiastically added that then it would be incredible, and after that asked her to come up with the interior because he himself, he said, had no taste at all, to which she agreed. Several days have passed since they began their replanning and reconstruction of the hotel. Shiro sharply exhaled and looked around the room. The decor was neat, restrained, and at the same time surprising, something he could never have achieved. Sierra looked pleased with herself. The boy called everything simple, but Shiro clearly felt both character and calm in it and was truly impressed. Shiro asked if she was so skillful, then perhaps she came from a good family, and at that very moment she tensed up. She squinted, pressed her lips, and replied that it was not like that at all. Seeing her reaction, the hero decided that Sierra really was from a respectable family, but he also understood one more thing. She was not eager to talk about it. Shiro glanced at the progress results appearing in the system window and noted with a smile. He had done a lot of work and leveled up again. Shiro realized that a new bonus to MP recovery had appeared and explained to himself that it could have grown after previous speed increases, and his constant blood crafting for Sierra, so the medicine production level also became higher. He remembered that another new product had appeared in the production menu and looked at it carefully, as if checking what exactly had now become available. Shiro was able to create a new level 1 hedgehog-type golem, a wooden golem armed with long iron needles, which had neither sufficient strength nor reliable protection, but was extremely agile and could suddenly attack the opponent. Shiro decided to replace the golems destroyed by Janus number 1 and number 2, because he could not repair them due to the absence or unavailability of the repair skill. And at the same time, golem production in his workshop noticeably increased. The boy told Sierra that the name of the new golem was Harry, that he looked like a mix of a hedgehog and a porcupine, and that by design he resembled a weapon specialized in mid-range attacks. They even checked Harry's attack range and found out it was 50 meters, and everyone was truly impressed by this result. Shiro asked the girl how she evaluated the new golem, and hoped to hear a sober, unvarnished description of her creation. Sierra snorted and replied that he could just dodge its needles and then crush it with his foot. Shiro said he knew she was strong, but he needed to objectively find out if it worked against women or monsters, to which Sierra asked him to think and added that, given his size, he could handle ordinary opponents. Then she asked who exactly he intended to test it against. She added that the young man would have more opportunities if he combined Harry with a hologem dog. He asked if she would give Miracle and Harry military training in that case, and she sharply asked if he really asked her to do that just at home when he was angry. Shiro assured her that he would prepare any dish the girl wanted and serve any drink, after which she pondered and asked if he thought she was so crazy because of alcohol. The young man did not know how to convince her and froze, running his own arguments through his head, admitting that even calling the girl materialistic was not so simple. Shiro decided to get his way at any cost, and without looking away, asked what she thought about playing brother and sister again. She looked at him and asked, "Say more precisely what exactly you mean." The boy replied that she could ride up the road to the cave on his shoulders, then asked if she really wanted to, and if he should not refuse because he was ready. He assured her that during hunger he would not spoil her mood, would feed her by hand, and Sierra asked what else he could offer. The young man said that he would lie next to her and tell stories when she fell asleep, including ones from his homeland and in a similar spirit, and she pondered, trying to respond. The girl suddenly screamed, as if deciding everything a moment before fear. She must try, she will overcome the golems, but will do so carefully to prepare them for her brother. She jumped on his shoulders and, shining with joy, exclaimed with delight. Shiro thanked her and promised to cook amuresu for lunch, and she liked that just as much. The boy thought that the girl told him. In 2 months she would turn 43, so he considered her an old woman and almost imagined that she might lack warmth and decided to be as kind to her as possible. Shiro gathered all the golems on the island in a single line and ordered them to obey him without any hesitation. He pointed to Sierra and announced that from today she would be their instructor, so now they must obey her. The girl hovered in the air, looking threateningly as if about to start a lesson. Sierra ordered Wonder Number 1 to step forward, and the mechanical dog obediently came forward. She carefully watched the movement and immediately set the tone for training her wards. Shiro was glad that the golems listened to her attentively and asked if that was enough. She heard the answer, yes, and clarified that everything further would depend on how well they could learn. Shiro began by checking reaction speed, while Shiro thought that the golems could learn a lot by trial and error. Therefore, he would have to constantly do repairs to not lose those golems he had already mastered. Shiro assumed that new golems could acquire experience from the old ones through synchronization if placed in direct contact, and that as long as none were destroyed, convenience should gradually increase. Shiro also decided that the number of Sims had already reached 5, so he forced them to pilot the small ship Janus, In his opinion, soon this would allow them to sail between islands. His head was filled with plans. He could ask Kuku, who was just being repaired, to set out in search of another island and turn it into a future emergency evacuation shelter. Shiro seriously thought through a plan for a rainy day, because in this world danger lurked at every step, and relaxing was not allowed. It was necessary to prepare properly, with 2 days in reserve. 2 days had passed since the start of training, and now Sierra, together with the protagonist, stood at the edge of the shore, watching the ships arriving one after another to the island. Sierra asked if these vessels belonged to the guild, and Shiro nodded and replied that they had finally reached the island, exactly the ships everyone had been waiting for. At that moment, Sierra clarified if it was about Elsa, the tall woman who was giving commands and instructions to everyone around from the ship. Suddenly Elsa, without any hesitation, jumped into the water from the board, and while falling, rushed forward with incredible speed, as if her body was touched by the very current itself. And within seconds she was flying toward the shore, while Shiro could only ask questions in surprise. Was it true, and what the hell was happening? Seeing what she was doing, the young man shouted, asked if she was really running on water, and admitted that it was frightening. Sierra calmly said that her movements were true madness. The woman lifted her left leg before the right could firmly touch the water, and Shiro squeezed her hand and whispered in a trembling voice that only a basilisk could do that. The woman pushed off the water, leaving behind a powerful splash, and swiftly soared into the sky, where she did a forward somersault. At that moment she landed on the shore and smiled, looking at the people who came to meet her. She hovered over Sierra and Shiro, and asked the boy if he was the same Shiro Sanada she had been told about. The woman introduced herself. Her name was Elsa Birkin, and informed that she had been appointed head of the local guild branch. Shiro froze in shock at how she looked, while Sierra remained calmly composed, as if nothing had happened. Shiro almost flinched from what he heard. Elsa Birkin seemed to be in her 70s, but looked no older than 50 and impressed with the energy of a lively, caring, grandmotherly type. Shiro gathered his thoughts, extended his hand, and introduced himself. His name was Shiro Sanada, and he was pleased to meet her. Elsa Birkin responded by shaking his hand, smiling, and said she was also pleased to meet him, adding that she wanted him to show her the island right away. The boy decided, instead of relaxing over a cup of tea, she belonged to those who first get down to business. He promised to show her the camp used by the research team, as well as the way to the catacombs, and she looked at him attentively, thoughtful. Suddenly she burst out laughing, crossing her arms over her chest, and said how amazing it was what a man Shiro was, then flinched again from laughter as if she couldn't stop herself. They were riding in a carriage, and the boy asked if they should wait until the others arrived. Elsa replied that the road to the pier would take another hour, so she wanted to learn about the island as soon as possible. The woman looked back over her shoulder and said she had already studied and memorized the map, but still needed to see the area in person. The Iwa were marching in formation along the path one after another, swinging their arms heavily, like guards leading the way. Elsa asked if it was true that these were golems who helped with construction work, and what exactly they did, because it seemed like they were just walking back and forth. Shiro explained that it was Iwao who ordered them to lay the path, and Elsa nodded, flinching with surprise as if everything had finally come together into a single picture. The young man thought, if there were no machines, the road would inevitably be uneven, so from time to time he made the golems trample the path, and Elsa immediately understood this logic. Shiro said that quite some time had passed since the research team left, so the road to the camp was a bit broken, and Elsa replied that merchants would also arrive, and very soon everything would be back to how it was before. She noticed that her guild could quite possibly become his competitors in business, and flashed a smile. Shiro smiled and said that he only had 6 guest rooms, and he was not at all eager to make a business out of it, and Shea only briefly grimaced in surprise. She sighed and asked if it was true that he charged 5,000 per night, after which she shook her head regretfully. Even at such a fair price, no beginner adventurer could afford it. Shiro inquired how much, like his competitors, they charged clients, and the woman laughed. For a large sleeping room they asked 500 lemons, and food was not included in the price. Shiro pondered how to make the guild accessible to the masses, and how to separate their entrance so that tall guests would get his, after which he quietly chuckled because he himself understood. His entrance was by no means up to high-class level. They reached the desired place, and the young man pointed to the building, explaining that it was his hotel. Elsa looked inside, held her breath in admiration, carefully examined the bathroom, and after that in the restaurant, Shiro joyfully and sincerely enjoyed drinks. The woman laughed loudly, admitting that the rooms were impressive, as were the bath and drinks, and marveled that it was incredible since the island was so far from civilization. Shiro thanked her for the high praise. She frowned and, unable to hold back, decided to clarify whether he provided meals. Shiro asked confusedly, not understanding what exactly she meant, and asked what kind of meals she was talking about. She, carefully assessing his reaction, nodded and quietly said that she understood everything. Shiro averted his gaze and, continuing to think silently, came to his own conclusion. The boy admitted that he did not like the very thought of being with someone he did not like, and Elsa, touching her face with her hand, declared, "If someone hungry appears, she will make sure everyone lines up." Sierra, who was standing by the wall, frowned, and Elsa said reassuringly, "Everything is fine. She sees he has a reliable bodyguard, so there was nothing to worry about." Sierra sharply cut in, saying she would not allow anyone to touch Shiro, and was fully prepared to protect him at any moment. She added that she would burn to ashes anyone who dared, if the situation demanded it, and Elsa pressed her face to her hands, and said coldly that fights based on hostility are generally forbidden. Sierra smiled, raised a flame in her hand, and said, "Just give me a reason to act. You can't joke with her, so it's better not to take any risks otherwise." Elsa scratched her head in a moment of awkwardness, and after her own words gave up saying, now there was nothing to object to. The woman said it would be bad if everyone started flaring up the same way, and asked if it was true that any issue could be resolved more delicately, and Shiro cast a brief glance at her. He understood that she was counting on his agreement, but he himself did not want it. Finally, he replied that everything was fine, and asked everyone to follow the example of Master Elsa, after which the woman sighed with relief, relaxed, and said that everything was just as it should be. Sierra stomped her feet furiously in frustration because she was not supported, and shouted whether Shiro really agreed with the guild leader, after which she ordered Miracle to go and conduct an exquisite training with the other golems. Ivo was helping the people who had already arrived unload cargo from the ships in unison, and Shiro also joined. He lifted boxes from the boat that had just docked on the shore and walked back over the bridge. The women said that golems are incredibly convenient devices, so they sincerely thanked Shiro for bringing them, and then he ordered Ivo where exactly to place the cargo, again returning in his thoughts to how everything started after Elsa's inspection of the island. The boy opened the bag with the payment, and decided that he had asked to pay everything only with magic stones, because now he had more golems and needed as many such stones as possible. A short, stocky woman with a tired, sweat-drenched face appeared before Shiro. She asked if his name was Shiro Sanada, and he, nodding and tightening the payment bag, confirmed his answer. The woman apologized for the late greeting, smiled, and introduced herself. "I am Mrs. Dama," and also said that she had an important matter on the island. She explained that she worked as a merchant. They traded weapons, tools, and food, and also ran taverns and other services that were indispensable here. Shiro listened to her attentively and recalled that one of the ships was precisely a trading vessel. So he responded with a businesslike, restrained, smileth kind businessmen give when they truly appreciate her politeness. The young man added that if she had any questions, she could confidently ask about anything, and only hesitated for a moment, then silently pondered the words in response. Finally, she sincerely thanked him, said that these were people from her establishment, sharply turned her head, and overpowering the noise, shouted orders. "Quickly greet the owner of the island." Shiro, seeing these people, was completely confused, and quietly asked himself what all this meant. Before him stood 5 men in modest, worn clothing. Some barely smiled, some looked without any emotion, but all of them looked extremely exhausted. Shiro remembered the first moment when he first faced the men of this world face to face, and still could not believe what he saw, even though among them were people of different ages from 20 to 40 years old. In his memory surfaced an old man with a barcode haircut, and Shiro had no idea what he could work as on the ship, because his empty, inflamed eyes just stared at him. Mrs. Dama gently apologized and explained that their appearance left much to be desired, but these were the only ones the merchants could hire, because only those who were still in their prime came to remote regions. The man with the barcode haircut nodded, and with the smile of a gentleman, said he was glad to see him. Shiro nodded back in response, and mentally compared him to head Yasuda from General Affair. The young man cautiously asked how these men were feeling, as they looked exhausted and sick, and the old man replied that their depression was only a consequence of being ready to depart to another world at any moment. Shiro suddenly and sharply cried out in question when he began to explain the reason, and sternly asked if they were really brought here in a hold that was only used for livestock. The youth quietly told them that supposedly men were not taken on board at all due to superstition. They say men bring misfortune, and they replied that this was exactly why they were transported like that, to avoid disasters, since they were already considered animals. Shiro was sharply horrified and pulled out a bottle of life potion, which did not perform a miracle but was supposed to slightly ease the condition. He ordered them to drink, assuring that the potion would be enough for all 5 men, already considered animals. Shiro said that men should help each other, and all 5 froze, directing their gazes at him. Tears of pure gratitude filled their eyes, and the elder man accepted the drink with trembling hands, and swallowing his anxiety, called Shiro the owner. The youth tried to recall. The head of the general department, Yasudo, also liked to drink, so this strange confession from Shiro seemed familiar, and Lady Damas ordered the men to return to their places after they finished talking with Shiro, and they shamefully lowered their heads.